now have a native 2.8 version for the Nikon mirrorless cameras is a game changer. With a 2.8 aperture, I can shoot anything from astro to daytime landscapes with ease. As an astro lover, I have experienced issues with other lenses with coma on the stars. This new 14-24 has almost zero coma, all the way stopped down to 2.8 and corner-to-corner sharpness. One benefit to 14mm is being able to use a longer shutter speed for astro. This is important because I can use a lower ISO and get a cleaner image without getting trails on the stars. Overall, I'm seriously impressed with this lens. I can tell you that it's rarely going to leave my camera and it's going to be a staple in my kit and replace the F-mount version since it's superior in sharpness and quality paired with the mirrorless cameras.
So I'm very excited to be presenting Landscape 101. So in this presentation, what I will be talking about is essential landscape gear, my favorite compositional tools when I'm going out and shooting, what I look for in a scene to create a compelling image. I will be sharing as well my favorite camera settings so that you can get a beautiful, sharp image that has everything in detail and that it's also optimized for post-processing. 3 ways to generate income as a landscape photographer, as well as the challenges of landscape photography, which many of times are just mental challenges that we put on ourselves. So first, a little bit about me. My name is Robin Lawrenson. My Instagram handle is MotherPixels, and I am a landscape photographer based out of Alberta. So my background is actually in business and marketing, and I did not start photography until 2016 when I was on mat leave and I was just bored. So I picked it up as a hobby to photograph my children and then I started photographing the barns around the area where I live. Then I started going to like downtown Calgary and taking pictures of the city. And slowly but surely, I grew a small following on Instagram just by taking pictures of Calgary and then Banff and the mountains. And then by the time I had like just even 1,000 followers, I started working with brands and tourism partners like Tourism Calgary. And since then, I've been able to land partnerships with Nikon and Destination Canada, Travel Alberta, Nisi, and many more. So now we're first going to talk about the gear that, in my opinion, is completely essential if you're going to start landscape photography. So first of all, you need your DSLR or mirrorless camera. You need a wide angle lens and a zoom lens because they both give you very different perspectives of the same scene. You will need a shutter remote release. And what this does is it allows you to do long exposures that are over 30 seconds because most cameras can only do 30-second long exposures. So if you're going to do an exposure that's a minute or 2 minute long, you are going to need a shutter remote release. You will also need a tripod, a circular polarizer, a 6-stop and a 10-stop ND filter. And I will get into what those do specifically coming right up. So polarizers and ND filters, most landscape photographers, when they're starting off, they don't really know what they are and what they do. So a polarizer is important because when you're out shooting water, it cuts the glare off the water. So when the sun is reflecting or you have light reflecting, it forms all these little speckles on the water. So the polarizer cuts all that glare out of the water, which gives you even better reflections. And then if you have like moss or interesting rocks or something underneath the water, it allows you to capture those details underneath the water. A polarizer will also enhance colors in the scene. But most importantly, it's the cutting the glare that you want because that is something that you simply cannot do in Lightroom and Photoshop once you have taken the image. Next, your neutral density filters, also known as ND filters, are great because they block light and that allows you to do long exposures, particularly during the day. You don't need them at night, but for example, for sunrise and sunset, I like using the 6-stop ND filter. And then for daytime, I use the 10-stop ND filter because it's very, very dark and it allows you to block sunlight, and you can potentially, with the right settings, do like a long exposure for up to a minute during the day with a 10-stop ND filter. So if you have to invest in two of them, I would choose the 6-stop ND filter and the 10-stop ND filter for those reasons. So now we're gonna get into composition, and one of my favorite compositional tools is having a good, strong foreground. So what a foreground does is that it creates depth in a photo. So it has something that's immediate to the viewer with something interesting in the background. So it's not just like a plain image, it almost creates like a three-dimensional image. And so always make sure that when you're photographing a foreground, like a rock or flowers, that you have something interesting and relevant in the background that connects the two. For a foreground, I like using a wide angle lens. The wide angle lens has a superpower, and that superpower is distortion. So I will get a little bit into that later, but it basically makes anything in the immediate foreground close to the camera appear much larger than what it actually is. So if you take a look at this photo that I have right here on the right, that rock is actually maybe 1 or 2 feet big, but it competes with the mountains in the backdrop. It even looks bigger than a mountain that is sitting right behind. So that is just a small sample of what it can do. And I always like shooting at f9 when I'm out shooting landscapes, because it tends to get everything sharp from the front to the back, or you can also focus stack. And also what I like about foregrounds is that you usually have to get low. You're not at an eye level, so it brings a unique perspective to an image. So most people, when they approach a scene, they're standing up, they see it at an eye level. But when you're shooting a foreground, you're typically getting down low to the ground, offering the viewer a very unique perspective of a very similar image or location that they might have seen before. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the power of the wide angle lens. Now it's hard for you to see what it truly does, so I'm going to use a human to show you the distortion. So I took that photo of my husband with a wide angle lens, and you can see that his finger is closest to the camera. So it makes his finger look almost as long as his entire arm, certainly bigger than his head. So I don't use wide angle lens when I'm photographing portraits because it can be pretty dangerous with the distortion. But when it comes to landscapes, a wide angle lens can be your best friend. And I'm going to show you some super cool examples of distortion that was done well with a wide angle lens when shooting landscapes. So for example, here we have a photo of methane bubbles, and I got really low to the ground and I got very close to those methane bubbles. And you can see my friend just jumping there in the background. And these bubbles appear to be so big, they appear to be even larger than my friend who was jumping there. So what it does is makes things that are closer to the camera appear much larger, and it makes things in the distance appear smaller. So that's the power, it's the distortion. Then we as well also have this big log here that actually with my regular lens, I couldn't even fit the whole log in. So that's when the wide angle lens came in handy, because it allowed me to fit the entire log as well as the background. And then also here at the bottom, we have these flowers, which I used my wide angle lens for. And you can see they appear even bigger than the mountains in the background. And again, all these give you unique perspectives to a scene. Next up, we're going to talk about long exposures. And long exposures is another second favorite tool because it adds movement to the photos. So for example, you have the static elements, for example, the trees, and you have the rocks right here, but then you have the movement in the water and in the clouds. So what a long exposure can do is it creates silky waters, moving clouds, moving vehicles, like you can create trail lights. And so again, that gives you a very unique effect that just a point and shoot doesn't give you. So it gives the viewer, that's what separates a landscape photographer from somebody that just shows up with a cell phone and just takes the shot, is being able to create movement in a photo. So here I'll show you the difference between a fast shutter speed and a long exposure so you can see the effect that a long exposure has on an image. So here we have a fast shutter speed image, which was at 1/10 of a second. I was hand holding it, so I shot at f7. And then right here, I set up my tripod and I did a long exposure. So you can see the difference in the clouds and how the water is total silk. Then here again is another fast shutter speed, which was at 1/113th of a second. Just look at the clouds and then watch what happens. So here we have a long exposure and it almost creates a leading line with the clouds that are coming right out of the mountain. So this I shot at f14, 152nd, and I believe I had a 10-stop ND filter for this image. And then this was a fun photo. I took this during the day. As you can see, it was bright blue day. We have a train here that comes around Morant's Curve, and I just did a 1-second exposure to capture the motion of this train. So what the long exposure did here is it created a sense of speed and power as opposed to just having the train coming around the mountain like a static photo. So it made the image a lot more interesting. But now in the next slide, I'm going to actually show you a video of how to take long exposures, how to get it right the first time, how to set up your camera. So in this video coming up, it's a 2-3 minute video where I will teach you how to take the perfect long exposure.
Okay, so now I'm going to teach you how to take the perfect long exposure. It's going to be a quick and easy step-by-step guide where I'm going to show you all the steps that you need and the gear that you need in order to get the perfect long exposure. So first of all, we're going to scout a composition. So here I have decided to use these rocks as a foreground. And once you have decided on your composition, make sure that you set it up on a tripod. Once your composition has been set up on a tripod, lock your focus points into manual. So here on your lens, go into manual focus. That is a second step that you absolutely cannot miss, because what happens is if you apply your filter, which is really dark, so for example, this is a 10-stop ND filter, and as you can see, this is like blindfolding your camera. So if you don't lock your focus in manual, and I am insisting on this because I have missed this step many times, when you apply this filter, your camera is not going to know where to focus. And here you're going to be sitting, taking a 1 to 2 minute long exposure only to realize that nothing in your photo is sharp. So once you have locked your focus in manual, the next thing you're going to do is attach your ND filter. Now, if your exposure is less than 30 seconds, then you can just use the 30 seconds on your camera. But if your exposure is going to be longer than 30 seconds, then you will need a shutter remote release. You can either get a wireless one, or you can get one that attaches to your camera. And what this will do is allow you to hold your exposure for longer than 30 seconds. And you simply do that by going to your manual settings, going to your shutter speed, scrolling and selecting bulb. And from there on, you can just hold the exposure as long as you want. Next thing I recommend is if you're not using a shutter remote release, then have a 2-second timer on your camera if your exposure is less than 30 seconds, so that when you push down on that shutter, there is absolutely no camera shake. So when you do if you do a 2-second timer release, just push the button. The camera in 2 seconds, once you've stepped away from it, will take the photo for you and there will be no camera shake. And now the final step will be to calculate how long should your exposure be. So instead of sitting here taking multiple test shots because you're overexposing or underexposing, there's a great app, a free app that'll help you calculate how long your long exposure should be. So the one that I use is a free app from Nikon. So we're going to do that now. So here I have the app. So the normal shutter speed prior to me applying the 10-stop ND filter was 1/50th of a second. So here I am going to go, there you go, 1/50th of a second. I applied a 10-stop ND filter. And you see right there, it is telling me that my exposure should be 20 seconds long. So I don't really need a shutter remote release in this case, only if my exposure was going to be over 30 seconds long. So let's take that test shot and see how it goes.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that. Okay, so my third compositional tip that I'll be sharing with you today is using a subject for scale. So what I love about the subject for scale is, first of all, it gives the viewer a sense of how big something really is. So you can approach a mountain or any landscape really, but if you see a person or a car, you can actually see how really big something is, and you can also envision yourself at that location. So for example, in this shot right here, I'm using my friend, and it makes you as a person want to be her. It makes you want to be sitting at that rock, taking in that scene. So it's a very aspirational photo. But you don't just have to use people, you can use animals, cars, if there's a barn somewhere, just really anything that gives you a sense of scale. And you also want it to not necessarily blend in with the scene. You want to wait maybe for that red car, or you want to wear a red jacket. But so it's also great that your subject for scale, that the thing that you're using to show how big the landscape is, stands out from the image and doesn't blend in with the background. So here, for example, I got lucky with this road shot with the 3 vehicles, and the one in the middle happened to be red. So it makes you want to be in that car driving through that highway. Then over here at Moraine Lake, I set up a tripod and I took a photo of myself in that scene. And then down here at the bottom, a little duck happened to just be swimming by. And so that also was great subject for scale. It gave the image a sense of serenity and peace as well. Now we're going to talk about camera settings. So personally for me, and I mean for many landscape photographers, the sweet spot for your lens for getting everything sharp and in detail is between f8 and f11. I also like to have my ISO at 100 simply because it reduces the noise and the grain in an image. Unless you have a camera that can perform really well with higher ISOs, I always tend to stick to ISO 100, especially if you end up selling your images and they get blown up in billboards or whatnot. You always want there to be as minimal level of noise as possible. And then another thing that I do is I underexpose my photos every single time. And the reason for that is because I tend to shoot a lot of sky in my images. And when I underexpose my images a little bit, I get all the details in the sky. When I have like the perfect exposure, even when I have the perfect exposure, sometimes if there's a lot of light in the sky or clouds, I tend to lose details and information. So that is why it is important to have also a camera that has really good dynamic range. What dynamic range means is that it can pick up a lot of information in highlights, and it can pick up a lot of information in the shadows of a photo. So in post-process, when I'm underexposing, I can bring up a lot of information that was in the darkest parts of the images. You can always do that, but when an image, like if your sky is white, you're gonna have a tough time bringing details from a white sky. And I'll be showing you examples coming up when you're editing how that makes a really big difference. So here you see I used my Nikon Z5 to take this photo because it does have amazing dynamic range. And I slightly underexposed my photo. You can see, for example, the trees here look really dark, really black. But once I opened up my shadows here to the right, you can see the trees. You can see all that detail. And then I also used that same camera to take a photo at night. And again, you can see, for example, how black the trees look. You wouldn't think that you'd be able to recover detail just even surrounding the little cabin here that was lit up. But when you look at the photo on the right, you can perfectly well see the little trees, the logs. It retained and recovered that information. Now I'm going to edit a photo for you that's going to show you what happens when you slightly overexpose your photos, how I lost a lot of information in the sky versus when I edit a photo that was underexposed, and you'll see the amount of information my camera was able to recover and post-process. So that is why I personally always slightly underexpose my photos. So let me show you what happens when I edit an image. So here you can see this was taken at Kananaskis, and look at the sky is pretty white. So the first thing you need to do to fix this is to bring down your highlights right here. So I brought down my highlights, right, as much as I can. That's the best I can do. Maybe I'll bring down my whites a little bit, but that's it. And you see how here on the top left corner, it's completely white. And here at the bottom, it's completely white as well, which is very distracting from otherwise a really nice image. Even if I bring down my exposure, it just makes the whole image dark. But you see that whiteness right there? It's just terrible. And it is extremely distracting. It actually leads your eye away from the image. Now, I took the exact same composition at the same time of day, but what I did was just I underexposed my photo. So here is the example of an underexposed photo, right? You might see and be like, oh my God, that is dark. But let me show you what the camera is capable of doing. So what I do again is I bring down my highlights. So see the level of details that I'm recovering in the sky. You don't have that big white blown out portion. I bring up my shadows, right? And then if I want, I bring up my exposure a little bit. And now you have a beautiful image. Look at the details that were recovered from the trees and the mountains. Absolutely no problem. But then you don't have that big white blown out sky. Like you have a nice, beautiful, detailed sky with proper color that is not going to be distracting to your viewer, and it's not going to lead your viewer outside of the image. So now that I've shared my top 3 favorite compositional tools, we're going to talk about how to make money when you're a landscape photographer. And I'm going to share 3 ways that are the most profitable. So I'm going to talk about pitching proposals to tourism boards and what information you need to include. Then also how to reach out to brand partners. So if you do even have like a social media following or you want to do some commercial shoots for them, how to go about that. And then finally, number 3 is to offer your traditional workshops. So that's where you get a group of people and you teach them how to do landscape photography, or you can even just teach them how to edit a photo, but that's pretty straightforward. So I will dive a little bit deeper into the first 2. So tourism board proposals. So what I've done is I have reached out to a local tourism board and I researched the area, and when I put together a proposal, I have a list of shots that I'm going to offer. So I don't just say, hey, I want to take pictures of whatever. I find out what the local attractions are, and I actually include a very detailed itinerary of the places I would visit, when I would do it, and everything that would be included, whether it's horseback riding, golfing, restaurants, local attractions. Those are the things that you need to do your research on and include in your proposal. Secondly, have a budget. Be very crystal clear. Tourism boards work with budgets. They work with yearly budgets. So tell them exactly what you would deliver in terms of number of photos and commercial rights and how much that would be. Have samples of your work. So even when you send out a PDF, have already images included. Don't just include a link to your website and have them take the extra step of having to go and find your photos. Included in your pitch. Have references and testimonials, preferably if you have done something similar for somebody else. Make sure to include that as well. And also have a professional presentation. I wouldn't just put all this information on a nice email. I would actually create a nice PDF with a cover letter, customizable, find out who the contact person is, have bold letters, titles, bullet points. Keep it very, very professional. Very much like how when you're applying for a job, you don't send out an email like, hey, I saw this application, I'm really great. No, you send out a resume, a professional resume. So this is what you do. This is the same approach that you would take with a tourism board. Next, reaching out to brands. So sometimes if a brand is not working with you, it's simply because they don't know about you. So you have to be proactive. On Instagram, there's a billion people, there's lots of creators. So you have to be proactive in your approach. So not only do you tag on their Instagram and follow them on Instagram, but also find out who the person is. If you want to send them a direct message on Instagram and find out who their marketing manager is, etc., then do that. And then prepare an email and send out a media kit. So here I'm going to share with you an example of my media kit. So I have my cover letter and I talk a little bit about who I am. But then I include key information that they would be interested in. So for example, number of followers, but more importantly, your engagement. So even if you have 1,000 followers, if you have very high engagement, like 10%, that is fantastic. Include where your audience is from, what their age group is, what their interests are, things that would be of interest to somebody in a marketing position to hire you and work with you. Put previous work that you've done for other companies or other people. And if you haven't, then in this section, what I would do is include photos or samples of your work. So if this is like you're trying to land your brand new partnership, maybe include photos that they can relate to. So if it's like a watch company, go out and take photos of watches and include it in here so they can see a visual of what you would offer them. And now I'm going to get into the challenges of being a landscape photographer. And most of these are mental challenges that we put on ourselves. So the first one would be being creative in the world of social media. And when you're starting off in landscape photography, you tend to follow a lot of people on Instagram that you like. And you sometimes feel compelled to copy their style or copy the way they took a photo. And it's very easy to fall into that trap. So I always recommend go out, try different lenses, use foreground, use framing, use a host of different compositional tools, go at a different time of day, try to do a long exposure, include yourself as a subject for scale. But the important thing is if you really want to stand out and you want to make it as a landscape photographer, you need to have your own unique perspective to this. So even though you think you've seen a million pictures of Lake Louise or Moraine Lake, there's always something different that you can bring to the table. Secondly, and this is different, the first one addressed copycatting. This one is comparing yourself to others. When you're starting off, it's easy to get discouraged when you see somebody that's been doing it for 10 years, that knows exactly what to do in a scene, or somebody that does it for a living, that they have all the time to just go out and shoot a scene over and over again. You might think that there's a long road ahead of you and you're never going to be as good as them. Just compare yourself to your own growth. Like when I started photography, my editing was terrible. I only had one lens and I would shoot during the bright day. I didn't know how to edit properly. I left dust spots from the sensor on my images. Like I did a lot of mistakes. And when you look back and you compare your growth, that's who you need to be comparing yourself to. Not somebody that's been doing it for 10 years and is ahead of you in the game. Just work on yourself and focus on yourself. Also, another thing is it's not easy being a landscape photographer. It requires a lot of discipline. So with the landscape photography, you're always chasing those sunsets and those sunrises. And sadly, you not always get the conditions that you're looking for. So it's really hard, for example, for me, when I get up at 2:30 in the morning to drive 3 hours to go to the mountains to hopefully get a nice sunrise, and then it's really cloudy or really foggy and you can't see anything. And it's really hard to maintain a positive mind frame and to keep going and keep at it. But what I challenge you to do is if you show up at a scene and it is not what you expected, just take the shot anyways. Use every creative tool in your toolbox and take the shot, roll with it. You might walk out with something even more special than you were anticipating. And finally, it takes time and money to build a portfolio, but if you're consistent and you keep going, it will happen for you, I promise. Like I am a mom of 2 boys and I have a full-time job. I work 40 hours a week for a company, and it's taken me 4 years to get to where I am today, but I never quit. I never gave up. I'm gonna be 38. This is not just the game of young people in their 20s who don't have maybe the responsibilities of family. that you see out there, the creators traveling the world. No, you can do it too. If you are a parent, if you've got kids, if you've got a job, it's not too late for you to get in the game. If you're a grandma, it doesn't matter. If you're alive, if you're a pulse, if you have will, if you have creativity, if you have drive, if you have passion and you're dedicated, you can chase your dreams at any age, regardless of the circumstance. So that's what I leave you with. And thank you so very much for watching my presentation.
The haunting call of the loon echoes across the water. The early morning mist creates a sense of wonder, serenity, peacefulness. I find hope in the harmony of nature. My name is Michelle Valberg. I'm a wildlife photographer and Nikon ambassador. You might say, I am obsessed with the natural world. For over 30 years, documenting nature has been my passion. It has been about connecting people to planet through my camera lens. Early morning hours or late day adventures require higher ISO settings and the ability of the camera to see in low light. With the Nikon Z6 II, I have the confidence of the autofocus system to track any animal regardless of the light levels. Combined with the 5-stop in-camera stabilization and lightweight body, my opportunities extend beyond what I ever thought imaginable. When I experience eye-to-eye contact with a wild animal, it's sacred. It's those fleeting, magical moments that keep my passion fueled. The Z6 II silent photography means as little disturbance to the animals as possible. I can be fully immersed in the encounter. I can hear the animal calls, the sound of the water, the wind, the rain, not the sound of my shutter. Wildlife encounters can happen fiercely and quickly. Being ready and anticipating next moves are lessons I have learned over the years. The Nikon Z6 II now offers 14 frames per second, meaning more opportunity to capture the action as it unfolds. With the FTZ adapter, I can use all my existing Nikkor F lenses without any image quality or functionality loss. The 500mm PF and 800mm are my go-to wildlife lenses. As a visual storyteller, I love that I can use my camera to make a difference. With a focus on the beauty, vulnerability, and magic that exists in our natural world. I want to inspire people to become better stewards of the earth for our children and grandchildren. It's up to each one of us to contribute, and my job is to keep innovating as a photographer with new tools and techniques because there is no end to what nature has to teach us. I plan on being a student for life.
Welcome everyone. We are here again for day 2 of Vistek ProFusion's online show. So we've just been finishing off the last seminar a little while ago. I'm here again. I went and presented yesterday doing a Z6 II and Z7 II presentation. Today, we're going to be talking about both DSLR and mirrorless technology. Now, the one thing I'll say with this is that one technology is not necessarily better than the other. Every single shooter, every single videographer, every single person out there who's considering a DSLR or mirrorless choice, your choice might be different than the person right next to you. So you have to keep in mind that this presentation does go through a lot of information. We are going to be going through quite a few different factors of what you might consider when thinking about your next purchase, whether it is a DSLR or a mirrorless camera. Some of those things that we're going to be talking about is obviously the viewfinder is a major difference between the two. Battery life, ergonomics, the build quality, size and weight, lens compatibility, and the autofocus system. So we're going to be talking about all of that over the next half hour, 45 minutes or so. It might spill over a little bit into the 1 o'clock time slot because there's nothing on after me. So if you do have questions, you can have them answered a couple ways. You can either pop them in the chat right now, and if I have time during this, it's going to be a pretty tight seminar. But if I have time, I will be answering them live. But if you aren't able to get your question answered live right now, I will be back here at 4:30 p.m. today. And at 4:30 p.m., I'll be answering, just basically doing a live QA session. So anybody has a question about anything. It can be about DSLRs, lenses, accessories, flashes, you name it. If it's about Nikon, you can ask me. The one thing I can pretty much guaranteed not be able to answer is anything about future products. There was a couple people yesterday who were asking about future products, and just like when we're at shows, my answer is always, I don't know. They don't tell us so that we don't have to lie to you, because we can't be going and giving out information about future products. So they keep it very, very under a very, very tight lid, and they don't even tell a lot of Nikon employees until the day of launch. Okay, so we will get started then, talking about the viewfinder, specifically the optical viewfinder that's found in a DSLR. Now, this pretty much hasn't changed in decades, I'll say. We have maybe gotten better glass, better prisms that'll go in and allow more light to pass through. So the image might have gotten a little bit bigger, a little bit brighter, but the overall technology of an optical viewfinder really hasn't changed much at all. And that's usually a good thing. For somebody who is a proponent of shooting DSLRs, having an optical viewfinder that hasn't changed in days, months, years, decades is a good thing for those people. Now, some of the good things about the optical viewfinder is it is very bright and lifelike, especially as you start getting into our top tier cameras, the D850, the D6, those type of cameras have an unbelievably bright viewfinder. Because you're looking directly through a bunch of prisms and mirrors, you are going to be seeing an instantaneous, well, as close as it can be, instantaneous image directly through that viewfinder. So there's no time lag whatsoever. And it says here it doesn't affect battery life. Okay, technically it does. There are some slight mats that have to turn on in the OVF, but it pretty much is negligible in terms of the battery life that it will affect. And because people are used to it, it is very natural. You are going to be very comfortable when looking through it. So specifically people who wear glasses, some EVFs on the market, you may not have a very comfortable time viewing, just due to the fact that you might be a little bit too close. It may not look clear enough to you. So for certain people, the optical viewfinder is best. Now, who is this best for? And I'll kind of do this a lot of the time. I'll kind of try and break it down if it needs it, who this technology is best for, and then at the very end of each kind of section, I'll break down kind of the pros of each type of technology. So specifically for an optical viewfinder, if you really want to push the boundaries of what it is you're shooting, sports, wildlife, and action, because there's no time lag, because it's very lifelike and very bright, you can be getting some of the best results from an optical viewfinder if these are the #1 things that you shoot all the time. Now, switching over to the electronic viewfinder, this is, I'll say, a very polarizing one. At least it used to be. When mirrorless cameras first started coming around, and even just before we came out with our Z series, I heard a lot of people saying, "Oh, I don't like looking at a tiny TV screen," and the EVF was kind of splitting people right down the middle. You had people who were saying, I'm going to mirrorless because I want an EVF and the benefits that it provides, some of which I'll talk about in a second. But you had a huge other camp which basically said, I don't want to be looking through a tiny TV screen. That doesn't look realistic to me. I don't care what the resolution is, it doesn't look realistic. And that was one of the biggest challenges that Nikon had when we came up with our Z system, was to come up with an incredibly realistic EVF. So the EVF that we have in the Z5, the Z6, the Z7, the Z6 II, and the Z7 II is all the same. It's a 3.6 million dot resolution OLED screen. Has 100% coverage. You have 80% magnification. But the biggest fact of all of that, to be totally honest with you, isn't the resolution, isn't the size. It's how realistic our EVF truly is. And to be honest with you, the reason for that is because of what you're seeing at the very bottom there, a spherical lens element. We actually put a lot of effort making sure that the elements that we have in the EVF are able to reproduce an incredibly lifelike view that you can't get from every other product out there. So that, for me, I would say is one of the biggest benefits of the Nikon EVF. Yes, there might be higher EVF resolutions on the market, but in terms of realistic views, basically trying to mimic as close as we can to an optical viewfinder in terms of the lifelike, in terms of the sharpness. I personally think that we really nailed it, hit it right out of the park. Now, some of the benefits for shooting with an EVF, the biggest one is what you see is what you get. What a lot of people say, WYSIWYG. You basically are able to see your exposure. You're able to see your picture controls, your depth of field. You're able to see all of this right in the actual viewfinder itself. Now, exposure obviously makes a difference, but a lot of people say picture controls. Why do I care about picture controls, especially if I'm shooting RAW? I'm just going to be going and editing my file afterwards anyways. Well, true, but one of the amazing things, and well, actually, you know what? The way I'll say it is, if anybody's ever actually shot black and white, you know how much of a variance your color photo might actually be from your black and white photo. And this is a good example. So this is the color photo. This is shot by one of our ambassadors, Christian Bogner. And if you take this and just turn it black and white, this is what you get. And okay, that works. But I wanted to have a little bit more mood, a little bit more impact to it. So for me, I would actually have to dial it down -2.5 stops to get -2/3 of a stop, sorry, to get this, plus boosting the contrast just a little bit. And that does work, but what happens if I went and used one of our creative picture controls? If I use graphite, I could go and get this. But the big difference is this shot was plus 2/3 of a stop overexposed. So I have plus 2/3 of a stop overexposed and minus 2/3 of a stop overexposed. And that's just in the black and white. Never mind what the original photo was. So if you've shot black and white in the past, you know that there can be a very big variance between what your color photo kind of looks like and what your end result will have to be played with to get it where you want. The amazing thing about the EVF is you're able to see that right in the viewfinder. So you can make sure that you're getting the shot and the exposure and the focus that you expect before you even take the shot. Something else to help with making sure your focus is and your depth of field is right is focus peaking. So you can go and change this in terms of the level. You can have it be level 1, 2, 3, or totally turn it off. And you can even change the color. So you can have it be red, yellow, blue, or white, and that'll basically allow you to change through the EVF what color you see your focus shifting to. Now I'm seeing a question here by Ted. Wondering if you could show the mirrorless blackout, what it looks like when shooting a burst. I shoot wildlife and I understand the camera keeps recording the photos. Can you still see your subject? So I will say that, Ted, so we have two different ways of shooting burst mode. We have continuous high and continuous high plus. Continuous high, you will get a little bit of a blackout times, just like you would see with a DSLR. With the Z6 II and Z7 II, we have shortened that blackout time considerably down, so you will see your subject matter for a little bit longer of a period. But if you shoot in continuous high, and this is basically for all brands out there, when you go into the high burst mode, you're not actually going to be seeing the direct shot or the exact subject at that moment in time. What you're actually going to be seeing is the last photo. So it's showing you almost a slideshow of the last photo that you just took. So what does that mean for wildlife or birding or action in general? It means you as the photographer need to anticipate just a little bit more. Now, obviously some subject matter that does make it a little bit more difficult if they are very erratically moving, but that is the nature of the beast with an EVF due to the fact that there is a slight time lag, and when you push into continuous high plus, then you are going to be having that kind of slideshow look that just you need to just essentially train your brain a little bit more into how to anticipate rather than how you're used to shooting with a DSLR. Will it be a little bit of a change at the very beginning when you first switch over? If you've been shooting with DSLRs for years and years and years, yes. But mirrorless cameras do have a lot of benefits, as I mentioned right off the bat, just with the EVF being able to see your exposure and your focus. You're able to see all of that before you even take the shot. Being able to anticipate a little bit more, you just have to train yourself to get used to it just a little bit. So what I will say here is that who's it best for? Now, obviously, landscape, portrait, macro photography, yes, but I still have in there sports and wildlife, because I was just answering Ted and saying that you have to just train your brain to anticipate a little bit more. Jay, thanks very much, keeping it up, buddy. You were actually, I know, Jay, you were out shooting yesterday, shooting eagles with your Z6 II, and you got a fantastic shot. Jay was sending me shots at like 1, 2 in the morning, 41 shot sequences of a bald eagle as it was actually flying through. He had some posts in the way, and it tracked it the entire time. And Jay has just had to, just like the rest of us, go through and just figure out what works best for him in terms of the autofocus, but also how to track and anticipate that action. So I still say that a mirrorless camera, the EVF specifically, can definitely be used for sports and wildlife, but you just have to be aware that it is going to be a little bit of a change if you are very used to shooting with a DSLR. So what are some of the pros of the DSLR? More traditional, bright and clear, great for sports. With mirrorless, though, you have your what you see is what you get. You get to customize it to your shooting style. So what I mean by that is I have my Z bodies, all of them, so that my playback after I've taken the shot is turned off, because I've actually already seen what the image is going to look like in terms of exposure before I even shoot. So I actually have my function 1 button here set up as my playback. So as I'm firing, I don't need to look at every single shot, but when there's a break in action, I can hit my function 1 and it'll pop up either in the on the LCD or in the EVF. So you're able to customize the mirrorless cameras just a little bit more. And like I said, you don't have to chimp. I don't have to look at every single photo that I've taken, because I know most of them are going to be perfect in terms of focus and exposure based on what I saw before I took it. Now, obviously, you want to see if you caught the action, if you captured that particular moment, and you definitely still want to be able to hit that playback button quickly, but you don't need to do it all the time. Okay, so now let's go and switch over and talk about battery life. Now, right off the bat, I will say that DSLRs are going to win this battle. DSLRs are incredibly efficient. We've been able to distill down the technology for decades now, and we've been able to really make an incredibly efficient system with our DSLRs. Pretty much every single body in our Nikon lineup gets thousands of shots per charge. Our D6 gets over 3,500 shots per charge. Our D850 gets almost 2,000 shots. Our D780 gets well over 2,000 shots. So that's pretty amazing. So a mirrorless camera, just due to the fact that you're going to have either the LCD or the EVF turned on pretty much all the time, and because of that, the sensor is turned on all the time, you are going to have more of a drain on the actual camera itself. That is, we cannot get around that. But I will say that when you go and look at the actual facts of what the numbers, the SEPA regulated numbers say versus your real life shooting experience, I would say they're going to be vastly, vastly different. The Z6 and Z7, when they came out, they were roughly in the mid to high 300 range, maybe low 400 range. And a lot of people, when we came out with it, said, oh my God, I'm going from 2,000 shots down to 300. How am I ever going to do this? This is brutal. I'm never going to touch mirrorless. But then people actually started shooting with the mirrorless cameras, and they started going, oh, wait a second, in real world situations, which is not how SEPA tests the batteries, we're getting way, way more battery life than we expect. On average, I'm probably getting about 1,300 shots per charge. I know I've customized my camera to really kind of get it as lean as I can. And I don't go through all the menus all the time. I kind of have my workflow pretty nailed down, but I'm easily getting over 1,000 shots per charge. If you first buy into a mirrorless camera, you will notice when you're playing through the menus, playing with all the autofocus modes, jumping back and forth between the EVF and the LCD screen, you will notice that your battery life is probably pretty close to the stated SEPA numbers. But don't worry, give it a couple of weeks. As you start playing around with the camera and getting to know it, your battery life is drastically going to go up. Now, what I'm showing here is a screenshot of one of our MPS members. This is John Blacker. He shoots a lot of sports in action, a lot of Blue Jays, Toronto Blue Jays stuff. And he sent me this from, I believe he was doing gymnastics this day. And he sent me this as a text saying, So I'm not too sure about this battery life, but I think it sucks. And as you can see here, he's at almost 5,000 shots on a single charge, and he still has 30% battery life remaining. Now, I am not saying that you are going to get this every single time. That is absolutely not the case. But I will let you know that the cameras are actually optimized to shoot at a faster frame rate. So if you're only shooting one shot at a time, you actually won't get as good of battery life as if you are shooting in continuous bursts. So because he was shooting a lot of action, he was getting incredibly good battery life. Yeah, this is not to say everybody's going to go do it. There's a big asterisk that should pop up right now, but this definitely is possible. Now, ways that you can maximize your battery life. First off, you can go and prioritize the viewfinder. So you can actually cycle through the little display on the top of the prism here. And by cycling through, by prioritizing the viewfinder, the LCD screen essentially will never turn on unless you hit playback. Then it'll basically work like it would as a DSLR. But it'll only turn on the EVF when you put your eye up to the camera. If you just have it sitting on a table, it won't actually turn on. So that's a good way to kind of start. You can go and set your power off delivery to a very short time. That's your C3 in your custom setting menu. And then, just like I kind of recommended, don't look at every single photo that you've taken. Get used to the fact, have a little trust in the fact that the exposure and the focus is going to be there. You just have to make sure that you're capturing the moment. Okay, so let's now talk about some ergonomics and build. So we'll start off with DSLRs. Now, obviously, I'll mainly be talking about our higher end DSLRs and mirrorless here, but the Pro DSLR bodies are heavily protected. They are protected against weather sealed, against dust, against moisture. They are very, very well controlled to deal with the external elements. I'll say almost all of our bodies have a full magnesium alloy shell as well, so very durable. They also have incredible customization. So when it comes to the ergonomics, how the actual cameras fit and feel as you're shooting day to day, there's so much customization for you to do, and you can go and dedicate a lot of the buttons and controls to how you individually want to actually shoot. Now, when it comes to mirrorless, I'll say it's pretty much going to be a tie between these two, because our Z5, Z6, Z6 II, Z7, Z7 II, they're all fully weather sealed. So any of our full frame mirrorless bodies are completely weather sealed. They have the same gasket sealing as our DSLRs. And I think this was one of the biggest things that a lot of our DSLR customers were really kind of like, oof, okay, Nikon did it right when we came out with the initial Z6 and Z7, because I used to hear years ago, before we came into the mirrorless market, that, oh yeah, I've kind of dabbled in shooting mirrorless, and I'll use my mirrorless camera when it's bright and sunny out, but as soon as it starts snowing, raining, if I'm worried about the conditions at all, I'll go and grab my trusty Nikon. And that was always kind of the phrasing, my trusty Nikon, I know it can go anywhere with me. Well, our mirrorless cameras, Nikon Z system, they are built to the same standards as our DSLR. So you don't have to worry about picking or choosing one over the other. You have the same great moisture, weather sealing, along with build quality as well. So again, all of our Z6, Z6 II, Z7, Z7 II, full magnesium alloy shell. Our Z50 has a full magnesium alloy shell. The Z5 has a partial magnesium alloy chassis, but so they're still very durable, but still a little bit lighter as well. And that's the biggest thing when we first came out with the system, is for ergonomics, for how the mirrorless cameras felt. The number one thing I heard from people was it feels like a Nikon. And I think that's one of the biggest check marks that somebody can really go and think of. Because if the camera doesn't feel good, if it feels like a tiny, thin little brick that doesn't have a grip at all, especially when you start putting on longer lenses, it's not going to be comfortable. You're not going to want to go and pick up that lens and that body day in and day out. So by the fact that we have a very similar layout in terms of buttons and the menu system to our DSLRs, this was a really good thing for our mirrorless system. It meant that there was very little retraining of your brain. You can just go pick up a Z camera and not really have to worry about it. So when it comes to the pros of both, I would say that they're essentially the same. You have great ergonomics of both. You have both amazing weather sealing, and you both have magnesium alloy chassis, and depending on the body, also our carbon fiber material as well. So very, very good build, very good ergonomics for both systems. So I'd kind of call this one a bit of a draw. Now, let's talk about size and weight. And this is going to be an easy one because, there we go, done. DSLRs are bigger. That's all I need to say. Now, not always the case. Obviously, there's some mirrorless cameras on the market that are actually even bigger and heavier than our D850 even. And that's a choice that the manufacturer made. They were going after a particular segment of the market, and it's working for them, and it's a good thing. But for a lot of the customers that we had talked to, they wanted our mirrorless system to be an alternative to a larger and heavier DSLR. They wanted something smaller and lighter. So our DSLRs, for the most part, are going to be larger and heavier than any equivalent mirrorless body that you can go and look at. And that's really just down to physics. There's a lot of space inside a DSLR that is required, whether we're talking about the mirror, whether we're talking about the large prism. When you follow that ray of light, it's going to have to bounce off the mirror, it's going to have to bounce through the prism and out the optical viewfinder. And you need a lot of real estate to actually go and do that. So the nice thing about DSLRs is a lot of people some people like the feel, but with our mirrorless cameras, they're smaller and lighter, but you still have that feel of a Nikon. Okay, so let me take a few minutes now to just kind of break down the size and weight of our mirrorless Z system. And I'm really going to kind of start from the basics, and I'm going to go talking about the mount, because the mount is really what determines a lot of the size and weight requirements for the system. So right off the bat, you can see that the diameter of the actual mounts, from our Z mount on the left to our F mount, which we've had since 1959, on the right there with the D850. The Z mount is significantly larger, but this detail, the size of the diameter, isn't actually the first thing that our engineers looked at when they looked at redesigning our mount. It was the actual flange distance. And the flange distance refers to the amount of distance between the mount and the sensor itself. So if you actually look at, I've highlighted here on both the bodies, the little circle with the line through it. If you actually horizontally create a line from that little hash mark, that is going to be on every single Nikon body that we make. And what that denotes is where the sensor is within the body, what depth it's actually in within that particular body. And as you can see with the yellow box there, that yellow box denotes the flange distance. So with our Z system, we were able to take it from a really large 46.5 mil flange distance, very, very large distance from the rear of the lens to where the actual sensor is. We got that down to 16 millimeters. That is the thinnest on the market. And it really was in itself an unbelievable achievement being able to get it that thin. So once our engineers essentially decided, okay, we've got it this thin, we've been able to make it up to our Nikon specs, then they went and figured out how large could they go and make that mount while still having a balance of, okay, it's not too big that the entire system gets massive, but it's big enough that we're able to really push the boundaries of what our F-mount lenses were able to even to achieve at this point in time. So when you go and look at, as I showed you before, the mount itself is much, much larger, and there's a couple big benefits right off the bat. The first one being the fact that our Z mount can now we can design lenses we weren't able to before. And one of those kind of facts I'll throw out there is when you look at our F mount and even the Sony E mount, we could only create a 1.4 aperture lens as the maximum aperture. That's with autofocus and exposure, just due to the size that the actual mount could not physically allow more light through to create a larger lens. But with this Z mount, we can get to 0.95. Unbelievable. I actually have, sitting back here, the 58 Noct, the 0.95 Noct, which is just a spectacular lens. But while that lens in itself is amazing, and I want to, every time I shoot a portrait with it, I want to go and use that lens because it is just a masterpiece of showing what the Z mount is capable of. That really isn't the point of the Z system. Not every lens that we're going to come out with is going to be 0.95 because obviously it's going to be a larger lens. It's going to be a heavier lens. It is going to be more expensive. So what is the other benefit of the actual Z mount if it doesn't come down to the fact that we can just make these larger lenses? Well, a lot of it comes down to the optics and what that means for you, for actual consumers, when you're picking these Z lenses up, the benefit you're really seeing. So when I do a quick little comparison here and I show you the relatively small F mount, what that F mount essentially forces our engineers to do when they make a lens is the rear element has to be relatively small. The diameter of it has to be relatively small. And because of that, when light actually enters the lens, it has to be refracted out to make sure that it can contact the edges of the sensor. Well, when you go and increase the size of that Z mount, and this is obviously a bit of a depiction here, the rear element can be much, much bigger. And when you have that same light streaming through the lens, it's able to not have to be heavily refracted, which means that the corners are going to be way, way sharper. And you're actually going to be able to, as I mentioned before, capture more light. So 0.95, 1.2 lenses are now possible. But the biggest factor for me is what this means in terms of overall, I'll say, image quality. Usually, when an engineer is making a lens, is designing a lens, they essentially have to, let's kind of break it down, let's simplify and talk about portrait lenses. When you look at a portrait lens, you're really trying to balance, I want amazing bokeh, but at the same time, I want a sharp lens. Well, you usually can't get both. And you will see this on the market. You'll see lenses on the market that are touted to be unbelievably sharp. Oh my God, I can't believe how good the center sharpness is. But when you look at the bokeh in the back, it's a little bit noisy. It doesn't look as natural, doesn't have a three-dimensional feel to it. And likewise, when you get a really, really good bokeh out of a lens, chances are the sharpness is not going to be the best on the market, especially shot fully wide open. Well, the amazing thing about pretty much all of our Z lenses is there's no real balancing act that our engineers are having to do. You're able to essentially have your cake and eat it too. This was shot on our 51.2, another absolutely spectacular portrait lens that we've recently come out with. And the amazing thing that I find about this lens is you get this really nice creamy bokeh in the background. It's unbelievable. You get a really nice kind of three-dimensional feel from what's in focus to what's out of focus. But at the same time, when you go and zoom in, this shot was taken at 1.2. And with almost every single one of our Z lenses, yes, you have unbelievable sharpness, not only in the center, but also the corners. They have them great for video. You can get fast apertures, but that last point up top right is really what kind of nails it for me. And it's, you have almost no penalty to shooting fully wide open. You can shoot at 1.2, you can shoot at 1.4, you can shoot at f2, you can stop down to f4, and the sharpness is pretty much the same. Will it get a little bit better? Okay, if you're being really, really picky. But I would say that you're almost having no reason to shoot anything but wide open. There's no balancing act that you have to go and have to do. So when it comes to lens compatibility, let's quickly talk about DSLR lenses. Obviously, you have over 100 million Nikons that have been sold in the lifetime of the Nikon lenses being sold. So there are a lot of lenses out there. You have huge compatibilities. Now, bringing it over onto the mirrorless side, obviously we do have less native Nikon Z lenses that we have out in the market. Currently, we have, I believe, 14 plus a couple teleconverters. By the end of 2021, we will have 24 native Z lenses that are going to be available. So in under 3 years, just under a little over 3 years, I guess that'll be, we'll have had over 24 lenses that we've announced, which is pretty spectacular when you think about how much effort that goes into making not just lenses to get them on the market. Every single one of these Z lenses that I have personally tested, when I compare them against what else is in the market, whether it's an F-mount lens or a competitor lens, the Z lenses are wiping the floor with them. We're talking corner sharpness, center sharpness, shooting wide open, bokeh, a lack of aberrations. It is unbelievable how fast we've come out with these lenses, but the quality that they have as well. So that in itself is good. The fact that we are heavily pushing our production of native Nikkor Z lenses, but we also have an adapter. Our FTZ adapter gives you access to over 90 Nikkor lenses, F-mount lenses, and that give full compatibility. And we have over 300 Nikkor lenses that can be going and mounted and put on this system. So really, really amazing right there. And one thing I will say is that people, when they hear adapters, their first thought is, okay, what am I going to lose? It's going to decrease the sharpness of my picture. I'm going to lose stops of light. What's the downside? And the downside for us is really nothing. In some ways, you're actually gaining things because we have IBIS in all of our full frame cameras. When you go and put any F-mount lens that does not have a VR built into it, you now have IBIS in that lens thanks to the sensor movement. So when we say that we have an adapter, it's almost more of a bridge. That bridge essentially is just filling out that exact same flange distance that I was talking about before. So the entire reason of the FTZ adapter is merely just to put the proper spacing between the lens and the sensor. That's pretty much it. Okay, so let me quickly talk about autofocus. I'm just over 1 o'clock here, so I still have a little bit of extra time. We still definitely have some people watching, so I appreciate that. So let's quickly talk about autofocus, and I will start talking about DSLR. Well, sorry, I'll start talking about autofocus in general, because there's two main types of autofocus. The first is contrast detect. Contrast detect, if anybody's using a DSLR and you've used it in your on your LCD screen on the back, if you've seen it be a little bit slower and not quite as smooth as when you're shooting through the viewfinder, there's a reason for that. The reason is because of how contrast detect has to actually work. So I'm going to kind of walk you through it here. So if you have a subject, let's say your little rubber ducky, as the camera is trying to focus, it realizes at this point, as it's cycling through the focus of the lens, that this is in focus. But it doesn't know that it's perfectly in focus at this point. So it has to actually go past your subject to narrow it down. So it has to take a second pass and realize, okay, there it is. It's much better here. And now I'm only showing 2 passes here, but in reality, it's sometimes doing 3, 4, 5, 6 different passes. And that's why you hear what's sometimes called hunting with a DSLR when using it in the LCD mode, LCD autofocus, because it literally has to hunt and narrow down where the subject matter is and what the focus is for it. Now, the good part about contrast detect is it is, I'll say, as close to 100% in focus that you can get. It is incredibly accurate in terms of getting your focus right. The downsides, obviously, it's going to be a little bit slower, and there will be the visible hunting that does occur sometimes. Now, we have a second type of autofocus, and this is if you have a DSLR and you shoot through the optical viewfinder, this is the type of autofocus that you would be familiar with here. Now, this is a very, very, very vast simplification. But essentially, if you're used to any of the old SLRs back in the day, where they actually had kind of a split prism, and as soon as you were able to line that subject matter up in that little prism, you knew right away that that subject was in focus. Well, this is similar to how the phase detect autofocus system, make sure it's phase, not face, phase detect, works in a DSLR when shooting through the optical viewfinder. So the benefits of phase detect autofocus is it's very fast, it's very smooth, and it happens all at one time. There's no narrowing down or hunting that's required. So let's look at specifically, and I was almost kind of walked through it a little bit, but let's specifically look at light as it enters a DSLR. It's going to be bounced up through the mirror, through the prism, through the optical viewfinder, but there's also a small sub mirror that actually sends some light down to the autofocus module in the bottom of the camera. So a lot of people don't realize that the brains of a DSLR are I guess the eyes of an of a DSLR are actually in the bottom of the camera there. So this dedicated autofocus module lives in the bottom, and it's fed some light directly from the sub mirror, and it is a dedicated autofocus module. And this gives the DSLR its eyes. And basically all of what you see in the layout in the optical viewfinder is dictated by where the autofocus points are within the actual AF module. Okay, so with a DSLR, your autofocus module will use phase detection to get your autofocus. It's very quick and very capable, specifically for moving subject matter. So who is it best for? Well, obviously, I already kind of talked about this for DSLRs in the past, but birds in flight, we're talking about fast action, and it's really for users who are used to DSLRs and how their autofocus system works, and they're comfortable with it. Now, when it comes to our mirrorless, specifically Nikon mirrorless autofocus, we're using a hybrid system, and we actually use both types of contrast and phase detect. So the initial very smooth and fluid and fast autofocus is done by the phase detect of the hybrid AF system. And then the camera narrows down the very final 100% accurate final focus point using contrast detect. So by using this hybrid system, we really get the best of both worlds. You have the accuracy of contrast detect, and you have the speed of your phase detect. Now, one thing I didn't really mention is that when you have your phase detect, and I'll go back a slide or two just to kind of show this, because you have your AF module in a separate place from where the photo is actually being taken, which is the sensor, there can sometimes be slight offsets that need to be fixed. So this is why a lot of our cameras have a front or all, we call it autofocus fine tuning. The AF fine tune feature will help correct for any discrepancies, any front or back focusing that the system does not, that isn't aware of, because where the camera is making the autofocus reading is different than where the picture is actually being taken. So you might have either a front or a back focus that you need to correct for by using AF fine tune. Well, the great thing about our hybrid AF system with the Z cameras is you don't have to worry about AF fine tuning your lenses, because you're using contrast detect and you don't have to worry about it, because all your autofocus points are directly on the sensor itself. You also get much larger coverage when it comes to Z bodies over the DSLR equivalents. We get 90% coverage in both the horizontal and vertical direction. So really large coverage. Pretty much anywhere you can see, your camera can go and focus. And one of the biggest, I'll say, advantages for our mirrorless hybrid autofocus, and our users have seen it, is we are able to make really big changes throughout the life of the product through firmware updates. With a DSLR, that autofocus module, once it leaves our factory, there's very little that we can kind of change to it, because the technology is baked into that actual module, and there's not a lot we can do. We can't increase the coverage area, we can't increase the speed of it, because it's all how it's manufactured. But mirrorless cameras, they're really dictated by a lot of the algorithms within the system. And by being able to change the algorithms, we can go and essentially change how the autofocus system works. And our users, as I said, have seen this. We now have face detect, eye detect, animal detect in all of our cameras. And the Z6 and Z7, when we first came out with them, did not have eye detect, did not have animal detect. And we have vastly improved the autofocus performance since the cameras have come out. So you are getting major firmware updates, and you're able to get major firmware updates with mirrorless cameras compared with DSLRs. So photo enthusiastic, Jim. Yes, I knew that even before you told me. So Jim's asking, is it correct to say that AF fine-tune tuning is not required on Nikon mirrorless cameras? And I would say correct. I have personally not seen a case in which you need to AF fine-tune your lens. Now, the next question might be, why do we then even have an AF fine-tune feature in the cameras if you don't need to? Well, the answer is you don't need to, but some people want to. Some people either want that control, they really want to be able to make sure that they're able to get it exactly how they like it, and that may actually mean shifting the plane of focus. If you want a little bit more back bokeh, front bokeh, you're able to shift it just a little bit based on what you like. So we didn't want to take that feature away from people because we know that a lot of our users do want that control, do want to be able to test their cameras. And so we include that feature in there, but you shouldn't need to. Especially, well, actually, no, I was going to say, especially if you're using Nikkor Z lenses, but no, regardless of whether you're using F-mount or Nikkor Z, there really shouldn't be a difference. No, not even for adapted lenses. Jim, you shouldn't need them because the sensor itself is where the autofocus points are, and because of that, you, regardless of whether you have a native Z lens, an FTZ adapter on there, that path of light going through there is being corrected by, or is being, I'll say, confirmed by the autofocus points on the sensor. You may not get, I'll say most of our native Z lenses are going to be better corrected for a lot of things, such as focusing on the corners, because they're going to have less focus breathing. So yes, the Z lenses will be better in some ways, but in terms of just pure needing to AF fine tune, there really shouldn't be a difference. Now, when we talk about autofocus and mirrorless, I will say that a lot of online reviewers may not give mirrorless cameras, specifically the Z bodies, the fair shake that they should be. They may not take the time to really get to know the system. So for me, the biggest question I get asked a lot of time is, how good is the Z6, Z7, Z6 II, Z7 II, now that we have those bodies? How good is the autofocus system? Well, obviously, if you're shooting landscapes, it's going to be more than enough. Every camera on the market is going to be able to do a really good job. Macro photography in particular does a spectacular job because you now have the ability to go and use your focus peaking to get really, really precise shots. So in these areas, unbelievable, you'd have no issue whatsoever. But what about when we start talking about moving subject matter? Well, these are a lot of these shots I'm showing I've taken. I've been to a couple air shows in the last couple of years that Nikon's been a part of, and whether we're talking about, I believe that's in the F-18, we had the US, I believe these are the Thunderbirds come in, and while this large flying in formation isn't necessarily going to be one of the biggest tests you'll put a camera through, the fact that this was taken on a Z7 with a 500mm PF, and I'm able to zoom in and see the pilot's name, that to me is really, really impressive. But a lot of people go and shoot action and specifically wildlife and birds. And as I mentioned earlier, Jay was going and shooting just yesterday. Jay's one of our reps out west. But I've done a lot of birds in flight as well. And whether it's birds in flight or just sports in general, I've been shooting with the cameras since essentially day one, and I've gotten fantastic results right from the get-go. This is something that I was actually shooting prior to. This was taken with the pre-production Z6. I was able to go and shoot one of our Canadian Football League games. And the amazing thing about this sequence is, yes, he was running through, yes, he was kind of jumping around the frame a little bit. But if you go back a couple frames and you zoom in, you can see the individual threads on his jersey. So the biggest thing that I say to people when it comes to shooting with the Z system, specifically with autofocus, is you have to get to know the system. Every DSLR is a little bit different, but the Z, well, I'll say all mirrorless bodies, regardless of the brand, are going to be different than if you're used to shooting with a DSLR. So you have to take the time to learn the system. If you just pick the camera up, go shoot the exact same way you are with a DSLR, as I was talking earlier to, who was I talking to? Ted. I was saying that you need to anticipate a little bit more. You need to kind of just get into the rhythm of shooting with a mirrorless camera. So you just need to get used to the camera, and then you're really going to start seeing the results. So when you look at the pros, the benefits of a DSLR autofocus, it's tried and true. People are used to it. There's very little learning curve that people are going to have to go through. And specifically for birds in flight and very fast action, when people want to be comfortable right out of the gate, that's really going to be where they're going to feel more comfortable with right away. But with mirrorless, as long as you go and actually learn the system, if you don't just pick it up once and start firing, this doesn't work for me, and throw it away, that's not how you work with any new technology. You have to learn what autofocus system works for you. I was talking to Michelle Valberg the other day. She's actually switched a lot of the time to auto area AF when she's shooting with her Z6 or her Z6 II. So back in the DSLR days, I can tell you for a fact, she never would have shot with auto area with any of our DSLRs, but she's doing it most of the time now with her Z6 II. That's how much confidence she has in the system. She also shoots a lot of the time, as do I, with our wide area. With our DSLRs, I use more dynamic, but I don't use our dynamic on the Z system. I use more of the group equivalent, which is our wide area. So you have to kind of find out what works best for you. But some of the benefits are you are getting newer technology. It is a fully updatable system. And as long as you do take the time, you will go and get unbelievable results. Okay. So Alan says, he wants to go back to viewfinders. How much of a problem is wearing glasses for the EVF, or do you need to use a screen more for normal shooting? I would say, Alan, I have no problem at all using our Z system, whether it's the Z50, even the DX, or any of our full frame ones. I have no problem whatsoever. I never have to take my glasses off, and I have horrible eyes. I never have to take my glasses off, or I never have to look at the LCD screen. So for ours, we have a really good eye point. So it's a distance between where your eye should be to see all the information. I have no problem with it whatsoever. I don't know that I've really heard people complain about that. No, that for me wouldn't be something I would worry about at all. Let me go through here. K-Dub. Jay, if you or if anybody else can go and let me know, do we have an exact date on the Z7 II? Okay, so yep, so we are. I can confirm that, K-Dub, that December 10th. You are correct. It is the shipping date for the Z7. And Jay, okay, that's your birthday. And Jeffrey's asking, not sure if this question has been asked, but can the Z7 II work as well with the PCE as the DSLR? Oh my God. Okay, so Jeffrey, I will say that the PCE lenses take on a new life when you're using them with our Z bodies, because when you're composing your shot, you essentially had to do it by eye or by knowledge. If you were comfortable with PCE lenses or our tilt shift lenses before using a DSLR, you essentially had to know, because the optical viewfinder may have been a little bit difficult to see what you were tilting or shifting. With our focus peaking turned on in any of our Z bodies, I got to tell you right now that you're able to see, because the focus shift, as you're tilting or shifting the plane of focus, you're able to see it in real time being done by the camera, and it is a lifesaver. For me, I don't like using our tilt shift lenses. Let's put it that way. I'll be politically correct. I don't particularly like using them when it comes to our DSLRs, just due to the fact that there's a lot of guesswork unless you're incredibly comfortable with them and you shoot with them all the time. Even using the LCD screen with, let's say, the D750, it becomes a little bit difficult to really know exactly what you're getting versus what you're changing. Our Z system, oh, I have absolutely no problem using any of our tilt shift lenses. It is spectacular. Okay, and we have just a few minutes left. Oh, thank you. I got Russ. On here answering as well. Russ is another one of our reps, confirming that is December 10th. So, Felix, I cannot guarantee what the Z6 II ProRes RAW 4K is. I have not been able to test that myself yet. I will be getting my Z6 II, and I'll hopefully be able to be putting it through its paces. But I have not been able to confirm how we're actually taking the signal for the ProRes RAW. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this now. If anybody does have any questions that they want answered, you can still throw them in the chat, and make sure you come back at 4:30. 4:30, I will be back here at this exact same link, and I will be here doing a live QA session. So any questions you have about any Nikon products, feel free, ask away. I will be here with my little elves in my ear telling me what I need to. And sorry, what is it? Time lapse. Okay, my little elf is saying that in 9 minutes time, 8 minutes time, we are going to be talking about time lapses. I believe actually I might have been doing this. I think this was a pre-recorded. This was a pre-recorded seminar that myself and one of our NPS tech reps, Mo Labad, we went and did a joint time-lapse presentation. So if you are interested in learning about time-lapse, basically from the easy way of doing it, using the built-in movie mode, or doing it all the way manual yourself, where you use our intervalometer, our interval timer shooting option, where you shoot still images and then you go use third-party software to combine them together into a proper movie file. If you want to kind of learn about all the ins and outs, what works, what doesn't, feel free to check that out in 7.5 minutes now. But if you do have any specific questions for me and the rest of our team, because I'm just here as the face of it, we do have an entire Nikon team backed up here, making sure that all of your questions are answered, not just at the 4:30 time, but throughout the entire day. So before I go, I will make a comment that I know we threw it in the comments before, but make sure that if you are thinking about making a purchase, Vistek is going to be making their specials available until 10 p.m. tonight. We know that there was a few issues yesterday, obviously due to the huge crowds that they had barging down their online doors. So they will be extending out the specials that they will be offering until 10 p.m. tonight. So if you are curious about getting any special pricing, make sure you register, make sure you go and get that pricing. And if you decide to go and get yourself a new Nikon camera. All right, everybody, until 4:30, I will see you later. Make sure you enjoy the rest of the seminars throughout the day. Talk to you later.
This new 14-24 allowed me to produce incredible shots of interior and exterior spaces, especially at 14 millimeters, where I could include much more elements into the frame and fully benefit of the high quality at this focal range. What also amazed me is the low distortion, which is very important in architectural photography. The 14-24 gave amazing results as it is sharp and clear from one end to the other, and this makes the photograph look even more realistic. This new ultra-wide angle zoom is not only compact and light, it is very well built. It is a great tool to work with as it offers wider possibilities to explore architecture and to capture spontaneous scenes.
Thank you guys all, I'll say at the very beginning, for coming. We appreciate, what day is it, Tuesday? Yes. Thank you very much for coming on a Tuesday night, especially a rainy, cold Tuesday night. My name is Chris. A lot of you I recognize from coming to previous seminars. My name is Chris. I'm one of the trainers here at Nikon Canada. We have Mo Labad. He is one of our NPS tech reps. He will kind of be jumping back and forth between each of us for different parts of this presentation, which is about time lapses. Now, just to kind of get a real rough idea, how many people here have never shot a time lapse, but they're curious about it? Awesome. And then somebody here who gets it every once in a while, but still manages to mess a bunch of them up? And here, who here is a pro and could get up here and do the presentation for us? Okay, I got one. Which he actually could. I am in no way he could get up here and do the entire thing without even seeing our slides. So the nice thing about this presentation is hopefully you guys are okay being here till about midnight tonight. That's a good time limit.
Is that the door prize for
the longest person? The longest person to sit around. Jacob's sitting here going, I didn't sign up to be here till midnight. We are going to go through a lot, but we are going to do it in a nice kind of stepwise fashion. We're going to go everything from the pure basics, just automatic, letting the camera do it all, and then we're going to really get into some of the more manual stuff where you're taking full control. Mo's really going to go through the most advanced section here, which is kind of what we're going to call the holy grail of time lapses, because you'll see a lot of day time lapses, you'll see a lot of night time lapses, but getting that transition from day to night is very difficult. There's a couple different ways to do it. Mo will be going through it, giving you kind of his take. Now, keep in mind, everybody who shoots time lapses is going to have a different opinion. So the way we do it is even different than each other. Like I was telling him, you got to try this, and he's like, why would I do that? I'm doing this. So it's very particular. And if you have any questions, feel free, throw your hands up, and we'll go from there.
doesn't want to listen to you. Why should we?
And that is a fantastic point. I beat him into submission. That's why he has to listen to it. But no, and that's the thing. You are kidding, but it's a really good point, because to be totally honest, the way I do things may not be the way you should do them. So take everything that we say with a grain of salt, find your own route. But a lot of what we're going to do tonight is going to try and give you a really good baseline onto how to get into time-lapse photography and how to get better at it. But before we even do that, I'm going to talk very quickly just about a little project that I did in the summer, specifically shooting time lapses with the Z7. So the Z7, just actually last week at NAB, I don't know if anybody follows the NAB film national, I forget what NAB stands for, doesn't matter, it's for video. We went and released an 8K time lapse that was shot all with the Z7 and a number of lenses. I was actually part of the project, which was amazing. It was myself and a photographer, videographer down in the US, Mark Kettenhoffen. And one of the reasons that we focused on the Z7 for this project was there was a couple reasons. A, the fact that it's a 45 megapixel camera means that when we're shooting manual, we're able to go and shoot up to an 8K time lapse, which some of you might be going, why am I shooting an 8K time lapse? I don't have an 8K TV. We'll get there, I promise. One of the other nice things about the Z system is the fact that it can shoot full silent photography. And then the last one is really, it was to show off the lens compatibility. It was to show off that, yes, we now have a number of Z, S Nikkor lenses, but we have over 350 F-mount lenses that work completely well with the system as well. So we really kind of want to show the bonding between them. So I had 18 lenses to go and shoot with. I only had about 2.5, 3 weeks to go and shoot the entire thing, so it was pretty quick. So I was able to pick some of the more prominent, iconic sections of Canada. So I did obviously Toronto, Ottawa, went over to Niagara Falls. Obviously I had to hit out west. So I went to Banff, Vancouver, up to Whistler. Tried to kind of find as many iconic areas of Canada as I could, which meant that I was able to go and find some amazing scenes. But one of the scary things is this project that we had, it was before the launch of the actual camera itself. So it was a little bit scary to go and be talking about not only shooting the camera out in the wild, but to be shooting time lapses out in the wild. Because you go out with a pre-production camera sometimes and okay, you gotta hide it, shoot, okay, it's back in the bag, everything's good, nobody saw me, I'm golden. Well, with a time lapse, I'm guaranteed to be there for at least 5-10 minutes. And it's a pre-production sample, so it sometimes may not be fully functional, so I might have to redo the sequence 2, 3, 4 times. So who here's been to Niagara Falls, dead of summer, when there's 10 people deep? Yeah. It is absolutely rammed. So me sitting here with a little other Nikonian right there, me sitting here trying to go and shoot time-lapse sequences was a little bit scary because I know if my face shows up on Nikon Rumors, bye Chris, you're gone. So I started out with a very Batman Begins type of cover on the system so that nobody could really see it. Get out to Vancouver, and there's a whole bunch of other photographers there. What you can't see is the other tripod that's in between the legs of my tripod that the Sony shooters went and, oh, well, I really like your angle, and didn't even ask, just threw it right underneath mine. I was like, okay, just don't talk to me. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. So it was a very, very fun project. I got to see a lot of fun situations. I learned all the ins and outs of shooting through hotel windows. So if you've ever wanted to do that, good luck. Make sure that literally you bring a towel, you bring something as black as you can, and bring lots of gaffer tape, which you'll hear a lot about from Mo. He loves his gaffer tape. For this project, I loved it too.
On Google, it's called the Ultimate Lens Hood.
Oh.
It goes down flat, and it's like so.
I've seen that as well. I was on a budget. as good as amazing as Nikon is, we still have budget constraints. So when I said that I had to leave in 2 days and I needed to do, I kind of went, oh, I don't have the money and I don't have the time to actually get something like that. But there are definitely commercial options out there. I went for the rain jacket, put up against the window approach. I know it did mean a lot of late nights and a lot of early mornings. One of our managers here said, Chris, it looks like you're being pretty lazy on the job here. You're just, I'm like, yeah, that's at 4 in the morning. Let me see you get up at 3 to get there to go shoot the sequence. And then because of fog, have it not even be usable at all. Yes. But it was a fantastic project. It was a lot of fun. And it gave myself a lot more knowledge on shooting time-lapse and just kind of the ins and outs. So, let's start from the beginning and say that we want to go and shoot a time-lapse. Before you even get close to figuring out settings, to figuring out where you're going to shoot, you have to figure out how you're going to do it. And by that I mean, are you going to let the camera compile it for you, or are you manually going to do it? Now, I'm being very generic here because this isn't in every single one of our cameras. And actually the manual compilation isn't in every single one of our cameras. Basically from about 7000 series, 71, 7200 and up has the automatic compilation. And then around the 5500 and up has the manual compilation. So not every single camera is going to have it, especially if you have a very old DSLR. But assuming that we're all working with relatively the same equipment, these are the two main ways that you have to do it. Do you want to let the camera go and do it for you, or do you want to go and do manual? Now, I will say there's no right or wrong answer here. The way most people do it is they start with automatic, because they don't want to have to deal with all the processing that you're going to have to do if you shoot manual. And then once they start seeing a few of the problems that sometimes arise by shooting automatic, they'll slowly start making the move into manual. It's very similar to shooting RAW versus JPEG. How many people here, when they first started, they picked their camera out of their very first camera out of the box, and they just automatically started shooting RAW? A couple people. Yeah. Well, when you're shooting film, we're getting away from that. But most people, when they start shooting digital, they go JPEG and they transition into RAW just because there's a little bit more of a learning curve. It's the same with time lapses. You're going to start automatic and move into manual. So let's talk a little bit about automatic. What are the good and bad things about it? Well, with our newer cameras, I say max 4K resolution. That's for all of our current cameras, 7500, 850, D5. If your camera can only shoot 1080p video, it can only do a max of 1080p in time-lapse as well. So the max resolution of video that your DSLR has, the max resolution that it can go and shoot time-lapse. The beautiful thing about it is there's no editing required. You shoot it, the camera does it all for you. It'll take all the files you tell it to, but then it'll automatically make a nice little video file, whoop, up out of the camera, and you're all set to go, while still having a lot of control. So you still have control over the interval, the shooting time, the frame rate, whether you want to turn on or off exposure smoothing, which we'll talk a lot more about this later in the advanced section. And then also if you want silent photography turned on or off. The one downside, depending on what you're shooting, is going to be the time limit. So if you have a project where you're filming the construction of a house, a job site, whatever it may be, and you need it to be one picture a day for 6 months, well, that 8-hour time limit obviously isn't going to work for you. But for the majority of time lapses that are even a day to night sequence, they're going to be a little bit less than 8 hours, so you're going to be able to get away with it and at least get comfortable shooting a time lapse with within that 8-hour time limit. So this was a sequence shot completely in automatic mode. Now I say automatic mode, this is automatic time-lapse mode. The settings itself, the exposure was set to manual. But this was completely done in camera from about, 2 a.m. till just when the sun was coming up, from about 6:30. So completely done by itself, nice and easy, and you're good to go. But once you do start seeing the benefit of shooting manual, then you can go and start using interval timer shooting, or as a lot of people call it, like an intervalometer type mode. So the resolution is really based on the resolution of the still photos that your camera can take. So if you have a D850, Z7, 45 megapixel camera, that's over 8K in terms of a video file. If you have a 20 megapixel D500, well, you can still do over 4K. And kind of downsample if you want to. So you're limited to the resolution of the still image coming out of your camera, and you do have the most amount of control. This means not only while you're shooting, but also in the post-production world as well, which can be a giant pain in the butt, but it can also be a savior as well, especially when we start talking about flicker. Now the downside is editing. You must edit your time-lapse sequence. Not only editing the sequence of individual still photos, but compiling them into a video itself. So we're going to talk a little bit about software. This whole seminar is, it could be, and you could probably go on, about just software by itself. But this is more about how to shoot the time-lapse. We will talk a little bit about some of the software we use and kind of what we like to use. But it is a huge, huge component of it, is the editing and the using third-party softwares. Okay, so just to kind of give you an idea, not only in terms of editing, not only in terms of time involved, but there's also a file size difference as well between shooting automatic versus shooting the manual compilation way. So if you're going to go and shoot automatic, and let's say we're going to shoot 4K, so we're using one of the newer cameras, either the 6 or the 7, the end result is going to be 14 seconds long. So that's your end resulting video. That consisted of taking 420 pictures. The end file is going to be roughly 40 megs. Well, what happens if we went and took that in RAW? Well, those 420 pictures, if shot with a Z7 or D850, you're going to be looking at about 17 gigs worth of just raw photos. If you're shooting out with a 24 megapixel, whether it's a Z6, a Z750, Z72, 7100, you're still going to be looking at almost 10 gigs worth of information just on capturing the time lapse. Never mind all the different components of actually building the time lapse. So there is obviously a big memory card or storage issue that you have to keep in the back of your head as well. How many of you are totally being scared away shooting manual at this point? Okay, good. So in your brain, you figured out whether you want to shoot automatic or whether you want to do it the full manual way. Now we're kind of getting into the environment that we're actually going to be shooting the time lapse in. And this should now be at the top of your brain, motion. Because a lot of us start off as photographers, and for photographers it's more about the light, how the light interplays, the textures, and that's fantastic, but it's a very, very different medium than shooting video, or in this case, time lapses. Because with time lapses, you need some sort of motion within the frame to help draw the viewer through it, or else you're just gonna sit there with 400 pictures of a forest with nothing moving that no one's gonna wanna watch. So motion is a huge part that you really have to factor, and it can be one of a million different things. It could be finding rays of light that are going through the clouds, that are just going through the nice little, through the valley section there. You can go and get lucky. You can get not only water motion, but you can also get cloud motion. You can go and get the sunset with the color changing. And then if you're really lucky, you also get fog rolling in as well. So there's a lot of different motion that sometimes you literally just get lucky, you don't know what's gonna happen, but you can plan for at least some of it. So you always want some sort of motion in your time-lapse sequence. Now, that motion, you have to break down even further. So you have to tell yourself, okay, how fast is my subject moving, and what do I want to do with that movement? So just like we do with when we're taking still images, we have to decide, okay, well, I have a very fast-moving subject. Do I want to capture it with a fast shutter speed, or do I want to slow that motion down and maybe pan with it, maybe show a little bit of movement? Well, you can do the exact same thing, but in time lapses. So you can see up here, 1/250th of a second, and as you see the train come around the corner, you can tell that every single train car here, if I showed you an individual image, could be used as a still. Now, I had a very small interval between my shots, so you still get relatively fluid motion, but the downside to stopping the action sometimes is that you get a very staccato look. If I had, let's say, a 5-second long interval, well, I'd have my train moving from here to here the next frame, to here the next frame, and then it's gone. So it can look very jerky if your interval isn't small enough. So one option is going and capturing the motion. The next option is, you can see here, 1 second long of an exposure. Not only is the water going to be slowed down, but the people atop the bridge as well, as they walk through, they're going to have a little bit more of a blur to them. So it isn't as jarring. Generally, when I shoot, I'm going for this approach. I'm usually going for the slow your subject down and use a slow shutter speed type approach. But there's never right or wrong. It's just kind of the way you want to do it, the subject, the things you have access to. We'll talk about neutral density filters later. But there's no right or wrong way. It's just what you feel for that particular project. Okay, so now we've dealt with how we're going to deal with the compilation. We've dealt with the motion in your subject. Now we want to deal with resolution, frame rate, the number of shots you're going to take, and the interval between. So these are the 4 key things that you're really going to have to, and I say have to because it's built into the intervalometer or into the screen options of the built-in automatic compilation option. So let's start off with resolution. How many people here have an 8K TV? All right, how many people here have a 4K TV? I still don't even have a 4K TV. So why would I be standing here telling you that it's an amazing thing to have an 8K resolving time lapse? This right here. Now, we're going to talk a little bit more about motion later, but do you see the movement in the time lapse here? this movement isn't created by manually zooming the lens as I'm shooting it. This is actually being done in post-production. So the initial file here was shot at 8K, but the output was 4K. So there's a lot of extra resolving, the extra information that I'm able to go and essentially do, if anybody edits, do a Ken Burns effect, do a zoom and pan, all in post-production, whether it's in Final Cut, Adobe Premiere, you name it. You have the ability to really zoom in while still outputting a very high resolution file. So generally, I recommend, even if you know you're only going to be exporting this to a 1080p TV, still shoot higher than that. Shoot 4K if your camera can allow it, or if you're using one of our new ones, shoot 8K, assuming that you can go and deal with the file size and all that stuff that comes with it. Having that ability to not handcuff yourself and kind of free yourself to being able to put in zoom and pans if you want to, it actually does make a really big deal when you get to the final product. All right, so frame rate. Basically, there's different schools of thought on this. For me, 24 or 30 frames a second are the main options. I usually go for 30 frames a second. That's just kind of my go-to without any real rhyme or reason. The only time this becomes more critical is if you're doing a project where you're mixing and matching different file types. So if you're doing, let's say, a video at one side and then you're doing a time lapse to still images, well, you always want to match the video files up as much as you can. So if the rest of your video files are 24 frames a second, I'd recommend shooting the time lapses, editing them at 24 frames a second. Try and keep it nice and even. So for our 8K time lapse that we did, every single one of ours was edited at 30 frames a second. That's kind of my go-to. You can go and shoot at 60 frames a second if you need to. I'll sometimes use that if I want to cram more information while not having my end result get into a very long video. I'll shoot 60 frames a second, and that'll just allow me to shoot more data into each sequence, into each second worth of video. Generally though, 30 is where I kind of go to. Okay, so this is one that gets a lot of people. They kind of start and they go, okay, well, number of shots, how am I going to figure that out? Well, there's a couple different factors that you have to look at. It's going to be how long is the shoot going to take? And then what do you want the final length of the video to be? Now, I asked that last one to a lot of people, and they look at me and they go, well, I'm meant to know how long my final project is going to be? Well, the way I think about it is I generally try and keep my time-lapse sequences to about 12 to 15 seconds, mostly due to boredom. I could have the most amazing time-lapse sequence in the world. If I made you guys all sit here through a 5-minute long time-lapse, guaranteed, I don't care how much pizza's in the room, I don't care how much water, I don't care if we had beer in here, you guys would be going after about 3 minutes, like, I'm done, that's it, I'm out. So just to try and keep my viewer engaged, I usually try and keep it relatively small. So for me, it's a 12 to 15 seconds. So you have to do a little bit of calculations to figure out the number of shots. You have to know the frame rate. As I said, I usually pick 30. Length of video, I usually try and keep it around 12 seconds. All you do is you multiply the frame rate by that final video length, and you're going to get 360 shots. Yes?
Can we make a distinction between the final video versus the final clip? Because you're putting 15-second clips together to show.
Well, yeah. So in that case, so the final video. So for, let's say, my 8K project was, let's say, 30 sequences that were all 6 seconds long. So for me, my 12 seconds is going to be the individual clip.
Right.
Is going to be so that's a distinction I should make. If you are doing a larger project that has, let's say, multiple time-lapse sequences in it, I aim for about 10 to 12 to 15 seconds for each smaller clip. And this is how you figure out the length of each clip, is to take the the number of shots, just to take the length of the clip, multiply by the frame rate, and you get 360. Now, this is if you're doing it the manual way. If you're doing it automatic, you have to do it a slightly different way. You have to tell the camera how long you're going to shoot for. So if you're going to have the camera do it all for you, you can sit there and go, okay, well, I got to figure out how long, let's say, the sun's going to take to go down. It's going to take probably about 45 minutes. I'll set it for an hour, hour and a half to make sure I get some of the nice light after the sun goes down. The fantastic thing about shooting the automatic way is there's actually a small little calculator that basically a formula pops up for you. So anytime you change the interval, your frame rate, the length of time that you're shooting, it'll automatically in real time show you in blue how long your final clip is going to be. So it's actually pretty handy. Now, when Mo and I first started talking about doing this presentation, he really wanted to know that clip length. That for him was, he wants to be able to figure that out. And he said, okay, Chris, we have to talk about equations. We have to have an entire section just on math. We want to sit here and I want to drill it into them. He wrote this all down. He said, okay, so we're going to go through this, we're going to go through this. The end result is going to be 70. Awesome. And I looked at him and I went, Mo, there's an easier way. There's an app for that. So there's a million different things that you can go and compute. So you can compute the final video length. You can compute how many shots you want to take. You can go and compute the duration of the shoot. Well, for me, there's a million different apps. I've kind of latched onto PhotoGrip just because it's relatively easy and it's free. And as you can see here, it walks you completely through it. You can lock off different aspects. If, let's say, your frame rate you know is always going to be 30 frames a second, you can put that little lock there and that'll lock it in. So there's a ton of different apps out there. This one for me is the one that I regularly use because it was easy, it was quick, and it was always on me because I had my phone. So if you start getting bogged down and start thinking, oh, how am I going to compute how many shots don't worry about it. Put your intervals and everything else into the app and it'll pop out a nice little answer for you. Okay, and that comes to intervals. So this is the time in between your shots. So if you tell the camera to have a 5-second interval, from the first shot to the second shot is going to be 5 seconds. To really be able to figure this out, and it is going to change depending on your subject, you have to know your subject. You have to know your subject and you have to know mostly how fast your subject is actually moving. Now, why do I say that? Well, I have a couple examples here, one shot at 10 seconds and one shot at 30 seconds. And what I want you to notice, especially on the 30-second one, is the different types of movement depending on what we're looking at. So at 10 seconds, you're getting maybe 2 shots and then each car is gone. But the clouds are relatively smooth. Whereas 30 seconds, whoa, everything is just way too fast. If your subject was the car, 30 seconds or even 10 seconds is way too long of an interval. It's not, each interval is not catching enough of the subject to be able to make it worthwhile. So you have to know your subject. If I had been shooting this and the subject had been that car there, well, by choosing either 10 seconds or 30 seconds, I had failed miserably. If I had wanted my subject to be the clouds, well, the first 10-second one, okay, they were moving quite smoothly, it would have worked out. But 30 seconds generally is going to be a little bit too long for the majority of motion out there. Almost all of my sequences that I shot in the summer were almost all in the 5 to half-second range. Most of them in the half-second to 1 second range. Most of my motion, I had some sort of quick movement in it, so I wanted to keep the movement very, very small, such as this here. So this was shot at a half-second interval because, if you've ever been to Niagara Falls, you know the Maid of the Mist, or whatever they're calling the boat now. A horn blower. So I wanted nice smooth motion. So I wanted a very, very small interval. But what happens if I had a much slower moving subject, such as the sun? So if that sun is now moving, this was shot at about a 15-second interval. I probably could have slowed it down a bit more. That 15 seconds still allows a smooth motion of the sun. Yeah.
Sorry, when you say interval, is that the time in between shots, or is that the total time from the start of the shot to the start of the next shot, or what's?
Your second option. So if you tell it to have 5-second intervals,
yeah,
and your interval, let's say you're doing night photography, and your shutter speed is 3 seconds.
yeah.
So photo starts, the photo ends, and then 5 seconds elapses for the interval, the next photo will start. So, yes, so it's the space in between, and with the shutter is going, the shutter speed, each photo will be within it. Now, I'm going to make this slightly more complicated by saying that is the way it's meant to be in the manual compilation way. If you're in automatic compilation mode, if you tell it 5 seconds, and then you have a 10-second shutter speed, it will listen to this 10-second shutter speed. So it puts priority on your shutter speed, and then as soon as that shutter speed is done, 5 seconds later, the next photo will take. So my answer depends on which way you're actually going to shoot it, and then I'm going to get even more complicated by saying that in the new cameras, so let's say you have a 6, a 7, or a D850, if I go into interval timer shooting, I have an option for interval priority. Interval priority, which you lost your mind at when you saw it, is it allows you to tell the camera, do you want to prioritize shutter speed or do you want to prioritize the interval? So it really gives you a lot of different options, and you can get granular. At this point, we could sit here and talk about it for a while. So my answer is it depends on which mode you're shooting in. Generally, if you're shooting manual, it's going to be the space in between.
Is that the 5-second interval includes the writing speed in the memory? The sitting.
Okay. Okay, everybody stretch. So, if you're shooting silent photography, so this is only available in the Z6, the Z7, the D850, and that's it. If you're shooting silent photography, the processing time, because it's being done all silently, is actually a little bit longer. So, generally, I'm not shooting silent. I'm shooting pure mechanical shutter. For a number of reasons, I just like to hear that it's going. I just like that the satisfaction of knowing, okay, my time lapse is still going on. So for me, if I have, let's say, a 5-second long shutter speed, I'll set a 6-second interval, so that as soon as that's done, I'll be going right away. If I'm shooting silent, I'll purposely, instead of having 6 seconds, I'll go 7 or 8. I'll push it out just a little bit further because I know the camera needs a little bit more processing time. That is getting very granular, and some of these questions are going to force me to go granular. I apologize, but the very specific answer to that is if you're shooting silent, build a little bit more of a buffer. If you're not shooting silent, then you can butt it up right against it.
So where does the FPS come back here? Frames per second?
The frame per second? That's more of a calculation. The figuring out the frames per second or the frame rate is more of a calculation for how much your final clip is going to be comprised of. Because you just have to figure for every, so let's say we're doing 30 frames a second. If I shoot 30 frames, I'll get 1 second's worth of video, right? If I decide that I want to record it at 60 frames a second, I'm now going to get half a second worth of my final video clip is going to be half a second. So it's more of a determining factor for, like I said, if you're doing other pieces that are all going to fit together, you want to have them be uniform. But it's also, it can be a factor where, let's say I usually shoot, for whatever reason, 60 frames a second. Let's say I shoot 60 frames. And I say, you know what? I really want a longer time-lapse sequence. That's 60 frames per second. Looking at my little calculator, either on my phone or in the camera, it's telling me I'm going to get a 5-second sequence. Well, I don't want a 5-second sequence. I may want a 10-second sequence. The easiest way, without changing any other variable, is to just go from my frame rate of 60 frames down to 30 frames, and boom, I now have a 10-second long clip as my end result. So it's more of a determiner for your final clip length than anything else. I think that's right. I'm going through that in my brain. I'm fact checking myself as I'm talking. I think that's right. Yes. Let's carry on. So, where was I? Interval. So you generally want a smaller interval if you're dealing with a fast-moving subject. Makes sense. In the manual intervalometer shooting way, these are your different options. So you can go and either change your interval, that's set to a minute at that point, in this one. This is the number of shots you're going to take per interval. So let's say you want to take 420 shots, you would change this number to be 420 times 1. Can anybody tell me why I have the option of changing this second number? 2 shots at a time.
Can you bracket it?
Bracketing, bingo. So if, let's say, you want to go and shoot HDR, or if you want to bracket for anything else, you're able to go and tell the camera to shoot up to 9 shots per interval shoot. If that makes sense. So you can go and multiply. Most of the time, unless you're doing bracketing, unless you're doing multiple shots at once, just keep this second number at 1, and you'll be good. Now, exposure smoothing, I'll touch on later on at the end of the presentation, and then silent photography. Silent photography, that essentially turns the newer cameras into full silent mode. It's not going to be actually firing the mechanical shutter. So theoretically, one of the nice benefits of this is you're going to save the wear and tear on your camera. If you're going to be shooting thousands of shots in a single night, you're essentially saving thousands of shutter activations on your D850 or on your Z camera. So just on a wear and tear side of things, it's actually a nice little option. But it's also being, it's keeping an eye on the people around you, because if, let's say, you go camping and you're doing a nice little star time lapse and your camera is set right in the middle of the campsite in front of everybody, not everybody who's there with you is going to want to hear ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk all night long. So just to be nice to the people around you, turning on silent photography means that they're not going to be bothered by that. Yeah.
Any difference in image quality?
This is my brain is asking me how granular I want to go. Generally, no. Generally, I would say no. In certain situations, if we were inside with lights that have a varying frequency, silent photography means that you're using a full electronic shutter, which means the start and the end is being done electronically. You can get, in certain indoor lighting scenarios, banding on the light caused by the varying of the frequencies. That is one downside. The other is movement. Have anybody heard of Jello effect? So yeah, so if I'm, let's say I'm on a train. I'm on a train and I'm looking out, right, to the beautiful scenery outside the train. If I take a picture with a mechanical shutter at 1/8000th of a second and a light pole goes by, that light pole is going to be stopped perfectly straight. But because of the electronic method of how we offload the data, it's actually done in a sequence fashion. It's not a global shutter that's actually being stopped. It's being done from the top down. So what that means is, with very specific types of movement, let's say that pole outside of the train, it's actually going to be tilted. I give you the very granular answers. The actual answer is probably not. Most of the time when you're shooting a time-lapse sequence, you're not going to notice any effect due to the silent photography option, but under certain circumstances it may come up. Yeah?
On the interval shots, if you go HDR, does that take away from your 460 shots?
No, so it'll do 460 times 3. All right, so you'll get the 1300 and whatever. And then you can go and tell it to start now or start at a later time. So if you're shooting that night sequence and you don't want to be up till 2 a.m. to start it, well, you can at 9 p.m. go and tell the camera, this is when I want you to start, and keep the camera on, and it'll automatically start when it comes to that time. I will say one huge thing that I would absolutely recommend if you're shooting the manual way is go to starting storage folder. That's the next option down here. At the very least, select new folder, because if you can picture going and shooting the same scene, let's say 5 times, you're going to shoot 400 shots in each sequence and shoot it 5 times just to make sure. Well, that's now 2,000 shots all in one giant folder, and how are you going to figure out where one starts and where one ends? It becomes an organizational nightmare. So what I would highly recommend is go into this option and select new folder, and every single time you start a new time-lapse sequence, a new folder will be started. I also do the reset file numbering. I don't know why I do it, I just do it. It makes me happy seeing the 001. It's just me. Okay, so I'm now going to sit down because Mo is falling asleep over here. So I'm going to let Mo. I'm going to let Mo go through for the next little while some of the more advanced features, but also just some tips for going through and shooting time lapses.
Okay, guys. So I'm going to start you off really smooth and easy before diving into the meat and right into the actual time lapses. So I'm going to give you a couple of tips. How to start shooting time lapse, what kind of gear you want to start off with. So obviously the first thing you see here is you want a sturdy tripod. Having a sturdy tripod is actually essential when you're shooting a time lapse, especially for your composition. If you're doing automatic compilation, where the camera actually puts together the time lapse for you and then pushes out a final video, it kind of ruins your time lapse in case, say one day you just knock your tripod to the side or you're shooting from a rock. So you want to stay consistent. You want to stay. You want to keep it clean. So having a sturdy tripod is actually essential for shooting a time lapse. You want to maintain your composition throughout your time lapse. Now, having said that, another good thing to do is shoot in aperture priority mode. This is a good way to start when you want to do manual compilation. When you're shooting aperture priority in conjunction with auto ISO, you can actually be able to, it's kind of like putting your car into cruise control. So you set your speed limit, so you want to drive 100 kilometers an hour, and the car is going to adjust the speed, it's going to accelerate or decelerate to keep maintaining 100 kilometers an hour. Same thing with aperture priority mode. So you're going to set your aperture. If you're shooting a landscape, you're going to be at f16. You want to keep the camera at f16 throughout your time lapse, and then the camera is going to automatically calculate how fast or how slow the shutter speed should go in order to maintain a proper exposure at f16. In conjunction with auto ISO, that's going to make it even easier. It's practically doing all the work for you. So we're going into more and more intense stuff, but as we keep going, you're going to notice that the more control you grab, the more work it's going to require.
And I will just jump in quickly and say that I fully agree with starting out shooting aperture priority mode, but there are purists out there who believe that you should only ever shoot in manual mode when shooting these time-lapse sequences. And that's not a bad thing. Absolutely, it's not a bad thing. You having full control over your shutter speed and aperture can be, to be honest, the difference between getting a phenomenal time-lapse sequence and getting something with a few issues with it that you'll have to work on afterwards in post-production. So there are huge benefits to shooting manual, especially if you're shooting at night. If you are shooting at night, I'll say disregard the aperture priority and only shoot manual because you want to be as precise as possible. But start off in aperture priority if you're comfortable with that, because you have to keep in mind if there's a full cloudy day and there's not really changing light conditions, okay, you'll be fine in manual because you're not going to have a huge jump in the light changing. But most of the time we're shooting it with the sun out, with clouds out, and at that time, dealing with everything else along with changing on the fly your manual settings, it's a bit much at first. So I fully agree if anybody's sitting there grumbling, going, oh my God, they're saying to shoot with aperture priority mode and they're holding their hand down because they want to put up here and tell us that we're wrong.
It's definitely a good starting point.
Yes, it's a very good starting point.
Yeah. It's really like, because now you're learning how to put together a time lapse. You're learning how to shoot it from start to finish. So being in aperture priority and auto ISO, I personally, even though I shoot my time lapses in manual mode, I will always use auto ISO. The last thing I want to think about is changing my ISO while I'm maintaining my shutter speed and I want to be locked at this aperture. So auto ISO, I can set it to a maximum or a minimum depending on what I want. So I don't want it to go above 12,800 ISO. I don't want my shots to be very grainy. So I'm going to set it to be at 12,800 maximum ISO or 6,400. Usually I like to stay around that threshold and let it roll. Also, you want to close the eyepiece shutter, especially when you're shooting night lapses. So time lapses at night, there's any kind of light going in through your lens and coming out, bouncing off the mirror and going through your viewfinder can actually cause some unwanted exposure in some of your frames. So the best way to do this is by closing your eyepiece shutter. And most of our cameras actually do come with a little accessory in the box that locks up the eyepiece shutter. But if you guys don't have that, gaffer tape. I am like, I need to start representing gaffer tape for, start selling them because I live and swear by it. Gaffer tape is life. This is, you're gonna hear me say this again and again throughout our presentation because when you're shooting time lapses, having a roll of gaffer tape on hand at all times could be a lifesaver. So moving on, bring extra batteries. Although our cameras are rated very high on CPA ratings, and even when the Z cameras came out, people were like, oh, you know, the battery life is not that great. Well, we went out and we shot 5,788 images, and we're still at 59% battery, and this is on a Z camera.
I can tell you that when I got my first pre-production Z like 3 days before I went out to shoot the project. A day before I went out to shoot the project, I found out what the rating of the battery was. And does anybody know off the top of their head? Like 340 shots is what the Z. So I'm sitting here going, okay, I know each sequence has to be 10 seconds long. My frame rate is going to be 30 frames a second, which means I have to shoot 300 shots per sequence. I'm going to get one battery per oh God. So I literally was going, how many batteries can I get? And then I just said, okay, wait a second, don't freak out. So I grabbed one of the cameras, went into one of our rooms, set up on a tripod, and just tested.
It was really weird when he went in there.
Yeah. I was like, Chris, what are you doing in there? All I'm hearing is clicking.
And the lights were off, I think.
So I did my test, and I initially started at 300 shots. Got it back, finished the sequence, 99%. Okay, there's got to be something wrong. Did it again, another 400 shots. Kept doing it, so I got up to 57.88, and I was still at just under 60%. I went, okay, I think I'm good. Because what you have to keep in mind is that one of the things, and Mo's going to touch on it, so I apologize, you're almost maximizing battery performance when shooting a time lapse. You're turning VR off, you're turning autofocus off. There's not a lot of viewfinder looking at chimping that you're doing. So you're really maximizing the battery life. Whether you're shooting a DSLR, a compact camera, mirrorless, it doesn't matter. So for me, I absolutely always bring extra batteries. But to anybody who's sitting here going, oh, I did hear the CPA rating was only 340 shots. You don't have to worry about it.
But touching on that CPA rating, the fact is that this was all under controlled conditions. So what we're bringing extra batteries for is for the uncontrolled. So we're going out into, say, Banff. We're climbing a mountain and we're going to shoot some time lapses. Now we're hiking up that mountain in freezing cold weather. That battery is going to drain within inside our bags. And most of the time we also don't have access to chargers. So why do we need an extra battery? Well, for that particular reason is that we don't always have access to chargers. You want to be prepared at all times. So bring an extra battery on you. It weighs literally nothing, and it could save you from having a complete botched time lapse because your battery failed on you halfway through your shoot. Moving on, turn off your VR. So when you're on a tripod, when you're shooting at freehand, you're shooting sports, your VR is always going to be actively looking for movement in order to compensate for your shake. But when you're up on a tripod, there's no actual shake happening. So what the VR is going to try to do is going to try to compensate for non-existent shake. So by turning it off, some lenses have tripod mode. I say just turn it off completely. It saves you battery life. It really does help. And also set your camera. Also set your camera to manual focus. I'm going to show you an example here. So what's happening is now the camera's on autofocus, and you see how it just jumped there? If in case you missed it, we're going to restart it one more time. But because it's on autofocus, the lens is always going to be hunting for some sort of contrasting movement. Sometimes it's not going to be locked in the buildings in the back. Let's just watch that one more time. And you can see the jump is happening right here. So yeah, some people are going to be like, oh, I'm okay with this. It's not a bad thing. But if you want to put together a really professional looking sequence, you don't want that to happen. So set your focus on the point that you want. So say I want to focus on the buildings in the back or the buildings over here, and I'm just going to lock it on manual and let the camera roll. If it's an autofocus, someone walks in front of that lens and it's going to completely throw my autofocus out of whack, and now it's not going to be able to know where I want it to shoot anymore, completely botching your time lapse, and you're going to be sitting there for half an hour shooting nothing. So save yourself some time, turn off manual focus. Shoot raw. I'm sure you guys are all photographers, right? So who here shoots JPEG all the time? Good. I'm actually very happy to see that, because when you shoot raw, you're actually maximizing your dynamic range. So when you're manually compiling your images, you're actually able to really pull that dynamic range. So this is what it looks like, when it's going to be coming straight out of camera. but now you're just able to pull those colors, that detail in the shadows, get really nice colorful shots. So rather than having to go out and color grade a video that's already spit out by the camera, or JPEGs, which are very hard, it's destructive when you're editing JPEG files, especially if you're working in Photoshop and you're saving on top of it, it's very destructive. So if you're shooting RAW, it's lossless. You can restart if you don't like the way it looks, go back and do something else and check it out. So this is really be able to bring out the colors and the dynamic range and the details in the shadows and highlights.
I'm sorry, I'll interrupt one more time. One thing I will say is if you are doing it the automatic way, does anybody change their picture control in camera?
That's a good point.
Very rarely, especially, okay, you do, because I know if there's anybody. So most of us, especially for shooting RAW, we're never touching our picture control because we know we're going to change all this afterwards anyways. But if you're doing it in camera, letting the camera compile everything for you, Mo just said something really special a few minutes ago. Special, wow. Sorry, that's not the word I wanted, but it came out. So you said something very special, which is if you already have a video file spit out from the camera, you don't have to go and grade it. Well, how much play do you think you're going to have to go and get the colors right if you already have a movie file? It's going to be very, very, very small. So one of the reasons to change your picture control is to make sure that your colors look as close to perfect or perfect as you can make it out of the camera. And then once you get that movie file, if you have to make any very small changes, you're able to. So I actually have a lot of custom profiles in my camera just in case I need them. I have them if it's a super sunny day, I have it if it's a shadowy day and I want to bring up the shadows. I have one for night photography, so if I'm shooting a night photography time lapse, I can just go in there and turn on my picture control for night photography, and now I know that I'm really close to what my final product would be if I shot RAW. So changing picture controls, even though we never really do it, I would highly recommend to go and play around with that a little bit more if you're shooting the automatic way.
Cool. So moving on. So you're shooting in RAW. Now you want to add some motion. There's a lot of different hardware out there that you can use in order to add motion into your videos. Sliders, gimbals, whatever it may be. And this gives you another feeling, another look to your time lapse. So this is all shot, this is straight out of camera. This is your motorized slider is actually going from point A to point B that you preset. And as your camera is rolling, your robotic slider is gonna inch, one shot at a time towards the right, left, and pan up, depending on what kind of gear you have. Now, included with the Z6 Filmmakers kit that we're actually just released is the Moza gimbal, which actually has, through the application, there's an app for it, where you can actually program different presets for time lapses. So say I wanted to start off on a level pan and move upwards towards the sky as my camera is shooting over time. So that really gives it a more dynamic feel, it gives it a more professional look. It really does look great, especially if you're working on a series of sequences, but also bring a variable neutral density filter. Now I'm going to try not to break this again because I broke the box last time.
Give it to me. You're not. I'm not. I
got it. Because I'm more used to clamshells, but this is actually just pull it out. I'm gonna break it. Okay, I got it. All right, so you guys know what a neutral density filter is. Who doesn't? Never worked with one before. Okay, perfect. You guys know what it is. So basically, it's just it's a filter you put on your camera, and this is a neutral density. So as you turn it, it's a variable neutral density, and it adds density to your image. So this enables you to actually shoot during the day. During broad daylight, you're able to shoot long exposures. So if you want to get that creamy look in waterfalls, usually by dragging the shutter to a quarter of a second or even longer, you're going to blow out your image. So you actually need to put a neutral density filter on there. And that gives you an even more rich, creamy feel to your waterfalls rather than a static, not a static, an erratic, chaotic look that usually waterfalls come with. And also shoot the same location multiple times. Now I'm going to plug in gaffer's tape one more time for you guys, just in case, because when you set up a tripod and you're going out, you're shooting a cityscape, say I want to catch the blue hour. Nice sunset going on, I want to get the movement of people, we got, this is Parliament Hill, lots of things happening. It doesn't quite feel that rich yet. You can actually really step it up a notch if you just wait maybe an hour and you capture it at night. Because we've put in so much money into lighting up our cities. So especially if you're shooting cityscapes and night lapses in the city, there's a lot of money put into street lights. You have the cars moving, you have a lot of things. It gives you a more rich and dynamic feeling. It really depends on what you're looking for. But if you want to wait the extra 2 hours, I wouldn't recommend leaving your camera just hanging out in the middle of the city. So take a piece of gaffer tape, put it on where your tripod feet were, kind of mark it, pack up, come back, maybe have a beer or two, have a drink, come back and set up your tripod in the exact places where you set up your gaffer tape, and let it roll again. And that way you'll be able to get two different feels for two different parts of the day of the same location. So, shooting at night. So this brings us really to shooting at night. Like I said, we put so much money into lighting up our cities. There's different kinds of light that we can achieve, lighting we can achieve at night. So you've got stars, you've got the steam clock over in Vancouver. This is, where is this?
Gastown.
Gastown, okay. See, I've never been there. But had this been shot during the day, it would nowhere near have the same look as what this looks like right now. Just the steam clock being lit out, this steam coming out of it, all these lights are happening, and this really gives it a nice dynamic look. Also, you have the street lights really lighting up. You got those starbursts by shooting at a tight aperture. So this is an f/22. You're getting the starbursts coming out of the back of the cars. You can get light trails. There's a lot of new lights that you can bring out by shooting at night, and all it takes is just having the eye for it. So this really does take planning. As Chris planned over here, he shot a tilt shift lens on, I call this a Rogers Center, but I learned this is called the Sky Dome. Sorry guys, I'm from Quebec. And so the Rogers Center, Sky Dome, actually looks really good at night because it's lit in a certain way, and you also have the CN Tower next to it. And there's millions and millions and millions of dollars put into lighting these stadiums and these national landmarks up. So had this been shot during the day, you would have slow-moving traffic. Everything is gridlocked because this is the Gardner, I believe. Yeah. So, so this is like, there's going to be gridlocked traffic. It's not going to look very good. So if you come back at night, you're actually going to get more lights out of the city and, just a lot more colors, right? And be patient, right? Just because they didn't get it for the first time doesn't mean it's never going to happen, right? A lot of different weather effects could ruin your shot. People could be ruining your shot. Someone could come in and knock over your tripod. You could ruin a sequence by just bumping into your tripod 1 second and your camera just tilts slightly to the left. That's your sequence is ruined. But be patient, start again. It never hurts to actually practice. And every time you practice, you've learned that you've made a mistake and I'm not going to do this mistake again, because if you do, then you haven't learned anything. So it really does help. Now, once you've gotten everything down and you're ready to start doing it, we're going to do day to night time lapses, and this is where the real meat and bread of time lapses comes out. We're going to be shooting, from daylight and moving on, and you're going to get the transition into blue hour. As you can see, the exposure is staying the same. You're maintaining your exposure, you're maintaining your shutter speed, but all of a sudden things start to slow down, and lights start to come back on, and it's slowly transitioning to night. And this is the best way to show time moving. If you want to create a transition between different scenes in a movie, you want to show day to night, so this is the next day, you actually put that in there. And this is obviously, you guys know where this is? Of course, yeah. So I got to stay at an Airbnb when I first moved to the city. I stayed at an Airbnb for a month here, and I had a pretty cool view. So what I did is, I like the way this looks. I set up my tripod outside, and I took several shots. This didn't come out the first time because it's automatic compilation. Didn't work out very well. I tried aperture priority. It didn't work out very well. So what happened is I decided to go and take it up a notch and really put the effort into it. And this was shot over 3 hours, 3 different sequences. So one sequence was for during the day, one sequence was for blue hour, and one sequence for at night. And this video is not 15 seconds when it came out. If I was shooting for 3 hours, it was about 5 or 6 minutes long. But we sped it up for the sake of this video, not to put you guys to sleep. So it does take planning. You see something you like, and it's gonna be like, okay, this looks great during the day, and I want to see it at night. So I want to take it to transition. How fast do I want my shutter speeds? How slow do I want my intervals? You have to plan it all out. What kind of lens do I want to use? What kind of composition do I want? What is my main subject? Right? There's a lot of things that you have to factor in before actually going out and shooting the day to night time lapse. Because, like it or not, you got 2 shots per day. So daytime, like say the sunrise and the sunset. If you botch those up, you got to go move on to the next day. That's a whole day of shooting wasted. Don't be discouraged by the weather. So I tried to do a day to night time lapse. So day to night. Night to day. It was around 3 o'clock in the morning, and said, this is really nice. I'm going to do a starscape, all that stuff. So I set up my camera outside, and I let it roll. It was right next to a lake. Well, I went to bed, And I woke up the next day and my entire lens has been fogged up for the last 3 hours. So the fog rolled in, I didn't get any shots, and I realized I should have brought a heat pack, put it on my lens just to keep away the condensation. Don't be discouraged, try again. It could have added a really cool effect, but it was a wasted shot. Learning opportunity for me. So there's 3 ways of shooting day to night time lapses. You got aperture priority mode, multiple sequences and keyframing, and bulb ramping. So we're going to talk about them. We're going to quickly glide on top of them. So aperture priority mode is the easiest method. It requires minimal intervention because you can just set your camera to roll and it's just going to go. And it requires minimal control. You don't need to hover on top of your camera, but unfortunately it could result in unwanted flicker. We're going to talk about flicker. Chris is going to explain it in the next couple of slides, but we're going to keep rolling for the sake of time. We're going to because this is really technical stuff. We're going to talk about multiple sequences and keyframing. So it is precise. Multiple sequences, you're shooting, like I said, you're shooting multiple sequences for your time lapse. You have a sequence for the day, you have a sequence for the blue hour, and you have a sequence for night. And you combine them all after in post-production. It's very precise. It does require you to hover though. So you have to be close to your camera, getting ready for when the light changes, and then you're going to adjust your shutter speed and your aperture. Well, your aperture is going to stay the same because you want to maintain your composition, but your shutter speed is going to change, and your ISO is going to change in order to compensate.
Now I'll ask for them. How do you know when to change your sequences from day to blue to night?
Well, you just look at your images. So you stop the time lapse, you look at your images. If the exposure is still uniform, keep it rolling. But if you're starting to underexpose, it's time to change your exposure. So you have to really hover. You have to be on top of it at all times. And you can also see by eye.
If it touches the camera, you probably move that camera. So how do you change the aperture without moving the camera?
Very carefully.
Very carefully.
Very carefully.
I do it using SnapBridge, wireless camera control. Or you can really hold your tripod down, and on top of your camera, you got to know by heart, and you switch your aperture as it goes. But you really got to make sure you don't knock it or ruin your composition, because that's a lot of waste.
Yes. And this is really where the sturdy tripod comes in
It
again.
really does help.
I could do an entire, even though I work for Nikon, I could do an entire presentation just on tripods and how important they are in so many different aspects of your photography.
It might be a big initial investment, but the long-term return is huge for a tripod. Same thing with the camera. So it does give you a lot of control, but it does require a lot of post-production. So there's a lot of files being spit out of this camera. There's a lot of raw files, and if you decide to do bracketing, that's even more post-production. But you're really going to be able to pull out the maximum effect out of your time lapse. Now, bulb ramping is the most precise way of shooting a time lapse. It does require specialized hardware and software. Back before technology was advanced to the point where it is now, bulb ramping was virtually impossible to do without very specialized hardware. So the camera would have to be locked into a sort of with a wire, and it's going to be like an entire setup. But now there's companies out there, third-party companies, that actually manufacture a wire. You plug into your camera, you plug it into your phone, you set your intervals, and then you're going to set the camera to bulb mode, and it's going to do the work for you. So yeah, so by pressing down on the bulb on the shutter. At any time, so as long as your finger is on the shutter, the light's going to be open, the shutter's going to be open. So what bulb ramping does is that it's going to speed up or slow down your shutter according to your exposure. And it does give you the most control, but it still requires a lot of post-processing. So let's talk about post-production. What software would you use for post-production? Anybody here worked with Final Cut Pro before? So my personal preference is I bring in all my work, all my raw images into Lightroom, and then I do my post-production in Lightroom. So I'm going to show you a little bit of my workflow. So I shoot in RAW. I bring it into Lightroom. Well, I did 2 slides of this.
You really wanted to tell her?
Oh, okay, yeah, good. Yeah,
Just
sure.
bracketed it.
Because this is what it looks like when it comes out of the camera. This is what I was exposing for the sky. So when I bring it into Lightroom, I'm actually able to pull up that much dynamic range out of my image. I don't need to shoot in bracketing. I decided to go with a D5 because it has an unbelievable dynamic range, but I was able to pull out that kind of color and that kind of detail out of the shadows just by bringing it into post-production. Now, how can I do this on a sequence of 1,000 images and plus? Well, I bring it into Lightroom, and I make sure my exposure is uniform, and then I go into, once my exposures are where I want it to be, I highlight them all, and I press sync. So by syncing all your images, you want to go back there? Sorry about that. This clicker's not working very well. Okay, yeah, so one more time. So the sync button's right there. You highlight it all. You highlight all your images once you've got your exposure set. Or just one image you're working on. And then you highlight them all and click sync. And then a dialog is going to come up and it's going to tell you what do you want to sync. So I sync my exposures, my crop, my whatever sharpening, whatever clarity, whatever saturation, whatever kind of like preliminary editing I've done. And it would apply this these settings to all the images in this sequence. So if this is my daytime sequence. Then I would do one for my blue hour sequence, and I would do one for my night sequence. It does require a lot of work, and there's a lot of files. We're talking about thousands and thousands of files at some points, so you have to stay organized. Keep your folders organized, and like Chris showed you in the previous slides, reset your file numbering per sequence. So all of these are well numbered. They're all my raw files. Each one is in its own individual folders, and that way I'm able to keep track of where my folders are and where my sequences are. It's very easy to get lost. Very, very easy to get lost. Very easy to lose track of what you're doing. And now I'm going to hand this over to Chris, who's going to be talking a little bit more about third-party software.
Yeah, so Mo uses Lightroom and Final Cut. Personally, I use Lightroom the majority of the time to do large workflow sections. For me, when I had initially used a lot of the time-lapse software, I got stuck on After Effects, so I used After Effects because it's what I knew. But one isn't necessarily always better than the other, it's what you know. The one thing that I will say might be better than the others is LR time-lapse. So if you use, how many people use Lightroom to edit your files? Okay, so you guys are good because you can easily go and use LR time-lapse. LR time-lapse is a third-party software designed and made by one guy, and he's done it all. He started like grassroots. It was not a pretty program. It did not work. Has anybody used LR time-lapse? A couple? Yeah. So it did not used to be a pretty looking program. It was clunky. It didn't always work well. You had to kind of figure out your own sequence. Now at the LR5 version, oh, it is smooth. It is so easy to use. It's unbelievable. So if you use Lightroom, what I would highly recommend is to go and download LR Time-Lapse 5. There is a free version available. It does allow you to spit out 1080p rendered files. If you do want to push further, or to be honest, if you want to give this guy money because he's done just such a phenomenal job, it's like, what is it, 70 bucks?
Yeah, for a person.
Yeah, I think it's like 70, 80 bucks. So it might be more, it might be 100 bucks. 70 to 100, I'll give that. It's not my software, so I don't know. Let's say $100. It's worth it. If you want to do high resolution, outputs, 4K even, I think 6K is an option as well. LR time-lapse is phenomenal. So when I talk about Flickr, I'm gonna throw in a lot of LR time-lapse as well. So I'm gonna kind of feed them together because with almost all of those softwares, whether it's Final Cut, whether it's After Effects, whether it's Premiere, they all have additional add-ons that you can go and put in there. So After Effects, you can go and get an anti-flicker add-on. It works, but it's essentially a filter over top of your files. It's not actually changing each individual file, so it's not going to be as effective as doing it through LR time-lapse, which literally helps or is able to change every single file that you have and remove that flicker as much as it can. So first off, what is Flickr? Well, when we're taking a photo, this is for every lens except the Nikon E lenses or the new Z lenses for the Z series. So for the D or the G lenses, this little aperture lever here, if let's say you're shooting at f8, that means f8 because it is going to hit this aperture lever on the lens, which will then close the lens down to f8. So it's a mechanical lever that opens and closes every single time you take a photo. Now, as good as it is, a mechanical way of doing this, there may be slight variance. Is it every single time that if you're doing a 1,000-shot time-lapse sequence and you tell it to go f8, is it always going to be exactly here? Is it going to be a little bit above, a little bit below? So that means that the aperture may not always be going to the exact same location. If you're using an E lens, So any of our E lenses, such as we have our new 24-70 VR here, or the new Z lenses, they use an electromagnetic diaphragm, which means that it's being told electronically how much to go and close that aperture down, so it's much, much more accurate. That being said, what does flicker actually look like? So there's varying degrees of flicker. If you notice the sky, see that flickering you're seeing? So if I took this sequence of still images, printed them out to 8x10s and put them on the ground here, guaranteed we would not be able to see that variance in exposure from frame to frame. But as soon as we go and put that into an actual time lapse, our brains are really good at being able to pick up that flicker. So the flicker is being put in there because of a slight variance of exposure from frame to frame. Now you can go from a very big flicker that you can see to this sequence here, which you have to kind of strain to see it, but it's there. I can kind of see it, a little bit of the sky, but also a little bit of the trees. For me, this was one of the sequences that I shot for my 8K. I wanted no flicker. So for me, even that amount of very, very small flicker wasn't good enough. So I asked Mo to go and run this through how he does it, just using basically an add-on on top of Final Cut. It did an okay job, but the flicker was still kind of there. Now, there's a couple different ways to get rid of flicker. There is the software solution, let's say Final Cut, and then there's an in-camera option as well. So in camera, I would always recommend to turn on exposure smoothing. Exposure smoothing is essentially going to try and make sure the variance between frames is as small as it possibly can be. When it comes to the software solutions, there's a couple different options. There's the add-ons, like I said, but the most effective way that I've seen is LR time-lapse. So in LR time-lapse, and I won't go through the entire thing because it's just a little bit too long, but you walk your way through step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's actually a deflicker option built right into it. Now this is actually being done on JPEGs. If you had shot it as a RAW file, it actually has a visual deflicker option as well, which just gives you a little bit more control. You can do multiple passes. It can get very, very granular, but it does a fantastic job. So I've shot sequences that I looked at and I said, there is no way that I'm going to be able to get a usable time-lapse sequence. Because when I went and just did the quick rough edit, I just want to see what it looks like as a very small video file, and then to go ahead and see, okay, do I want to post-process everything? I looked at something and went, there's no way, absolutely no way. Ran it through LR time-lapse, and they came out looking so smooth you would have no idea. So that same sequence that I showed before that had a minor bit, you go and look at it after it's gone through LR time-lapse, and this is, again, JPEGs, not RAW files, so you have even more control over RAWs. You're able to completely remove flicker. So if you have any flicker issues that you're seeing in some of your time lapses that you've shot manually, I would go and try out the software, especially if you shoot Lightroom. It works seamlessly, talks seamlessly with Lightroom, and it'll be worth that $100 for it if it helps basically save a lot of your sequences. Now, flicker, I will say, is probably the #1 reason why, if you start shooting automatic, why you're going to get into the manual version of shooting time lapses. If you shoot in the automatic way and you start seeing, let's say you're using older lenses that may not have the super accurate aperture, you will start to see, even with exposure smoothing turned on, some flicker jump in. So at that point, when you start seeing that flicker, you're going to go, okay, I know what I have to do. I have to steady myself. I have to get ready. I have to go and shoot the manual compilation way. So shoot automatic if you've never done it before. It's going to give you amazing results, but know in the back of your head that the more you get into it, the more precise you're going to want to be, and that at some point, the manual compilation route is probably where you're going to go. Or it just depends on the type of person you are. Mo is very precise and I'll almost say anal. I'm very lazy, so I'll usually sometimes shoot the automatic way. So it really depends on what you're looking for and how much time you have to put into the actual project itself. But there's never a right or a wrong way. Start with one, see what works, move to the other, see what you like and dislike about each of them, and just give it a try. That's honestly the biggest thing is, with time lapses, give it a try, be patient, and try again. If you fail once, that's okay. I can guarantee you the number of times I've wanted to pull my hair out. I was going to say my long hair, but
I already pulled all my hair out.
Yeah. There's a lot of patience that come to time lapses, but I guarantee that the effort is worth it. Do we have any questions? Because this is us at the end. Yeah.
Well, just a couple observations. I use LR time lapse a lot. So while the focus has been on doing movies, I also like doing time lapse to get that perfect shot, right? So you run your interval, you might only be looking for that one still, but the time lapse gave you the opportunity to capture that one still that you really want.
Absolutely.
The other thing we can do with LR time lapse though is you actually change the crop as you go through the image and then stack them. You can do one of those astral zoom kind of star effects. So there's more to do. Learning about time. Time lapse will give you the opportunity to get even better stills than you will of just getting the video.
Absolutely. I did a night photography seminar here a while ago now. And in that, I basically said there's two methods of doing star photography. There's the, for doing the astral, the star trails, I'll be specific. And one of them is the easy, lazy way, which is you do one shot and you essentially do it all in camera. Or there's the proper way of doing it, and not only does it give you individual beautiful star point shots, you can go and put them all together and get a beautiful star trail, and then you can take it even further and you say, okay, well, I've got 300 beautiful individual photos of the Milky Way. Why don't I go and push it a little bit further and now turn that into a time lapse? So you really are able to look at it from a number of different ways, all with basically one sequence that you've shot together. Thank you. Okay, so if we have, do you have one more?
Yeah, I got
last one.
With the variable ND filters, I don't know if anyone's experienced this with the X that shows up. Do you have any tips for?
So you're talking like a banding almost?
Yes, very faint. Like
yeah, so it depends on the filters you use. The higher quality the filters you use, the less either banding you'll see, the less color cast you'll see. We're using a heliopan. So our heliopan is pretty good. I still see a color cast. So I try not to crank it all the way as dark as it can go, because I do definitely see color cast at that point. And you almost see it working like a circular polarizer at some point. You kind of see the water go in and out, or the green come in. So there's not always a solution to that, but I would highly recommend it. Unfortunately, they are pretty expensive. I would recommend because I think that was about $250. But you're gonna spend the money on it because it will help you in the end. But just basically buy as expensive as you can get. Now, I'm not taking money from Heliopan, I promise.
I just stuck to polarizers.
Oh yeah, you could just put multiple polarizers on, and that'll so we actually have a polarizer up here. If I didn't think about it and I didn't bring my density filter with me, I'll just grab a circular polarizer as well, because that helps decrease the amount of light. It won't help get you really 1, 2, 3 second long exposures at the sun at the middle of the day, but it definitely helps. Okay, so I want to say thank you guys very much for coming out. We'll be up here for a few minutes. Thanks very much.
Hey guys, it's Nathan from Nikon here, back today with another package, and today we're going to be unboxing the Nikon Z6 II. So the Z6 II and the Z7 II are, as the name suggests, the second iteration to the well-loved Z6 and Z7 mirrorless cameras from Nikon. The Z6 II is scheduled to launch on November 5th, and the Z7 II is scheduled to launch on December 10th, 2020. This is my first time seeing this as a full production unit, so I'm really excited to dive into this box and see what's inside. This camera feels nearly identical to my Z7 or Z6 does in my hands here. Very ergonomically friendly with all the buttons in nearly identical places. Now, although the camera feels very familiar, the grip is actually slightly deeper on the Z6 II and the Z7 II. And the reason for that is if I flip this open on the side here, we have dual card slots. One XQD card slot compatible with CF Express and one UHS-2 SD card slot as well. This dual card slot arrangement might be familiar to anybody who uses a D850 right now. That same kind of primary-secondary card slot arrangement. And this is really exciting because this now means that we can shoot with photo overflow as well as photo backup. Another related feature to these dual card slots is the improved buffer and frame rate in both cameras. Wow, that right there is the sound of 14 frames per second in the Nikon Z6 II, with an improved buffer of 124 shots. That's nearly 3.5 times larger than what it was on the Nikon Z6, as well as being 2 frames faster. Now, the Nikon Z7 II also has a frame rate increase and shoots at 10 frames per second, and has an improved buffer of 77 shots. And this is really cool because a lot of people now are what are called hybrid shooters, meaning they shoot both stills and video. The great thing about Nikon mirrorless cameras is that you can rapid fire RAW files like that and then switch right over to video without having to worry about any buffer delay at all. I can see how this really opens up the possibilities for people that shoot sports, wildlife, or weddings. Really people that would utilize that higher buffer and faster frame rate. Now, there is a reworking of the brains inside this camera to make that faster buffer and frame rate possible. Or should I say the addition of a brain. Nikon in all their recent camera releases have used a single XSpeed 6 processor, whether it's in the D6, the D780, the Z6, the Z7, the Z5, all those cameras have used a single XSpeed 6 engine. In the Z6 II and the Z7 II, there is actually dual XSpeed 6 processor that powers the camera. And this dual XSpeed 6 engine is going to help with that improved buffer and faster frame rate, but also is going to lend to improved autofocus and improved low light performance as well. On the back here, we have that same really solid tilting LCD screen. Now, the screen is the same, but there's a new feature that will automatically switch the display to the LCD screen when you flip it out, which is just an added new bonus to the usability of these two cameras. On the bottom here, the battery door, both the Z6 II and the Z7 II use the new E&L 15C battery, which was introduced to the Nikon family with the release of the Z5. So now you're going to be getting 340 shots through the viewfinder on the Z6 II and 360 shots through the viewfinder on the Z7 II. There's now also support for a newly designed vertical grip for both the Z6 II and the Z7 II. Previously, the Z6 and the Z7 had support for an external battery pack, the MBN10. However, the MBN10 did not have an AF on button, shutter release button, or command dial. The newly designed MBN11 has all of these controls included on it and is supported by the Z6 II and the Z7 II. For me, some of the takeaways of the Z6 II and the Z7 II is that Nikon has really broadened the possibilities and capabilities of their mirrorless system. The previous generations of these cameras have performed quite well, and I have loved using my personal Z7 from the day that I bought it. I'm really excited because Nikon has just taken these cameras and improved them in every way possible with all the things that we just talked about. Whether it's dual card slots, dual XSpeed 6, improved buffer, improved frame rate, improved low light performance, improved autofocus, support for a new vertical grip, and more. I'm really excited to see what photographers are able to do with all this new raw potential. So with that said, my name is Nathan, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hi, my name is Mark Cruz, and in this video, let's go through what it means to shoot with a macro lens and a new feature called Focus Shift Shooting that'll help you get the most out of your macro photos. Now let's start off with what is macro photography and what does it mean to use a true macro lens? Well, macro photography is when you look for the small details in our world that we normally overlook. The regular kit lens that comes with Nikon DSLRs will let you get this close to a subject. But using a true macro lens means you can get much closer. At a macro lens's closest focusing distance, the reproduction ratio is 1:1, which means that the subject is being reproduced life-sized on the digital camera's sensor. The current macro lenses from Nikon include the DX 40mm f2.8, the full-frame 60mm f2.8, DX 85mm f3.5 VR, and the full-frame 105 f2.8 VR. A true macro lens allows you to fill the entire frame with details that you would normally miss, giving you a new way to take photos of the world. Most people walk right by grass or trees that are covered by dew, and they never give it a second thought. But if you change your perspective and keep getting closer and closer, you can see how you can transform a boring photo into something much more exciting. Now, here are a few tips that can help you get the most out of your macro shooting. Since you're so close, you'll be able to really see the texture of your subjects. Take advantage of it and make it the star of your photo. Nature makes some beautiful patterns, so look for patterns and detail that catch your eye. Or try and single out one specific detail that normally would be overlooked. One tip that works for all forms of photography, but specifically for macro photos, is changing and guiding the direction of light in your shot. Because you'll be so close to your subject, you may cast an unwanted shadow. Now, to get around this, shoot early or late in the day to get more directional and captivating light. Or use your off-camera flash so you can have complete control of the direction of light. When you're out taking non-macro photos, many people prefer to have a fast apertured lens, such as an f1.8 or 1.4 lens, so that they can blur out the background by using a shallow depth of field. But if you try that same wide open aperture technique while taking macro photos, you'll run into a common issue, a depth of field that's too shallow, where enough of your subject isn't in focus. And that isn't normally something we hear, that the depth of field is too shallow. But you have to remember that one of the factors that affects depth of field is the distance to the subject, and that the closer you get, the smaller the depth of field becomes. So instead of shooting at a wide open f2.8, you can stop down your lens to f9, gaining depth of field, but for macro shot, there still probably won't be enough of your subject in focus. And if you shoot at the smallest aperture, not only will you still not have everything in focus, but you start to see the effects of diffraction, which can actually decrease the sharpness of your photo in a meaningful way. Now notice how much sharper the image is when shot at f9. So how do we ensure that we can get sharp photos with enough depth of field for our entire subject? We can use a new feature that's currently found in the D850, Z7 and Z6 called focus shift shooting. This feature is the first step in a technique called focus stacking, where you can actually take multiple shots while incrementally moving the focus towards infinity, giving you many different in-focus slices of the same scene, which you can then combine later on using third-party software. The key to focus shift shooting, and really the thing that makes it so easy to use, is that it fully automates the process of gradually shifting the focus. All you have to do is ensure that your camera is on a sturdy tripod and then focus on the closest part of the subject. With the D850, Z7, and Z6, the easiest way to ensure precise focusing is to turn on focus peaking. Slowly change the focus until you see the highlights light up around your subject. Next, go into the menu and tell the camera how many shots you want it to take. The closer you are to your subject, the more shots you'll need. There's a maximum of up to 300 shots. How large of a focus movement to make in between shots? The closer you are to your subject, shoot more of a narrow step width. But if you're further away from the subject, for something like landscape work, then you can choose a wider step width. The time interval between shots, whether you want the exposure to be locked onto the first frame, and peaking stack image, which is a new feature in the Z system that will combine the peaking information from each photo and show you a black and white preview image of how much the scene is actually in focus. This feature is only available when used with Z lenses, so it's more useful for landscape applications at this moment. You can select whether you want to use silent photography mode or not. And lastly, you can select if a new folder is created each time a new sequence is started, and I highly recommend turning this option on. Assuming that your composition and focus are all set, press the start button and begin the automated process. This is one frame from a sequence taken with the focus shift shooting function. Notice how shallow the slice of depth of field is. Once the focus stacked image is completed by combining all of the frames, you have a seamless image with a much larger depth of field than would be possible when shooting a macro photo in just one shot, all while shot at an aperture to ensure optimal sharpness. This technique can also be used for landscape photos too. Normally, you'd have to choose whether you want to focus on the close or far aspects of your scene, but with focus stacking, everything can be tack sharp. To achieve the best results with focus stacking, it's recommended that you shoot with a tripod and have little to no movement in your shot, whether that's a moving subject, such as an insect, or even movement due to the wind. And while there's significantly more processing that's required to shoot a focus stacked image, this new focus shift shooting option takes away a lot of the frustration that used to be associated with the shooting component of this technique. So if you want to push yourself a little, go and try some macro photography, seeing what patterns or shapes you'll be able to capture. And if you want any other information on macro photography or this new focus shift shooting option, check out Nikon's Learn and Explore section on our website. Hi, my name is Mark Cruz, and I'm an NPS technical rep with Nikon Canada. And today I'm going to talk about one of the most important accessories for your Nikon DSLR, and that's an external speed light. When people purchase a DSLR, their first thought for buying an accessory is normally a lens. But if you take photos of people at all, a flash can make the biggest improvement to your photography. The best part is, the Nikon speedlights are really easy to use, having a full automatic mode called ITTL, or Intelligent Through the Lens Metering, meaning the camera and flash work together and figure out the best exposure that'll balance both the subject and the ambient light. Now, let's take a quick step back for a minute and figure out, why did you buy a DSLR in the first place? Most people generally buy a DSLR because they weren't happy with the image quality from their smartphone or compact camera, especially indoors. Everyone has tried to get shots of friends at dinner only to find out that there isn't enough light, so the photo is either completely blurry or your subjects are all covered in shadows. So you turn on the flash, but that doesn't help the situation either, because the flash is so close to the lens that there's a much greater chance of getting red eye. And since the direction of light is pointed directly at your subject, you'll also be getting shadows behind their head and maybe even glare on their foreheads. Okay, so you've bought a DSLR to get better photos of people, and you're inside taking a picture of someone, and there isn't enough light, and so you pop up the built-in flash. Since the built-in flash on a DSLR isn't that much farther away from the lens compared with a compact camera, you still aren't going to get very natural-looking photos. Now, there are some outdoor uses for the built-in flash when you want to add a little bit of fill light on your subject, but for indoor shots, it'll most likely have the same glare on the forehead, shadow behind the head look that you were trying to get away from. So, an external flash will help get rid of all this. Take an Nikon speedlight such as an SP5000 and attach it to your camera's hot shoe, point it right at your subject and take a shot. Are all the problems fixed? Not even close. Why is that? Well, because you haven't changed the direction of light. It's still coming directly at your subject's face. The number one thing to be aware of when starting to learn about flash photography is the direction of light, which is now easy to change since almost all of Nikon's external flashes have an ability to tilt and swivel, letting you bounce the light off of your surroundings and therefore changing the direction and quality of light. Now, if you're inside, the simplest way to get great results from a Nikon speedlight is to turn it to ITTL, meaning in its automatic mode. Tilt the head so it's bouncing straight up, and then take a shot. There's no glare on the forehead, and you'll never get red eyes. All of this is because you're changing the direction of light, so that instead of hitting your subject straight on, the light's coming down from above them. By bouncing off the ceiling, not only does this soften the light, but the direction is similar to what we're used to in our normal everyday lives, so it looks much more natural to us. When you're inside and you have walls and a ceiling around you, you actually have a lot of different options for where you want the light to come from. As you saw before, you can simply bounce off the ceiling to get much more natural looking shots. But you can also bounce off the walls as well, giving you the ability to drastically change the direction of light merely by shooting off one wall or the other. The one thing to notice when bouncing off the ceiling is that your subject will sometimes get shadows on their face or under their necks, thanks to all that light coming straight down. One way around this is to use both the walls and ceiling to your advantage. Point the flash slightly backwards and not only will it bounce off the wall, giving you some fill light to get rid of those shadows, but it'll still hit the ceiling, giving you that natural light we want. You do have to be careful with this technique. Make sure that your wall isn't too far behind you, or else your photo will be too dark, since your flash may not have enough power to bounce all that distance from the wall to the ceiling to your subject. If you ever do run into situations where the flash power isn't giving you the exposure you want, but you don't want to venture into changing the flash power manually yet, that's where flash exposure compensation comes in. And just like normal exposure compensation, which lets you easily brighten or darken the overall exposure in 1/3 increments, flash exposure comp lets you quickly tell the camera to increase or decrease the power of the flash, depending on your situation. As you can see here, starting at 0 EV gives the flash power that the camera thinks is required. But you can also easily raise the flash power by going to +1 EV or lowering it by selecting -1 EV. So don't be scared off by thinking that flash photography is for professionals only. Nikon's ITTL system makes it easy for anybody to get great shots. Merely change the tilt or swivel of the flash head to create natural looking light, all while letting the camera figure out the correct exposure. Hi, my name is Mark Cruz, and today I want to talk about motion in photography. How do you stop motion? How do you show motion? And an advanced technique called panning, which really helps to emphasize both the speed and motion of your subject. Now let's start with the easiest option, and the one that most people initially think of when shooting a moving subject, and that is stopping motion. To stop your subject's motion, you'll need a fast enough shutter speed. Now, fast enough is quite vague, so how do you know if it's really fast enough? Well, it all depends on how quickly your subject is moving. If your subject is moving slowly or isn't moving at all, then all you really need to worry about is not introducing camera shake into the photo. Now you can use the rule of thumb that your shutter speed should be at least 1 over the focal length that you're using. So if you're shooting with a 200mm lens, then your shutter speed should be at least 1/200th of a second. Now, if you have a fast-moving subject, then a shutter speed range of 1/500th to 1/2000th of a second is a good choice. And if you have an incredibly fast subject, or if you have a subject like you do here, with very fast-moving wings, then you're going to need a shutter speed from 1/4000th to up to 1/8000th of a second. But you don't always want to completely stop the action of your subject. In the case of shooting landscapes, for example, there's often a component of the scene that would benefit by showing off its motion. And to do this effectively, you want to use a slow shutter speed. So slow, in fact, that you're going to need a tripod most of the time. This first example is using a relatively fast shutter speed, considering the slow movement of the water. At 1/100th of a second, the motion of the water is almost completely frozen. By slowing the shutter speed down to 1/4 of a second, you begin to see a little bit more movement and power from the water. Now, if you had VR turned on, you may be able to handhold this photo, but a tripod is still recommended. Now, this last photo was shot using a 4-minute long exposure, and it required not only a tripod, but a neutral density filter to allow such a long shutter speed to be used. Now, while a little bit more thought and effort has to go into a photo like this, it really gives you a sense of motion that you otherwise would never see. If you want to show motion in a landscape photo, all you really need is a long shutter speed and a tripod. but it gets a little trickier when you want to show the motion of a moving subject. Now, if you use a slower shutter speed while your camera is stationary, but your subject is moving, the resulting focus will still be on the surrounding landscape and not on the subject itself. And things change very quickly, though, when your camera is no longer on a tripod and instead follows the subject. Now, this brings us to a technique called panning, which really helps bring out the speed and motion of your subject. You'll be using a slower shutter speed which shows the movement, but because you're smoothly following the subject with your lens, parts of the subject will be kept relatively sharp. If you use a slower shutter speed or if you pan quicker, you'll be able to create a blurrier background. Notice that when a fast shutter speed is used, the resulting photo is a good action shot, but it doesn't help convey the speed or power from the water. When you use a much slower shutter speed, it really gives a sense of movement from the water, but also from the surfer as well. Now, here are a few tips for trying to pan with your subject. Number one, switch your mode to shutter priority. This allows you to set the shutter speed while the camera will pick the corresponding aperture value that'll give you the proper exposure. Now, you can also shoot in full manual mode, but it requires you to worry about a few more settings that can be distracting if you're new to this technique. Select a shutter speed that's appropriate for your subject. A good starting place for most people is 1/100th of a second. But if you find there isn't enough motion in the photo, you can lower the shutter speed. And if the subject is moving too quickly, you can always raise it. Find a spot where your subject will be moving laterally across from you, as it becomes much more difficult to get a sharp subject if they're coming directly at you. Pan at the same speed as your subject, and don't abruptly stop even once you're done shooting the sequence. Make sure your movements are smooth, because you could end up with unusual blur patterns if you don't use fluid and smooth movements for the entire pan. Keep VR turned on. One of the great things about Nikon's VR system is that it'll automatically detect when you pan, canceling the image stabilization in that direction. Turn on the continuous drive mode. This enables you to get more than one shot per sequence, which greatly improves the chances of getting a great shot. And finally, practice, practice, and practice. You need to be ready for your keeper percentage to go down when you first start trying this technique, as you'll be shooting a lot to try to get the hang of it. So, just because you have a moving subject doesn't mean that you always have to use a fast shutter speed. If you slow the motion down and try a panning technique, every once in a while you'll be able to get great artistic looking shots that are different than the action photos that you normally take.
want one person on your side, right?
All right, guys, good evening. Welcome to Nikon Canada's head office for another Learn and Explore seminar. We're going to be talking about macro photography this evening, and I just wanted to take a moment to introduce our speaker for tonight. Is Nikon Canada's very own product and training specialist, Chris Ogonek. He'll be up here in a second. Chris, just a background on him. He's traveled and photographed everything from the African continent to coasts of California, all the way to the islands of Hawaii, and he lectures, instructs at photography clubs, professional associations, retail outlets, and has written and published articles for Nikon's official Learn and Explore website. So tonight he takes us on an exploration of all things macro photography related. So without further ado, here's Chris.
Thanks, Mark. So today we're going to kind of start off real basic and then do a little bit more. Get started. I want to get a feel. How are you guys in terms of macro knowledge? How many of you guys have a DSLR? Everybody, awesome. Okay. How many of you guys have an actual dedicated macro, a true macro lens? Okay. That's much higher than I expected. That's fantastic. So I'll start off with the real basic. This is the what is macro photography? Why do you need a dedicated macro lens, and why is it so specialized in comparison to a regular lens? Well, basically a Nikon macro lens basically means that you're going to have a reproduction ratio giving you a 1-to-1 ratio, which means that the size of the subject in real life is going to be the exact same size on your imaging sensor. Okay, so just to kind of visualize that, if you had a sensor and you had a quarter on top of it, then if you had a normal kit lens, something like an 18-55, then you would have basically, I think, 1-to-3 ratio. So it's obviously not going to come anywhere close to a real life representation as to size of the quarter itself. But if you go and have an 85mm macro, for example, you're able to reproduce it much, much larger. So can you go away without having a dedicated macro lens? Yes and no. I will get into some things that you can do to kind of cheat your way into kind of stretching what your normal lenses are capable of. But to have the easiest time of it, whether it's having autofocus, having metering, not having to do everything fully manually, having a dedicated macro lens really does give you a much easier time, especially to get used to it. Once you kind of have all that knowledge in your brain and you're so used to it and you're looking to kind of tweak and to get a little bit more a different type of shot, then you can go and start doing the more manual route. You can go and do some of the techniques I'll show you later on. But to really start off, it is much, much easier to get into and to not get frustrated when you're dealing with a true macro lens. Okay, so we have currently 4 different macro lenses. We have 2 DX lenses and 2 full frame lenses. So 2 crop lenses and 2 full frame. A lot of the times when I get asked at a trade show, at a photo club, it's always, well, which one should I start with? Because they range from about 300 up to about 1,200. So that's a pretty decent chunk of change if you're going to the high end of it. So how do you make that decision which macro lens is right for you? Well, if we start off with our subject, let's say this little bee here, how do you decide which macro lens is best for you? Well, like I mentioned, we have the 4 of them, 40mm f2.8 DX, the full frame 60mm f2.8, 85 f3.5 VR, and the 105 f2.8 VR. Now, if we have our B, one of the biggest determining factors as to which macro lens would be best for the majority of people, it's what are you planning on shooting in the macro world. If you tell me all you're looking to do is shoot stamps, all you're looking to do is shoot something that is not going to be moving, and it doesn't matter the distance between you and the actual subject, then to be honest, it won't make a huge difference to you. But if you start dealing with creepy crawlies, bees, insects, spiders, scorpions, anything that you don't want to be very close to, the working distance becomes much, much more important at that point. So that's why, for me, that's one of the first things I actually ask people is, what are you planning? What do you think you're going to start shooting if you get into macro? So the 40 has a working distance of 16 centimeters. The 60 mil is 19 centimeters. The 85 is 28. And then the 105 is 31 centimeters. So you can see, depending on what it is you're shooting, you may want to be considerably further away from it by shooting with, let's say, the 105 comparatively with the 40. Even with the 40 outside at noon, with the sun directly above you, if you're shooting something, chances are your shadow is actually going to be in the frame because of where the light's actually coming down. And I'll talk about changing your lighting later on, but you can't always change the direction of where the light's coming from, and that can be a bit of a bother if you do have to be very, very close to your subject all the time. That being said, for around $299 mark-ish, roughly, yeah. So roughly $299 as a entry-level MSRP for the 40 mil. That's a fantastic price, absolutely fantastic price. So if you're just kind of starting to dip your toe in the water in macro and you have a DX body, the 40 mil is a fantastic place to start off with. The 60 mil, obviously it still is rather close. One of the things that lens is known for is having a very flat field. So I kind of mentioned stamps earlier. I don't know if anybody actually shoots stamps. Jacob in the back loves shooting stamps as a hobby. So for him, he actually owns both the 105 and the 60 mil. The 60 is fantastic if you're wanting to reproduce something with very flat fields. You don't want any distortion of those stamps. You want it to be reproduced exactly as is. And that's really what the 60 is known for. The 85 is, again, another DX lens, and it's our high-end DX lens. So if you know that you're going to stay in the DX world and you don't want to be spending the top dollar by going with the 105, the 85 is smaller, lighter, and cheaper while still giving you a really quite good working distance. For me, though, the 105 f2.8 is really where I would start and finish my look. It really, truly is. Not only does it give you the best working distance, I love the image quality that comes out of it. And for me, it's not just, well, how many people here only do one type of photography? Portraiture, or sports, or landscapes, or macro? Nah, nobody. Everybody wants to be as versatile as possible, and you want to kind of work that into the gear that you buy. The fantastic thing about the 105 is it's a much more versatile lens than the other macro lenses. The other macro lenses, when I think of them as macro lenses. You're buying it purely to do macro. You can kind of fudge it a little bit, but it's generally going to be used just as a macro lens. The 105, though, is much, much more versatile. So right off the bat, it's 105 millimeters, which is a great portraiture focal length. You're going to get very little distortion. You're going to be able to compress that background really nicely. And you're going to be able to get, with the f2.8, a very blurry background as well. So when you're thinking about where you should start, absolutely, if you're just putting your toe in the water, you have a DX body, that 40 mil is really tempting. But if you know that, let's say, you're going to be shooting a little portraiture, you don't have a dedicated portrait lens, or maybe you only have a 50 at this point, and you want something with a further focal length, you're able to get fantastic portraits out of the 105 while still being able to go and get your feet into the macro world as well. So it's not just about dollars, it's not just about size and weight. Really, for me, it comes down to the versatility. And if anybody here shoots weddings or knows anybody who shoots weddings, I guarantee that they have the 105 in their bag because it lets them do the detail shots. Then they can turn around and get some nice headshots of the bride and groom. It's just unbelievably versatile. Sure. Sure. Okay, so now that we've kind of talked about the lenses, the starting point when it comes to macro, let's talk about why you should actually shoot macro in the first place. Because a lot of people, they want to stay with the generalized lenses. They want to stay with the generalized gear, and they look at it, macro lens, especially after hearing me say a 40 mil or a 60 mil or an 85 is pretty much only going to do macro. Some people hear that and go, why would I want to carry around a dedicated lens? Well, it really lets you change the way you see the world and get really, really different perspectives than you normally would. if you're out on a walk, out on a hike, instead of starting off nice and high of a view like we normally do, by using a macro lens, you're just able to change the perspective completely. So you're able to go from this eye level, what everybody kind of sees when they're walking, and then getting down to the very low level, which isn't even at the true macro 1-to-1 reproductive ratio there. You're able to really get a different look than you normally would. When people go traveling, how many people bring a macro lens with them? Ooh, more than I thought. Okay, that's fantastic. So this shot was actually taken by the owner of one of our dealers, Camera Canada. Anthony travels to places that just make me drool. And not only when you look at his shots is he patient in terms of the timing of day, waiting around for the perfect lighting, but he also goes the extra distance just in the gear that he brings. So bringing a macro lens to, and if anybody's tried to shoot ants like this, you know this is not a 20-second setup where you take the picture and you're all good to go. There's a lot of wasted shots that, well, maybe not for Anthony. For me, a lot of wasted shots that go into most macro work, especially when you're dealing with a moving subject. Very particular as to where it's moving in the plane, figuring out the depth of field. A lot goes into this. But when you're on vacation, how many people have gone to Costa Rica here? How many people have come back with this shot? Yeah, that's the thing. So you can go and do it on a trip, but you can also really change just the way that you normally see your house. You walk by your lawn every single day. Is there dew on the lawn? Have you gone and tried to figure out the best angle to shoot, the best time of the lighting? Well, as you get closer and closer and closer, you're really able to just focus in on the one thing that you want the viewer to see. You might look at the entire lawn every day and go, oh God, this is the thing that I went and mowed for 3 hours. This is, I fertilized it. But when you really kind of get rid of all those small little annoying things, you can go and figure out, okay, so it rained last night. There's going to be some dew on the grass. If I go and wait till it's a little bit sunny, I have a little backlighting in there, and boom, you have a very different photo than you would normally attempt to take. So you're able to really change how you see things when you travel, when you're just out hiking, when you're out with the family, friends, but also just everyday normal events that you don't normally look at. Now, when you are shooting macro, it is a different ball game. There's different things that you should look for, and there's different things that you should look out for. You should almost kind of have to try and train your brain to think a little differently when you're shooting macro, because there's a lot in the frame because you're so close. So one of the things that you really should kind of look for is detail. Now, it doesn't have to be a lot of detail. It could be one single thing that you're looking at. But how many people in their yard see weeds? This is a normal, everyday weed. How many people get this close to the weed and try and see these individual filaments that make up that fuzziness on the weed? No, not usually. That never happens. But the amount of detail here, it's just really cool to get as close as you can. Not only details, but really look for textures. And textures, we'll come back to, really are affected by the lighting that you're actually dealing with when you're shooting. On top of textures, you can go and look for patterns and colors. Patterns, up at eye level, we almost never try and look at one tiny little section of the wooden floor here, or if you're out with some leaves pattern, you don't look at that. You see everything as a whole. You really want to go and focus on the patterns, whether it's man-made, there's a lot of really cool metal structures that you can look at, or nature, which is the wood, leaves. There's so much out there when it comes to the patterns that catch your eye when you look for it. You don't necessarily know it's there at the beginning, but when you look for those patterns, and then if you throw in color on top of that, it really just kind of takes it to the next level. Now, obviously, initially think of, okay, well, you're saying colors, I want vibrant colors that are going to just absolutely show you, but it's not always the in-your-face colors. It's sometimes kind of the pastel, the toned down, something that just kind of is a little bit muted, but still catches your eye. Now, one thing I'll absolutely recommend is not only shooting different angles, shooting a lot. If you normally are happy with, let's say, I'll go on the low end, let's say a 40% hit rate. You go out shooting, shoot 100 shots, and you get 40, that's quite, yeah, I hear somebody, that is quite, yeah. But let's say 40. If you go out and shoot 100 macro shots, if you come back with 2, you're probably lucky. There are some things that I'll talk about later that really help keep your hit rate a little bit higher. One of them being focus peaking on some of the new cameras, the Zeds and the D850. It really helps you try and nail the focus, but not only the focus you want to worry about, but getting those different angles, because you get so focused, especially when you get a moving subject, such as this dragonfly or the ants that Anthony was shooting earlier. You get so focused on, okay, just capturing whatever it is. You don't worry about the little things. You don't worry about the background. You don't worry about the direction, how it's actually angled towards you. So shoot a lot, but also when you find that one subject, shoot it from multiple angles. Don't just be happy with one shot and go, okay, that's it, I'm done, I'm good. Go and continuously shoot as long as you can, as long as it'll let you, because a lot of the times they aren't completely happy with you being in their face. But as long as you're not disrupting them, as long as you're not being a nuisance to them, especially if you're shooting with a 105, keeping your nice little foot and a half distance, you can go and not interrupt their daily life while still getting some great shots. Okay, so as I kind of hinted before, one of the things you do have to worry about is your background. You really want to make sure that you're getting rid of as much extraneous foliage, in this case a fence. You want to get rid of all that distracting color as much as you possibly can. Now, most of the time when we're shooting landscapes, if you don't like the view of the mountain, you're getting in your car and you're driving for miles to try and get a different view. When it comes to macro, because we're dealing on such a small level, literally changing from here to here could be the difference between having the annoying brown background there and getting rid of almost all of it. And then, because we have the ability to crop so much with all the high resolution cameras, you could even crop that even more and get a much, much cleaner shot. Now, on top of watching your background to make it clean, just your subject matter alone, you should sometimes think about keeping it nice and clean, keeping it simple. We always try and kind of include as much as we can into the photo, but the times it's find that one thing. Find the one thing that kind of catches your eye and just work on that. There was a million other little pine needles that were in the area, but instead of trying to get as many of them into the shot as possible, show a beautiful depth of field, show some of it in focus. Nope, get rid of all of them except the one. And then, hopefully, you'd be lucky enough to get the one that has the water droplets sitting at the very base of it. But find that one thing and keep it nice and simple, whether it's the background or the actual subject matter itself. Okay, so let's talk a few minutes, not necessarily about the lenses, because that, but let's talk about the other things that we ideally would need for proper macro work. So obviously, number one is having some sort of ability, whether it's a macro lens, whether it's a extension tube, getting you closer to your subject. Okay, so we got that, we're good. Next, tripod. How many people, when they shoot macro, bring a tripod with them? I see some head shaking. So it's a double-edged sword taking a tripod with you, because it slows you down, it forces you to think a little bit more, it forces you to carry something heavy, to make sure that you haven't forgot it at home when you're out shooting. So there's a lot of downsides to actually bringing a tripod with you, but that whole shoot a lot mantra that I said, it helps with that. Because I'm able to, let's say, this shot here. When we talk about depth of field and how shallow it is when we start dealing with the macro world, I don't remember how many shots. I'd like to lie and say that I nailed this in one shot. I probably did not. But I was shooting on a tripod. And because of that, instead of if I was hand holding it, I probably would have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all within a span of a couple seconds, just to try and make sure that those tiny little minute motions that I'm doing, I'm just shooting as fast as I can, hoping I get one of them in focus. By me bringing my tripod along with me, I was shooting with the Z, so I had focus peaking on. I was able to see an exact highlight around my subject that was perfectly in focus, and I got my 10, 15, 20 shots down to about 2 or 3 that I was happy with. And then from there, I was able to basically be really precise and say, okay, well, do I want the front of that the water drop to be in focus? Do I want the actual stock itself to be in focus? And I was able to focus a little bit more on the actual subject matter itself rather than the things that I was screwing up, which is hoping that I don't breathe, hoping that I'm not moving too much and that the camera's focusing fast enough. I'm able to take all of that out of the equation and just let the tripod do the work. It is a bit of a pain, but if you want to help get your keeper rate up, that would probably be the number one thing that I would recommend using is a tripod, and just because it helps slow you down. It really, really does. Not always a good thing to slow yourself down in shooting, but with macro, if you are just trying to get into it and not get frustrated, a tripod is kind of a good thing to do. I could talk for an hour just about what tripod to pick, but that's a different, we'll get the Gitzo rep in here someday to tell you about them. And that's me in my kitchen doing some example shots for this. Circular polarizer. How many people, when they shoot macro, bring a polarizing filter with them? Oh, in my head, I was like, I got him. No one's going to raise their hand for this one. So this, for me, is one of the most underrated things when you're shooting macro. Everybody thinks about it as, okay, I'm going to go shoot landscapes. I want that bright blue sky to pop. I want the reflections on the water to be taken out. I want the green foliage to really pop green. Wait a second, we're shooting a lot of foliage, guys. That's exactly what the polarizing filter is for. So if we shot this scene here, just a regular little leaf, this is without the polarizer turned on. So this is it just allowing the light through as normal. This is it turned on about 2/3. And then this is it fully polarized, not allowing any of the light through. And you can see it is a noticeable difference without the polarizer as with it. Now, I will say that there are some downsides to shooting with a polarizer. A, it's going to slow you down even more. Another one is, you can all see that it's, if anybody hasn't played with a polarizer before, it's a darkened filter. So decreasing the amount of light that's actually entering the sensor, which you have to account for. If you are using a tripod, then you don't have to worry about shutter speeds quite as much, but generally you will have to use a faster ISO or stop or open up your aperture a little bit more, which obviously you don't usually want to do. So usually, if you're going to be using a polarizer, be prepared to use a slightly higher ISO just to compensate for the fact that you're decreasing the amount of light that's actually entering the lens and contacting the sensor. Water bottle. People know where I'm going with this. It isn't always raining. There isn't always dew on the grass. You're sometimes not able to go and have perfect conditions. Sometimes you have to fake it. Not necessarily for award-winning photos. I don't want to say go and do that. But for your own portfolio, when you want to play around with it, when you want to go and play around and figure out the best way to shoot a water droplet, you can't always wait for it to rain. So while you can go and get amazing shots, such as Rob Sturgis, who used to work for us out in Vancouver, amazing shots without having any dew droplets at all, but it sometimes does add that little bit of extra something just by having that water. It kind of gives you the idea of where this was taken. Was this taken in the middle of a field right after a rainy day? It could have been, and this is what I think of, but it was taken in my kitchen. So it's okay. You're allowed to fake it sometimes. Next is a light. I have speed light up here, but you don't always have to have a speed light. You can just introduce light of any type. I have an LED Lumahawk light over here. I'll be talking a little bit more about that later on when we kind of go back to textures and how you're playing around with it. But whether you're doing using like an SB5000, SB700, going back to the ant photos, this is the second one that Anthony took. If anybody noticed the first one I showed you, the lighting was spectacular, as is with this one. Well, not only was he particular enough to bring the 105 macro lens, he was also particular enough to bring our R1C1 kit. If no one knows what the R1C1 kit is, this is our close-up macro flash kit. So the R1C1 comes with the commander unit, the SU800. You pop that on the actual camera itself, and this will then talk to, using our optical CLS system, it'll talk to any slaves, any remote system flashes, such as an SB5000, or the R1C1 kit comes with, Mark? SBR200. Ooh, I thought I would catch them out. So the SBR200s, you can actually go and attach these using, as you can see here, to the actual ring itself. So you can fit as many as you want. You can get, Mark, how many have you? About 8? Is that what's, I think there's 8. So you can go and buy extras and actually fit 8 in the ring. But what Anthony actually did, he used 3 of them and he spread them out, giving different qualities of light, making sure that it was backlit nicely, making sure the foreground was lit. So he spent a lot of time with these photos, and to me it shows. Now, the fantastic thing is you can't actually, if I didn't tell you that there was an R1C1 kit with 3 SBR200s and all, you would just go, wow, he found that perfect sliver of light right on the log, beautiful backlighting, this is amazing. So doing it naturally and creatively is a fantastic way to get amazing photos, and he absolutely nailed it with the shot. But that's just kind of goes to show how critical the lighting can be when it comes to macro photography. So I mentioned earlier, if you're shooting landscapes and you don't like the view, you usually have to jump in your car and drive around to find a different view. Well, same with the light. I don't care who I am. I could be Joe McNally with 50 million SB5000s with me. There's nothing I can do to light up that mountainside back there if I don't like the way the light is. I have to be basically, I'm a passenger. I'm hoping that the light works for me. In macro photography though, I'm not the passenger. I have control. And you have the ability to really change the light in a number of different ways. Now, you can go and use a speed light. You can go and use the SBR200s, or one of my favorite things to use when it comes to macro is continuous light. So being able to use a speed light is great, but you have to pre-visualize how the light is going to affect your subject, how it's going to deal with the shadows, how it's going to create texture, take away texture. But with a constant light, you instantly see exactly where the shadows are going to go, and by getting it closer or further away, how it's going to affect your subject right then and there. So by using continuous light, now it doesn't have to be something as fancy as this. We have small ones, we have medium ones, we have big ones for when we shoot Mark with all the videos and his Nikon TVs. But you don't need that when it comes to this. You're dealing with a very, 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 very small subject. You don't need a gigantic light. You could even go and use your phone. How many people have a smartphone with a flashlight on it? Everybody. I asked how many people have a DSLR. Almost everybody put their hand up. If I ask how many people have a smartphone, every single hand will go up, maybe twice. So even this little light can go and help you to just add that extra little bit of backlighting, get rid of some of the shadows. So it's really, really beneficial to just explore what you have at home. Do you have your phone on you? Cool. Do you have a headlamp? Do you have a flashlight? You can use those too. Or if you have little video LED lights, those are, in my opinion, probably the best, because not only can you vary the power, but on a lot of them you can also vary the color temperature as well. So I can actually change the color temperature from 3200 Kelvin all the way up to about 5600. So you really have an ability to change the color of the light as well, which just adds another dimension. Now, if you are wanting to change the light, it really kind of, you have to really start off with, what do you want to show with this subject? So with this subject in particular, I wanted to show the texture. I wanted to show really the skin of the actual plant itself, but also these tiny little nodules. I wanted to show off those by really kind of bringing out some of the shadows. So I'd love to say that this was the first and final shot. Everybody was all happy after the fird one. And I just said, that's it, I'm done, cool. Well, that's usually not the way it works. And I needed example shots, so. Where did we start? Well, we started off flat lighting. Basically, if the camera is pointed here, the light was almost on camera. And it's flat. You get no shadows, you get no definition, there's no real texture coming out. So for me, as soon as I saw it, I went, nope, not gonna work. So let's try and bring out that texture. Let's go and get the light, instead of being on axis with the actual lens, let's get it up top. Well, this is probably too high because the shadows are way too large and there's not enough light actually contacting the skin to really give you a sense of what it feels like, what it looks like. So this is a little bit too much. So let's kind of bring it down a little bit to decrease the contrast just a little bit more. Okay, well that's better. That's kind of what I was looking for. But what's my main subject? Where do I want the viewer to look? Right in the middle, right? That's what's in focus. So this is what I want my main focus of the viewer to jump to right away. Where are most people looking at when you first see this photo? This side over here. A, it's out of focus, which I don't look at it for that reason, but it's also too bright. So there was a little bit too much spill coming from the main light, the little LED, onto this particular leaf. Okay, well, no problem. We can get rid of that. By feathering it away, just literally moving the light a little bit away, I'm still gaining a little bit of that texture because of the contrast and the shadows, but I've now completely taken this out of the equation. Now, personally, I like the first shot that I showed you best, where it kind of was a nice even exposure, but this is a really good example of the way you can bring out the texture just by varying the light, all within a few degrees of where you started off. You can also really go and change the mood of the photo as well by varying the light that you start off with. So this is one of those little plants with a little thorn on the edge of it. And the reason I'm explaining that to you is because this first photo doesn't do a really good job of it. There's almost, it bleeds into the background a little bit too much. For me, it's just not quite there. So let's decrease the amount of light. Let's literally just dial down the amount of light. Let's move the light away. Okay, that's much better. Now you get a sense that this is definitely kind of the subject matter where you're meant to be focusing on, but it still is a little bit confusing having these green bits that are kind of all over the place. So let's bring the light down even more. And this isn't being done in editing at all. This is all being done purely with the light being moved around. And if I want to make it even a little bit more moody, go and dial that light down even a little bit more. So being able to affect the light with the texture that you'll see, the mood of the photo, it is very, very powerful to be able to do that all with a single handheld light. You don't need fancy speed light. You don't need the R1C1 kit with multiple remote units, commanders. You don't need it. All you need is one simple little handheld light. And in some cases, you don't even need that. Whenever we're out shooting landscapes, how many times do you guys think, you know what, the best time of day, I'm gonna go out and shoot at noon. That's gonna give me beautiful light. No, never. You always kind of want to go for the golden hour. You want to go either just after the sun's come up or just about when it's about to go down. So dusk and dawn type of scenarios where you get that really kind of harsh, diagonal type of light. Well, that works fantastically for macro as well. This is a leaf, just basically point straight up. And all I did was, it was about 8:30-ish, 8:45. Sun was coming right down the street. I just got down behind it and used the sun to backlight the leaf for me. That's it. No lights were used with the exception of the sun. And one of the fun things about backlighting natural objects such as leaves, flowers, is you get really cool patterns that just appear out of nowhere. They were hidden, you look at a leaf all day, you'd never know it was there. Backlight it, and suddenly you see all these different structures, and not only structures, but I didn't even see that little guy in the top right corner when I was shooting it. I got in, I was editing, I'm like, man, that's a funny looking, hey, I didn't even see him. So not only are you getting the amazing patterns from the actual leaf itself, but sometimes you get little hidden surprises from guys who are just hanging on and just trying to not be noticed by you as you're playing around with their home. Okay, so far I've talked about some of the reasons to shoot macro, some of the things to think about when you're doing it. Now I'm going to talk about some of the, well, one big pitfall that you have to keep in the back of your brain when you're shooting macro, and that is depth of field and what affects depth of field. Now, there's four main things that affect your depth of field. The first two, to be honest with you, I'm just going to skip over them because they do have an effect, but for macro work, not quite so much. So sensor size does have an effect, and focal length does have an effect. I don't want you guys going, wait a second, no, it does have an effect, but it's minimal. The third one, and the one that we really think of most when we think of depth of field, when we're talking portraiture, landscapes, we're talking about changing your aperture. So if you want either a very thin depth of field, you're going to shoot a very wide open aperture at 1.8, or you want to go and shoot a landscape, large depth of field, stop down to f/16, and there is a very noticeable difference at normal distances between you and your subject. But the fourth thing that affects the field is probably the most important when it comes to macro work, and that's the distance of you to your subject. When we're talking about landscapes, when we're talking about portraiture, it does have an effect, but it's not amplified the way it is when you start getting closer and closer and closer. I just showed you that photo there of the woman, f1.8, and she was pretty much in focus, but you could see the details on her. If I showed you this, using that same principle, you'd go, okay, well, that's a very, very small depth of field. That's tiny. You're probably shooting wide open. If your favorite lens, as you've talked about it all night, is a 105, you're probably shooting that at 2.8. That was shot at f10. So the closer you get, even if you stop down your lens, you're still going to have a, I'll say, annoyingly small depth of field. And that's not something that we normally talk about. We don't normally talk about our depth of field being too shallow. I don't think I've anybody ever heard anybody when they're using the 200 f2, Mark's favorite lens. I've never heard anybody say, oh, the 200 f2 creates too shallow of a depth of field. I don't want to use this lens. No, that's why you're using it. But when it comes to macro, it does create certain problems you have to be aware of. So let's kind of go through those a little bit. So obviously depth of field is a good thing when you're dealing with portraiture and landscape, but when you're talking about macro work, and this isn't even macro work, I'll kind of classify this particular example as close-up work because it's not at the 1-to-1 ratio, it's significantly further back, but I still, let's say I'm doing a product shot for one of our ads, and I want to make sure that not only is the D850 logo, the Nikon logo, I want this entire lens to be in focus as well. Well, at 2.8, that's no way that's going to happen. Very, very small sliver is going to be in focus. Okay, so we stop down to f5.6. Now, f5.6 is fantastic for sharpness. We all know that once you stop down 2-3 times, f5.6 to f8, that's usually the optimal sharpness of a lens. So what is in focus is tack sharp. That's fantastic. But I still have huge amounts of the photo that are not going to be good enough. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's stop down to f9. All right, well, it's still not there, nowhere near. Let's just all the other apertures. Let's go right to the end. Let's go f36. It's close, but if we zoom in, it's still not there. If I was being critical, if I was told by my boss to go and do this ad and make sure that everything's in focus, do you think my boss would be happy with that? I would get smacked. So what do you have to do? Well, there is a couple things, but before I get there, I also want to kind of point something else out. I'm going to toggle back and forth between f5.6, which as I said was the optimal sharpness level, and f36. What I want you to do is I want you to look at the logo here, the D850, and hopefully you'll be able to see it with the projector. So f36, 5.6. 36, maybe. So the 5.6 is noticeably sharper than f36. So not only am I not getting still everything not in focus with f36, I'm actually getting a less sharp image. The reason for this, and I won't go into and bore you all with the boring physics behind it, but it's called diffraction. Diffraction is a horribly complicated but fun rabbit hole if you do want to go and read about it. Basically, diffraction is a product of the pixel size, which is usually a product of the megapixels. So the more megapixels you have, the smaller your pixel is. The smaller your pixel is, the faster you'll see diffraction. So if we have, let's say, anybody with a D3 in the room, 12 megapixel camera, you probably wouldn't see diffraction, so you wouldn't start to see less sharp images if you were really critical and shot at all the different apertures and compared them. You probably wouldn't see diffraction till f16, maybe even a little bit beyond that. But if you go and grab, let's say, D5, or let's say a Z6, 24 megapixels, you'll probably start to see it f11, maybe f13, bump all the way up to a D850 or a Z7 at 45 megapixels. The pixels are really, really small at this point. You're probably going to start seeing diffraction at f8, f9-ish. So this is something, now I'm being really critical. When I say it, like, I'll shoot at f8 all day and be totally happy. By f9, f10, you probably would definitely start to see it if you were really critical. So always shooting completely stopped down just to give you the most amount of depth of field isn't always the best option for a number of reasons. One of them being you're going to hit the diffraction limit of the sensor. So what do we do? Well, one option is focus stacking. Focus stacking, it's a technique that allows you to shoot multiple images at the optimum aperture of your lens. So let's say 5.6, f8, whatever you find to be an amazingly sharp aperture. Taking multiple shots and very precisely shifting the focus of the actual image. So when you finish, you might have, instead of an image of an almost in focus camera, or in this case, one photo of a one of the little prickles is going to be in focus, you're going to have 50 shots that have a very small, thin slice of perfectly in focus plant that you can go and use third-party software to combine them together. And by you layering them together, you can go from those individual shots to that. Now, going back to this example, so I showed you the 2.8, the 5.6, the f9, the f36 example. Well, this is 50 shots at 5.6 focus stacked together. And you can see right from the edge, from the very front here, all the way to the very back of the actual body, everything is perfectly in focus because I took those slivers and using there's software out there, whether it's Photoshop, whether it's Helicon, that's a very, very good one. It enables the software to very intelligently figure out what's in focus and what isn't, and essentially just mask everything out that is not in focus and layer it all really, really precisely so that you get one perfectly in focus image. Now, having said how amazing it is, how many people have tried focus stacking, wanted to rip their hair out, and said, never again? So focus stacking can be incredibly powerful, really fun to do, or really frustrating. Sometimes all of them at once. Now, one of the kind of cool things about some of our newer cameras, so the D850, the Z6, and the 7, they all three have a new feature: focus shift shooting. This focus shift shooting feature allows you to essentially automate the process. So previously, if anybody who had tried focus stacking with an older camera, or even just with a camera that doesn't have this feature, you're doing it one of a couple ways. You're either letting a computer program, Helicon is one of them, that has an automated feature that allows it to run it, and it will change the focus for you, or you're manually doing it. Now, Mark has told me about somebody who he shoots snowflakes. He shoots focus stacked snowflakes manually without a tripod. Nope, no thank you. He can have that. That is well beyond me. I like my tripod and I like my automation, thank you very much. So the automation of focus shift shooting really takes a lot of the frustration out of the focus stacking technique. So when you go into focus shift shooting, I'll kind of run through it real quickly. You can tell it the number of shots that you want it to take. You can take up to 300. You can tell it the focus step width. This is how much it's actually going to change the focus. Because, and I'll talk about it a little bit more later on, but you don't use focus stacking just for macro work. You can use it for landscapes as well. So you sometimes don't always need a very tiny little sliver of your focus being changed. You're sometimes okay with much larger slivers. So you're able to change that from narrow to wide. You're able to have the first frame lock the exposure on that first frame. You're able to have a new feature on the Zs. So this is a peaking stack image. Now this only works with our new Z lenses. So for right now, it's more of a landscape feature, but I'll mention it just because I think it's really cool. By you turning this on, once you've looked at the image, so this is, let me show that again. So this is you looking at the images. So let's say you have 23 shots. So you just went and shot a sequence. You've turned it on. Now you hit the, where's the camera? Oh. You hit the I button on the back of the camera, and that will bring up this menu. And you hit display peaking stack image, and that will show you a black and white version, a preview of exactly what is in focus. Now, again, it works for the Z lenses, and it is a little bit hidden. If you don't follow those, hit the I menu, have it turned on, go down to the bottom. A lot of people think this is made and you have it as a JPEG that you can go and look at afterwards. No, it's actually combined in camera just to show you as a preview. So this is basically an in-camera only feature that if you want to go and look afterwards on your computer, you cannot do it. It's basically something to help you figure out when you're shooting right then and there if you did nail your focus stack. Then you can turn on the full electronic shutter by turning on silent photography. And then you have this starting storage folder, which I absolutely will tell you with no uncertain terms, you must turn new folder on. Because let's say you do 5 focus stacks of 100 images each. Going back afterwards to figure out where one starts and one ends isn't always the easiest thing to do. It's a little bit frustrating. So by you turning on new folder, that essentially means every single time you start a new focus shift shooting, it's going to create a brand new folder, and those 100 shots are put in the new folder. Do another one, new folder, 100 shots, new folder, 100 shots, new folder, 100 shots. So organizational-wise, absolutely turn on new folder. And if you don't, it's not my fault, I warned you. So then, once you're done that, you hit start, and it goes. Now, I did skip a step. You absolutely need a tripod when you're doing macro work. Absolutely need a tripod, and you need to have the camera pre-focused before you go into the menu. pre-focus on the closest thing that you want in focus. So essentially, you're giving the camera a starting point. Give the camera the starting point, and then you go through and you filter all the different options you have in there. You hit start, it'll use that starting point, and it will keep shooting either until it hits the limit of number of shots you told it to take, so let's say 100, or until it hits infinity. So if it hits infinity on the lens, it'll automatically stop itself. So it's not going to continuously go all the way to 300 if you've told it to, if it doesn't need to. All right, so let me give you a couple tips when it comes to focus stacking. I kind of skipped over this, and I'm not sure if any of you had a little question mark go off in your brain of, well, wait a second, it just says 1 for narrow, 10 for wide. What do I do? What should I put it on? Well, the thing you're not going to like, that I'm about to tell you, is that there is no hard, concrete answer, because it's using a really complex algorithm to figure out that focus step width, how much to change the focus based on the lens you're using, based on the distance that you're actually having it start at. Having the focal length of the lens is going to make a difference. So there are so many factors that Mark and I were talking earlier, and he said, okay, so if I'm shooting a flower with the 105 macro, just give me the setting. It's like, well, but Mark, what aperture are you shooting at? What is the distance that you're at? There are so many little things that can throw it off that I can't give you a definite answer. My guidelines are, the closer you get to your subject, the more narrow the step you should go to. The wider, or the further away your subject is, and you can go with a much wider step. So generally, if you're dealing with if you're at the minimum focusing distance of the lens, I would be at a 1 or a 2. If you're doing landscape work and you're dealing with something, rocks, pebbles on a beach, all the way out to the mountains in the background, well, I'd probably go with a 7, 8, 9, 10, and be happy with that. On top of the focus step width, going down as you go closer to your subject, the number of shots you take goes up. So as you start at, let's say, the true 1-to-1 magnification, I said go with a 1 or 2. Depending on your subject matter, how much of it you're actually dealing with, I would say minimum start at 100 shots. Now, obviously, it's going to change a little bit depending on every subject matter and how much you want in focus, but I would start at 100. So this, going back to this little guy, I misspoke earlier. I said that this was 50 shots. I was wrong. I believe, yes, 150 shots is what I meant to say. So this was 150 shots, and this was at a step 4. Now, I showed you this earlier. Hey, that's awesome. It looks so cool. It looks so sharp. Well, one of the reasons I'm showing it to you is focus step 4, when you're dealing with this level of detail, is not enough. If I zoom in, see all the slight bits of blur, that's the step width was just a little bit too wide. So you're not going to get everything in focus. Now, you show that to most people, cool, it still looks good. But if you're really being critical, then you can tell that the step width was quite small enough. Now, so that being said, I shot 150 images at step 4. If I go down to 1 or 2, I'm hitting that 300 limit pretty quickly. So keep that in mind, that if you've never tried it and you're getting all excited, it's a lot of fun, but your computer is not going to like you. Especially if you've picked up a Z7 or a D850, which is 46 megapixels, and you're trying to push out 300 RAW files to have stacked. Give yourself a little bit of time. Process it as RAWs. If you're using, let's say, Lightroom or whatever other software you use, apply those settings to all 300 shots, make them into JPEGs, high-res JPEGs if you want, and then use the JPEGs in software. So if you're going to use Photoshop or Helicon, I would not, you can use RAWs. Jacob tried it, and He thought his computer quit on him, but it was just moving so slowly that he just couldn't tell that and we're on, yeah. So you absolutely can do it. It is such a fun technique to do, but just be aware that your computer is going to take a little bit longer to process these files, especially if you're dealing with a Z7 or a D850. Yeah.
If you're dealing with a camera that doesn't have the focus stacking feature,
Yes.
manually have to.
Yes. So there are things you can buy that can automatically do it for you. Yes, most people just do it manual. Most people do it manually, and you're going to do it a bunch of times.
Focus ring rail. Can't you use a focus rail?
You can, if you're willing to put out the money for it and the time to set it up. That's a fantastic solution, but it does have its own a few of its own downfalls. But yeah, so manually is where most people start, just to kind of get the feel of it, and then you start getting into the rigs.
I was wondering, in relation to bracketing.
Yep.
Isn't that pretty similar?
So.
Stacking, because I was, of course, on like talking about bracketing and stacking and all that, and to get that like that.
So yeah, so the question, if anybody's listening at home, because they probably can't hear them, is a focus stacking similar to bracketing? And the answer is yes and no. Yes, because you're essentially taking you have your optimum, whatever that is, your exposure, your flash, your focus, and then you're bracketing on either side of it. The difference is bracketing is usually maybe 9 photos, like at the most. For exposure, for let's say an HDR, most people are only doing 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 if they really want to push it. Focus stacking, it's just way more intense because you're dealing with 50, 100, 150 shots, and it's not usually, yeah, it's usually starting with an optimum exposure or flash exposure and then going on either side of it. Focus is just basically start and then move to the end. Similar, but it's bracketing on steroids is the way I'd think about it. Yeah.
Do you have to have your images in proper order for distance? Like the first one be the.
For our focus shift shooting, yes. If you're just going to go and do it manually or another way and then throw it into Photoshop, no. I've only done it recently with our focus shift shooting. But I can't imagine, because the programs are incredibly hard, and they essentially just look at all the different layers and figure it out. So I would say you don't have to start with one and go to the other. It's good to go. All right, one last tiny little thing before I think Mark's going to kick me off in a few minutes. You can also do it for landscapes as well. So this was a shot of 23, I think. Yeah, I think 23 shots. The very wide angle, 14 mil, and then compressing them all afterwards gets you that. Now that was actually done without a tripod. I would not recommend it. It took a couple tries to get it right, but I just didn't have a tripod on me, and I wanted to do it, and I wanted to see if I could do it. I did, but it's not recommended, is the way I'll say it. Yes?
All your subjects have been static.
Yes.
I saw a guy do this at an air show.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen anyone do moving objects before?
I have seen it only like once, and they're crazy. They're crazy. It's a totally different ball game, and you have to have a very, I've seen it, I've had somebody tell me they were doing it, and I just kind of went, okay, cool. I'm gonna go over here, do my pedestrian regular photography. So it is doable, but you gotta be on your game. One last little tip before I go into the last section. If you want the absolute sharpest images when you're dealing with macro, obviously, ideally you're on a tripod, but even then, especially when we're dealing with such high megapixel cameras such as the 850 and the Z7, you really want to make sure that you're minimizing as much of the shake, whether it's you touching the actual camera, whether it's the shutter shock of just the actual shutter activating. So there are a few settings that you can turn on in your camera to help minimize that. We have 4-ish cameras, D810, D850, Z6, Z7, that have electronic front curtain shutter. This essentially, instead of starting the exposure with the shutter that opens, you start it electronically by turning the sensor on. So there's no shutter shock from the actual mechanism starting. It's just turn the sensor on. So this, if anybody has a Z, we actually, with the version 2 firmware, they had there's a small little hidden gem in there. You always had the ability to turn on front curtain electric shutter, but now we have an auto feature. So by turning on auto, it'll automatically switch to use this at slow shutter speeds and use the full mechanical shutter at fast shutter speeds. So this for me is the best option. And then for shutter shock, and then for the other options of, let's say, you touching it, or slight vibrations of the tripod if you're around it, mirror up and exposure delay mode. Exposure delay mode is found in, I want to say, pretty much D5000 series and up. And then mirror up mode is, I want to say, D7000 series and up, but I could be totally wrong about that. But both of these essentially help minimize the shock. With mirror up mode, you press the shutter once, the mirror flips up in a DSLR, obviously. And then you push the shutter again, or you push your remote again, and then the actual exposure will start. And then exposure delay mode, just you push the button, and you've told it, give me a 2-second delay before you actually take it. So it helps you kind of back away and make sure you're not introducing any blur. Okay, last couple slides here. What happens if you need to go closer than 1:1? 1:1 being that getting as close as you can, having the subject be the same size reproduced on the actual sensor. Anybody want to guess how close that is? 2, 3, 4:1? That's almost 5:1. And that was essentially salt, just on a nice flat white piece of paper there. And that was taken with that monstrosity. So this is one of the options for if you want to get even closer than 1:1. Now obviously you can go and use extension tube. There's some downsides to those. You can go and use bellows. There's some downside to those. You can just use a reverse. A lot of people will take a 50 mil, reverse it. There's some downsides to those. And then there's also a lot of downsides to this option, but it looks the coolest, so I had to try it. Essentially what you're doing is you want, so this section, the larger telephoto lens, ideally is the one that's actually attached to the body itself. How you attach them is you go and buy yourself a small little male-to-male filter adapter. This one cost me 13 bucks. Nice and easy. Now you obviously do want to make sure that if you have your lenses, different lenses at home, you want to make sure that you're buying the filter thread that works together. In this case, I had the 135 defocus lens, the f2 lens, married with the 28 mil f1.8. Now, one thing to kind of be aware of is to get the most magnification, you want the largest telephoto, or you want the telephoto portion attached to the body, and you want the widest lens that you have actually on the other side. So in this case, it's giving a 4.8:1 ratio, which is just crazy. So those salt crystals, you know how small I said the depth of field gets with a normal macro lens? When you start doing something like this, you're talking literally splitting hairs at this point. It is unbelievably thin, the depth of field. So you do have to be very careful, and I would recommend the lens that's attached to the body. have it be fully wide open. So you're just gathering as much light as you possibly can. So you want to go and then change your depth of, or sorry, change your aperture on the wide angle lens that's actually backwards. Well, what lens did I use? I used a G series lens. That G series lens, how do I change the aperture if it's not on the body? I have to manually use the aperture ring on the back here. Now, you ideally don't want to shoot wide open, just like you normally don't want to shoot wide open with most lenses. You're not going to get optimal sharpness. You're going to have some more chromatic aberration. You don't want to fully stop down because you're going to hit more diffraction. It's not going to be as sharp as you want. I want that in between. Well, I'm having to kind of guess in between. And I was shooting this setup by myself, but some of the guys at the office decided that they were going to have a go at it. And it's a three-man operation. One, Mark is moving Mo forward and backward while he's manually playing with the aperture ring on the back. And then we have Thaddeus, who's actually taking the photo because Mark's two hands are already taken up. So it's a bit of a monstrosity. It's a little bit tough to actually deal with, but it's actually a lot of fun when you see the results. It is not going to be as good image quality as, let's say, a dedicated 105 macro. You are pushing it to the extreme. You are going to, you're adding elements, optical elements in there that the designers did not expect. So therefore, you're not going to get the sharpest image. It is surprisingly good considering I'm using a lens backward on itself. Another option you can do, which is much easier, gives you full autofocus, full metering, is a teleconverter. Now, another reason the 105 is so versatile is it's one of the few lenses that we have that aren't in the kind of pro 70 to 200, 200 to 400 level that take teleconverters. Because if you go and buy, let's say, a $400 70 to 300, a lot of people don't realize that our teleconverters don't work on it. Well, the teleconverter works on the 105 macro. So you're able, now keep in mind that you're going to lose light. So you're going from f2.8, you're going to lose 2 stops with the 2x tele, but you will be able to get closer. So this is kind of a fun little trick to throw on there, and you're not having to lose your autofocus, lose your metering, do everything manually, get 3 coworkers to go and help you take the shot. It's really just a nice, easy way to get the quality without having to worry about all the hardship that goes along with it. There is a fun little stacked lens magnifier that you can go and find online. If you do try this with the backwards lens, it's fantastic because you punch in the lens that's attached to the body, the focal length of the lens that's reversed, calculate, and it'll give you the stacked ratio of what that particular focal length will provide. I hear quiet. Either I've completely scared you guys, or you're totally content and you're waiting for more information. Well, unfortunately, what time is it? We're at 8:10. So I'm.
Yeah, we wait for the picture.
It didn't turn out actually.
Yeah. Well,
So difficult.
all they saw was you're so close. They were looking at the eye instead of the eyelashes. I was actually going to grab Kendall and redo it to get the eyelashes, but they were going at the eye, and where they were with a big giant window, they were getting so much of a reflection. All they were seeing was the photographer taking the picture. It was really weird.
Yeah.
But it's a fun little thing to try. But I think Mark is already here to take some questions.
Yeah, I'll take some questions. We have a couple of inbox questions here. Thaddeus asks, which macro lenses have I think it's called a limiter switch, if we remember which macro lenses.
I think it's only the 105.
The 105, and I think the 40 as well.
Oh, the 40 does as well. I can cheat and just walk over here and look, and it does. Aha, yes. The 40 and the 105 do, yeah.
A limiter switch, okay. Neil asks, will the R1C1 kit work with any of the micro lenses from Nikon, the R1C1 kit?
The R1C1 kit will work with all of the macro lenses.
Yeah, I think there's adapter rings in there. For all the
Absolutely, yeah.
different,
So when you buy the kit, where is it? You get this fancy little case. In the case, you get all sorts of different adapters. So you get adapters for 62 mil, for 72 mil, for 77 mil, and then you attach this to the lens, you attach this piece to the actual adapter, and now it's locked on, and then you can go nuts. If you want to attach the flashes here in an array, if you want to put 2 of them on, if you want to buy more, you can go with whatever your little heart desires. And it comes with little diffusers as well. Do we have any more, Mark?
Yeah, we just have one more here from Shazmin, and she asks, what is the best macro lens to also use for portraits or self-portraits?
So she must have tuned in after I talked about it,
Right.
But that's the 105 2.8.
Okay.
Now, self-portraits, I'm hoping she has really long arms because that might be that might be tough. I might be the only one.
Selfie stick.
Yeah, well, yeah, she'll need 2 or 3 selfie sticks. But yeah, so the 105 would probably be my best in terms of versatility between the portraiture and macro.
And I think that's what the first question was about too. They were asking about the limiter switch. So that's ideally for if you're using it for regular photography, then
Yes.
the portraits.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if anybody isn't sure why we would have a limiter, if your camera doesn't lock in focus instantly, what it will sometimes do is it'll go from infinity all the way to the front and then back to try and find where that subject is in the middle. Well, with a macro lens, it has a really, really wide throw of focus. And you don't necessarily, if you're just doing normal portraiture, landscapes, whatever, you don't want the lens to go the entire focus route. You want it to go just through the normal focusing range. Throw on the limiter, and you don't have to worry about it.
Okay. Is there anyone that has any questions in the room right now?
Oh.
Yeah, we have a couple back here, so I'll just hand you the microphone. 1 second.
Does the 850 also have a electronic shutter?
Does the 850 also have?
Like electronic shutter or equivalent to electronic shutter?
Yes, yes. It has the full electronic shutter when you're in live view mode, and it also has the electronic first curtain shutter. Now, those are 2 different things. The full electronic shutter starts and ends the exposure all electronically, so it turns the sensor on and turns the sensor off. There are some downsides to shooting that. When you are in, let's say, a room where you have light that has a frequency change, you can actually see some banding. This is with all cameras that are using the full electronic shutter. You will see some banding, and you'll sometimes see what's called like a jello effect. If you're panning, your straight lines won't be straight anymore because of the sensor readout, or because of the data being read out by the sensor at different rows. So it does have full electronic. It also has the electronic first curtain. The first curtain is what I recommend to use pretty much all the time because it's so good, and the D850 does have it, but you have to be in live view.
Chris, I have 3 of the macro lenses, but I have the 200.
Oh, yes.
And you're not making that anymore? Or, I really wish they'd bring a.
I know. I
200 out.
don't believe we are, Mark. No.
We just ended that.
Yes. So yeah, the 200 is discontinued.
It won't work on the Z or
Well, it will work,
No,
but it'll be full manual focus. Yeah. So it's a little bit less than ideal for some situations. But yeah, that focal length was really nice for some applications. But unfortunately, we don't have anything else that we are currently making. Do we have any other questions? Okay, so I want to say, guys, thank you very, very much for coming out on a Tuesday night with us, for hearing me talk about all the fun and kind of interesting things that it comes to macro photography. I hope you learned something. We do have a number of other Nikon Learn and Explore seminars here at our office, so make sure you check the schedule. You can go and sign up. The next one is in September. Next one's in September. It's going to be pet photography. It's going to be myself and Kendall going through everything from your normal, just taking pictures of your own pets, to doing it more on the corporate side, to portraiture, you name it, we're going to kind of cover everything. So that'll be in September sometime. Make sure you check our Facebook for us. And for everybody who was watching Facebook Live, thank you very much. I think it's kind of fun that we get to do this. And hope you guys make it home beautiful on this beautiful night, all nice and safe.
I'm not just going after big, wide, epic landscapes. I like to get little emotions on someone's face or a small little flower that's being hit by the light just right.
My name's Tim Kellner. I make work for all sorts of commercial clients, and I also work on a lot of personal projects. A lot of them are travel related. For this project, working with the Nikon Z6 II, I wanted to explore some of these places that I've known from childhood all the way till my professional career now. For me, the color and tone of my films are very important, and so I set my picture profile to flat profile. I often like to do bluish or purplish tint or hue, and with this flat profile I can pretty easily grade towards whichever direction I want to go. For this shoot I used a variety of Nikon Z lenses, and they all had a fairly consistent look, you know, their sharpness and their character, what kind of bokeh they have. I really enjoyed using the 20mm 1.8. Even though it's so wide, it's not distorted, and it has f1.8, so you can still shoot some nice bokeh and in low light. over the last few years, vibration reduction has become really important to me. I could go all the way to 200 millimeters and still get this super steady shot even when I was handheld. A lot of times if you make something for fun and your heart is really in it, people can really feel that and see that. And I think that's why people have connected to my work on YouTube or Instagram or Vimeo. With social media and creators like me who are making their own personal projects, this is a great camera for being able to get high quality videos and photos, but have it in this small package that you can do everything yourself with.
Welcome everybody to our last very live seminar. This is our Q&A, AMA, whatever you want to call it. You get to ask any of us at Nikon questions about accessories, about lenses, about bodies, about mirrorless, DSLR, you name it, you can ask it. So my name is Chris Ogonek. I've been here for the last couple days going and doing a bunch of live seminars. We did one on the Z6, Z2, Z6 II, Z7 II. We did one on DSLR and mirrorless technology earlier today, and then we are here for the last of the days for Vistek ProFusion seminar series. Now, I will preface by saying before we actually get into any of the questions that if anybody is looking to make purchases, Vistek is keeping their special pricing available until 10 p.m. tonight. So just make sure that if you do want to make a purchase, that you get out there and you jump on the price that's available. Now, if you do want, you're available to go and throw any questions you have in the chat, in the YouTube chats, and that will allow me to see it, and I'll go through pretty much anything you want. I will start off though by actually answering a question that we already answered, but I want to kind of give it a little bit longer of a description. We had somebody. Janine was talking about for the time-lapse seminar that we showed a couple hours ago. She asked which ND filter would be required for time lapses, i.e. for the sunset time lapse. Actually, I thought that this was for the time-lapse one. I'm going to pretend it was for a time-lapse one. So for ND filters, you really have to kind of pick and choose whether you want convenience or whether you want ultimate quality. Now, when it comes to convenience, that's really the variable ND filters, and that allows you to change from 1 stop all the way up to 8, 10 stops, depending on the filter you actually choose to purchase. And it's really good because it's convenient. You can change the darkness or brightness values just by changing the filter. So it's really, really easy. They're usually relatively small, so thin, so they can fit into your bag nice and easy. But the downside is there are some lower quality versions of those out there in the market. I know Vistek has some really high-end ones that they have access to. So make sure you do a little bit of research. Make sure you are getting a high quality one of those if you do choose that route. Your other route is to go and get a full filter set. So this is usually when you have a large filter holder on the outside, and you usually have square sheets of glass that you'll essentially slide in. You can get varying degrees of stops. You can get varying degrees of gradients. You can have hard gradients, soft gradients. You can have reverse gradients for certain sunsets. So it really depends on what you're looking to do and how much you're able to take with you, to be totally honest with you. If you say that you only have a tiny little section of your bag that you have available, well, then your mind is made up. And if you want an ND filter, you're going to want a variable. But if you say, you know what, I'm really shooting a ton of sunrise, sunsets, where I have a really, really big hot spot in, let's say, on the horizon, wherever the sun is going up or down, but the sky above it or below it isn't necessarily that bright. So at that point, you may want to go and get a graduated filter set, such as larger ones that you can go and slide in there. They are a little bit more cumbersome, but the image quality you can get out of them is far, far superior. Okay, so That's me answering the question from before. Feel free to throw your questions in. I'm actually going to start off with a little topic that I did mention yesterday, and last night when I actually was here doing a live QA, I actually was turned on using a picture control. I had turned on a picture control, black and white. So this was just to kind of show that what you could do with your different picture controls right in camera, not only for your stills, but also for your video. And when I was describing that, one of the things that I mentioned was I can go and create custom picture controls. And I actually showed a bunch that I have in my camera. I made some for bright sunny days, for very shadowy days, for puppies, for night photography. I have about 6 or 7 that are in almost all of my cameras. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm actually going to switch over and I'm going to share my screen so that as I'm sharing it, you are going to see the software that's required. So what you're seeing right now is Picture Control Utility. This is a free Nikon piece of software that you can go and download. And what it enables you to do is, instead of just making very small minor changes to your picture controls that you can do in camera, you can go and quickly change the brightness up and down. You can go change the saturation. You can go change the sharpness values. But if you want to make massive, massive changes, then there's a limit to what you can do in camera. Picture controls changes that. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to quickly show you, give you a small rundown of this piece of software here. So natively, if you go and download this, you will not see this beautiful mountain shot. This mountain shot was actually shot by one of our ambassadors, Christian Bogner, and I'm just using it as a demo. What you're able to do, though, is you'll see a kind of a boring fence shot that just kind of gives some differences that you'll be able to see. But I'd really recommend you to go and use one of your images. So you actually go up top here and you select change image, and then you can select any image that you have that's a raw file, and it'll import it just like you see here. Now, on the left, what you see are all the different picture controls. Now, I've selected the Z6 II and Z7 II because this photo was actually taken with the Z6 II. But you can actually go in here and add pretty much any product you want. So let's say we're talking DSLR. Do we want the D6, the D780, D5, D500? Pretty much every one of our DSLRs for years, even the D90 is in here. Now, the reason that we have multiple cameras within this piece of software is because throughout the years, as our processing has changed, the way we look at colors, the way sharpness, even the picture controls that are available. So if I actually select, let's say, I'm going to go and grab the I'll go grab the DF. That's a shout out to Mark Cruz. I know how much he loves that camera. I'm not sure if he's watching or not, but that one's for you, Cruz. I'm going to add this in here, and then I'm going to hit OK. Now, when I actually go, there we go. So this is the default photo that came at the time with the DF. And as you notice here on the left, you're seeing all of the standard picture controls, but I have access with all the Z cameras or the newer D780, D6. I have access to all these creative picture controls, but I don't with the DF because it was done before those. So I'm going to go and click back to my Z6 II. And it automatically switches right back to the photo that I had selected. Amazing. And then what I can do is, let's say, so this is how it's going to look if the standard picture control was turned on. Well, what if I want to be a little bit punchier? What if I want a little bit more punch, contrast, saturation to the image? Well, I'm just going to hit landscape. And it instantly shows you how much of a difference you can make. Now, we can go the opposite route. Instead of going more color, more saturation, let's go less. We can go monochrome. And with these options here, your standard picture controls, you can then jump over to the right, and on the right, you can go and make a whole lot of changes as well. So I have different filter effects. So I have my black and white filter effects. I can go yellow, and that'll affect any yellow that's in the photo. Let's see, any red. Okay, but I know the green will probably be a lot punchier. Yeah, so that's a little bit subtle changes. If you want to go and make different tones, sepia, cyanotype, red, yellow, green, blue, you can go and change all of this and get a really, really different look. But the cool thing that I really enjoy, and the reason that I use this software so much for my really, when I'm pushing files heavily, such as night photography, is let's say I want to punch your photo. Okay, well, I'm going to go landscape. I'm going to go yes. Oh, no, I do not want to. All right, so now I'm in my landscape. Well, what happens if I want to change my contrast more than what is available just in this +3, -3? What happens if I want to change my well, actually, not saturation, I lie. But what happens if I want to change my brightness more than I can with a 1.5 stops up and down? Well, you can go and use a custom curve. So with this custom curve, you're able to essentially absolutely go nuts, and you can really heavily modify your image any which way that you want. Now, I'm going a little bit too much here, and that's totally fine because it's for illustrative purposes. But if you want a really, really punchy image that looks like something that you would have to spend more time in Lightroom, Photoshop, any of your additional softwares to be able to achieve, you can go and do this all directly in our Nikon picture controls. And the cool thing about this is that once you have selected which whatever option you want to go and change. So let's say I'm happy with this. I can then go and use, so I can go down to the bottom section here, and I can either go to use in app, so the very bottom left, I can use in software, and then that will enable me so that I can export this into my View in Xi or my Capture in XD, my Nikon software. The middle file, which we can see here, is save to file, or the one that I usually do right off the bat is save to card. Now, what that enables me to do is I can hit save to card. Please confirm some settings have been edited. Do you want to save the settings? So I want to click yes, and then I can either go and completely change what the name of this is going to be, but let's say that I want to keep it relatively similar. I want to know that this is based off the landscape picture control, so I'll keep landscape in there. That was all caps, so let's do that just because. And then I want to say punchy. So this is me letting myself know that as I'm going through my camera settings, I will see landscape punchy, and I'll know that this is what I have edited myself in our picture control utility. I would then hit OK, and I would have to have a memory card in here. I would then go take that memory card out once it's finished saving. I would then go and pop it into my camera. And then within the camera itself, I would walk myself down through the menu. I would go through load file, and then it would be from card. Select the one that I have created, which is landscape punchy. And then from that, every photo that I take can now be selected either individually before I take the shot or after I take the shot. When I go and do some post-processing in camera, I would be able to go and select landscape punchy. So that's, for me, is a really, really cool feature that a lot of people don't really know about because they don't take the time to figure out things in camera. They just figure, oh, don't worry about it. I'll just edit it afterwards. And while that is very, very valid, I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. While that is very valid to be able to get your post-processing done in Lightroom, Photoshop, camera control, Capture One. Oof, that's what I was thinking of. Capture One. You're able to go and edit those, but if you can get it done in camera, that's even better. And the nice thing is, if you are editing using Adobe products such as Lightroom or Photoshop, the changes you make and are saved into your raw file will actually get picked up by Lightroom if you're using one of our new cameras. So this is the Z6, Z6 II, Z7, Z7 II, D780, Z50, Z5, D6, any of those cameras, you will be able to hold on to your raw settings as you import it. Whereas if you're using an older camera, such as a D750, D7000, when you go and make any changes in camera, your picture control, your active delighting, none of those settings are saved when you import them into third-party software. So some people really like the fact that they basically start from scratch if you're using an older camera, because they like the way that Adobe goes and has their own little profiles. But personally, I like to be able to see as I'm shooting what my exposure, what my contrast, what my saturation looks like, and base all my settings off of how it looks in the camera. So I want to know that when I import it into whatever Adobe product I'm using to edit, that it's going to look, I'd say 99%. It's not going to be absolutely perfect, because Adobe has to do some translating between what we think and the way they actually show the colors. So it won't be absolutely perfect, but it'll be really, really close. Enough that I think when I shoot with my custom picture controls, I have to do very, very little editing, just very small, minor things of basically just what I messed up as I was shooting. Okay, so not getting any questions in here. Everybody is just absolutely stunned by the live preview of the picture control utility. So what I want to do is I want to actually go through a few of the camera settings, a few things that particularly for me on my Z cameras, a few of the ways that I have them set up, just so that you guys kind of see some of my workflow and the way that I do things. So I'm just going to quickly turn the camera. Okay, so you should be seeing the back of my camera now. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through a couple of the options for you. So I'll skip the photo shooting menu and the video shooting menu for now. I'm just going to initially go to the custom setting menu. Now, within the custom setting menu, I'm going to jump down to controls, because that's the one that I find ergonomic wise, I'm able to get the best results out of, because I'm able to really kind of finesse the camera to be how I want it to be set up. So the first thing that I do with any of the new cameras, whether it's any of the Z bodies, even the D780, they have this really handy eye menu. And with this eye menu, it enables you to have access to 12 of your top favorite options. And what you do is you hit that I button, this I menu will pop up, and within here you can go and now select. So I have here picture control, image quality, silent photography, release mode, shutter type, and AF mode. Okay, well, do I really need a release mode section when I have a dedicated release button? No, I probably don't. So let's click this, and then as I'm going through, what's another option that I use a lot? Well, for me, it's going to be peaking highlights. I always use my peaking highlights. I want to make sure that specifically when I'm shooting a very shallow depth of field, portraiture, that I can make sure that the eyes are absolutely in focus, or if I'm shooting macro photography, that I'm able to make sure that exactly what I want to be in focus is. So I'm going to go and select peaking. Oh, actually, it's on the bottom section. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to go and select my next option, which is shutter type. Shutter type, and for this, I'm actually going to jump out and go into where shutter type is. And my brain is leaving me because I'm HDMI'd out. I can't show it. That's why. Okay, so I will manually tell you what this menu option is, because it is very, very key, and a lot of people don't really realize how important this truly is. Now, for shutter type, what you have is 3 different options. You have mechanical shutter, you have an electronic front curtain shutter, and then you have the option for auto. Now, a lot of people think, the specific on the pro side, people think, you know what, I don't want auto, I want control. So I'm not going to use auto. I don't want to use autofocus. I don't want to use auto exposure. I'm going to do everything myself. And for a lot of things, I do agree with that having control is a good thing. But in this case, I do not agree. I highly recommend, if you are using a Nikon Z body, any of them, any of the Z5, Z6, Z6 II, Z7, Z7 II, I would highly recommend to go in and make sure that your shutter type, so it's a D5, I believe it is, under the custom setting. So if you go to D5, you're going to find the shutter type. Make sure that is set to auto. Now, why is that? Well, the mechanical shutter is the best option when you're shooting movement or when you yourself are moving. The reason for this is because you have a mechanical shutter that's opening and closing. So you are going to have no effects such as jello effect. If you're shooting silent photography, pretty much every camera on the market right now, if you're in, let's say, a train and you're looking out the window of the train, if you have electrical poles that are passing by you, if you go and shoot at the exact moment that one of the electrical poles is directly smack dead center in the middle of the frame, that pole will not be straight up and down. It'll actually be angled slightly. And the reason for that is called rolling shutter. And it's a very complicated answer. Essentially, it's the way that CMOS sensors work. It's the way that they read their data out. They don't capture every single pixel at one time. It's actually a rolling effect from the bottom to the top, I believe. And because of that, you can get this thing called rolling shutter or jello effect, where things that should be straight up and down are actually slightly tilted. So by you shooting in mechanical shutter, you will never have any effect of this jello or rolling shutter. So, well, that sounds like an amazing thing. Why don't I just always use the mechanical? Well, the downside to mechanical is with the cameras becoming lighter and a little bit less heavy, there is something, depending on the type of photography that you're doing, called shutter shock. Now, shutter shock essentially means that if you're, let's say, doing a long exposure, you're doing a 10-second long exposure, just your shutter opening, the act of your shutter actually opening could theoretically, in some situations, depending on the tripod you're using, the focal length, all of these factors, when you look at all of those together, you could actually be introducing a little bit of blur called shutter shock due to the mechanical shutter actually shaking your whole camera. So that being the case, what would you do to not get that mechanical shutter shock? Well, you would go and use what's called electronic front curtain shutter. Now, with the electronic front curtain shutter, what it does is it doesn't, so the shutter is essentially open and it stays open. Electronically, the sensor turns on and it can turn on all the pixels at the exact same time with no shutter shock whatsoever. But it still uses the mechanical shutter at the very end to go and stop the actual exposure. Okay, well, that now sounds like the best option because you're never going to have any shutter shock. Why would I ever use just pure mechanical? Well, the answer is, if you really want an answer, go and Google electronic front curtain shutter weird effects. You're going to go and see some weird bokeh effects. You're going to, it's basically at very, very fast shutter speeds, you're going to see, I'll say, aberrations in your photo that you do not want. So knowing that, and part of the reason for that is Nikon actually only allows you to use the electronic front curtain shutter up to 1/2000th of a second. So anything beyond that, and you're going to have to go and use mechanical shutter. So by selecting auto, my very long-winded way of describing this is by selecting auto, it will perfectly select the autofocus range that's best suited for each shutter type. So when you're at very fast shutter speeds, it will go and select mechanical. If you're going to be at slower shutter speeds and you don't want any shutter shock, the camera will automatically select electronic front curtain shutter. So that is my big tip. is that when you are shooting with a Z body, make sure you go into D5. Thank you very much, Russ, for putting that in the chat. Go into D5 and make sure you select auto. That is absolutely one of the big features that I highly recommend. Okay, so going back into the setting menu, I would next go into the custom control assignment. Now, I have mine set up very particularly with the the function 2 button. This is how it comes out of the box, set to the autofocus different options. And that's how I keep it. I want to be able to quickly change my focus mode and AF area mode with the quick flick of a switch, and I'm all set to go. But what I do change heavily from the camera, from when it comes out of the box, is I set my function 1 button, the top one, to be playback. The reason for this I talked about in the last seminar where I talked about DSLRs and mirrorless, and it's with mirrorless cameras, I'm seeing directly through the EVF what my exposure and focus is going to look like before I even take the shot. I do not need to go and chimp every single photo that I take. Therefore, I actually turn playback off and I set my function 1 button to be playback so that as I'm firing, there's a dead bit where there's no action going on. I can quickly hit playback and review my images either on the LCD or through the EVF. Now, my next option, if you do use flash at all, I really personally like this disable flash option. So basically, I have my subselector center, which basically means I have to very carefully use my subselector and just push right in the middle. And from there, I'll be able to access the disable flash button. So what this enables me to do is, let's say I'm shooting indoor flash. I'm shooting some studio work, and I want to make sure that I'm killing all the ambient light. So I want to make sure that my initial exposure is going to be very black without any flashes put in there. But let's say I'm changing flashes on the go, and I want to kind of still make sure that because the lights may be changed, the light's coming in through the window more, is my exposure still completely black? Well, I can go and hit this cancel flash button, and all of the flashes, whether I have 1 or 50, will automatically be canceled, and I'll be able to take an ambient light shot. This works really well if you're a wedding photographer as well. If you have some flashes set up on the dance floor and the bride and groom are having their, let's say the bride and the dad are having their first dance. Well, you might have your strobe set up, but what happens if all of a sudden they turn on a spotlight from behind and you're going to get this really nice creative backlit shot? Well, with all your flashes set up, you might have to struggle to go and turn them all off quick enough. Well, with this, 1 button push and you're good to go. One last feature I will talk about before we end this live session is going to be this option here that I have set to be on my movie record button. And this is to access the top item in my menu. Now, my menu is its own separate little option that if I go down here to the to the last option actually, my menu, I can go and add as many items as I want into my menu. And this just basically allows me to pull things, very small items within the custom setting menu or anywhere within the camera's menu. And what I'm able to do is grab that tiny little menu that I use all the time that there's no quick way to get to it. In my case, when I'm doing off-camera radio flash, well, I have my top item in my menu to be my group flash options. So I can very quickly change my group A, B, C, D, E, or F, and I can change some, whether they're TTL, manual, change the power up or down, and I can do that all with 1 button press because I've set it here. So all I have to do is hit my movie record button and instantly I'm brought to my group flash options. Okay, so that is for me the majority of the way I have my camera set up. There's a lot of other smaller things that I could go and talk about with you guys. To be totally honest, there's probably an hour's worth of stuff that us at Nikon can go through. As my camera's figuring out my autofocus. Oh, I changed my setting. That's okay. So I'm gonna end on a blurry note today because I was silly, and while showing you guys stuff, I changed some of my autofocus settings. So I'm gonna end on a blurry note. I will say thank you guys very much for making this Vistek ProFusion show really, really good. We know how many people were trying to get onto their site over the last couple of days. So make sure that if you do want to make purchases, you go up until 10 o'clock today, and you ensure that you go get yourself that new Nikon camera that you were looking for before Christmas, because there are some really good pricing. All right, so I think that's it for questions. I am going to sign off now, say thank you guys very, very much, and I hope you enjoy the next presentation. I think it's going to be Christian Bogner is going to be talking about creativity and intention and vision, and essentially just kind of how to walk yourself through the process to go and get some great images. All right, so everybody enjoy Christian's talk, and Blurry Chris here is saying good night, and have a great one.
Hello, Contact Festival. I'm Nikon Ambassador Christian Bogner, and I'm really excited to be speaking to you today from the Rocky Mountains of Canada in Canmore, Alberta. And we're going to be talking today about intention vision creation. And whether you're a beginner or you're a pro photographer, these mindset steps will help you take your photography to the next level. So I grew up into the world of photography. At age 6, I was assisting my mom and dad on weddings. And by age 10, I was doing my first commercial shoots. At age 16, I started my own photography company, and it's all I've ever done from then till now, my entire life. And photography really, really is my passion. And I'm proud to be part of an 80-year legacy of capturing the light, starting with my grandfather, a master photographer who started Bogner Photography in Germany. He was a Leica ambassador and good friends with the owner of Leica, Ernest Leitz. My dad took over the photography studio and became a master photographer, and then my mom became a master photographer. And they have a big studio in Welland, Ontario. I moved out west, and I'm also a master photographer out here. So this is just a cool slide that I wanted to share. This is Photokina, and all those pictures on the wall are my grandfather's. I'm really proud of that. This was the biggest photography trade show of its time, and this was back in 1950. And here we are at Contact 2020, 70 years later, and I'm on the Nikon stage, and I'm really proud to be a Nikon ambassador, and I'm really excited to be sharing with you guys today. So let's get into it. Shooting for excellence, there are 3 mindset stages. Stage 1 is the intention stage. We have ideas and things coming at us all day long. This is where you want to grab onto an idea, connect to it, and set a positive intention that it will grow into something amazing. The next stage is the vision stage. This is where we want to create space for the vision. We want to nurture with energy and let it grow. I love to give the example of, imagine a watering can filled with energy, and you want to basically pour that energy onto your vision and just nurture it, let it grow and become something. The clearer you can make the vision in your mind, the easier it will be to create. So once you've put enough energy into your vision and you're at the point where your positivity towards it is bigger than your fear for not completing it or fear that I can't do it, that's when it's time to act on your vision. Trust in your vision and do whatever it takes to see it through and push beyond the finish line. So we're going to start today, and I'm going to show a video where I put these steps into practice. And I was one of the 2 Canadians to be given the Nikon Z7 at a pre-production level to test out. And I was literally, it was hand delivered to me, the camera, and I had only 2 weeks to produce all of this. And I wasn't prepped on it, so I didn't know what was coming. I didn't know what I was going to do. I hadn't planned any of these shoots, and I basically made all this happen using these 3 steps: intention, vision, creation. So here we go.
Nikon's new mirrorless, the Z7. Nikon Canada gave me an assignment to shoot the Nikon Z7 for 2 weeks, to put it through its paces and shoot several different types of subjects, from landscapes to sports, portraits to commercial and video. Here is what I came up with.
That's awesome. I like that pose.
I wanted a technically difficult shooting scenario for the Z7, so I built a rain machine. This allowed me to test autofocus through the rain and workability with my Broncolor studio lights with high-speed trigger. I am just loving all the new video capabilities of the Z7. Focus peaking at all resolutions, 10-bit external output and N-Log, 120 frames per second, customizable autofocus and focus tracking, and of course VR on the sensor for stabilization. The detail on this camera is just incredible. One of the most amazing features is the 5 stops of VR on the sensor. I've actually been able to take landscape images at 1/4 of a second handheld without a tripod and gotten perfectly sharp results. That's a game changer. With the FTZ adapter, I can use all my existing Nikon lenses, and they work just as they would on any of my other Nikon Pro bodies. From what I've seen, the Nikon Z mount is going to be something very, very special. Testing out some of the new Nikon Z lenses, I've seen some of the best bokeh and sharpest detail I've ever seen in a Nikon lens. I have to mention the electronic viewfinder, because I honestly didn't think I was going to love it as much as I do. It has really changed the way that I shoot. To be able to look through the viewfinder and in real time see my exposure changes, see my white balance, and have an overlay heads-up display of different settings that I want to see, from my histogram to virtual horizon. I feel more connected than I ever have before to my camera and to the experience of photographing.
All right, so that's what I was able to produce. And again, that was all shot in 2 weeks, including me filming myself with those components there. So I shot product shots for Nikon. I shot some products. I shot a bee in my backyard. I did some food photography, and I love the detail that I'm able to get with these new Nikon Z lenses. They are absolutely stunning, and they have such a beautiful, beautiful bokeh. And I really think they are the future. They are really incredible. I think the look and feel of them looks medium format, which is yeah, amazing. Amazing. I'm just really thrilled with the mirrorless system. And I did some landscape images. I even, during this time, I was the best man for my buddy at his wedding, and I had to fly out to Victoria. This was the morning of the wedding. This is his Porsche in front of his house here. I set up 4 SB5000 flashes and was able to get that shot. Love the detail again. This was some experimental stuff. We had a full moon, and I did some visual multiple exposures. I also did a cool jump park shot. One of the interesting things about this shoot was that I was photographing sort of incognito. We didn't want to, there to be any leaks with the camera, so we had tape on the Nikon mirrorless camera. So I went out and I photographed a buddy of mine here doing this jump in the jump park. We had to get out early without anyone else around. He only had a short window to shoot with. And so the light, you can see the light on the mountains in the background was perfect, but where we were shooting, it was still dark. There was still shade. And so I ran to the car. I had my Broncolor Move kit and used my studio strobe to illuminate the shot and get great lighting on the image. This was a shoot I did with my wife. And one of the things I've always wanted to do was build a rain machine. And I decided, okay, well, I'm going to do it. And so I thought, so this was that whole idea of having this idea and then putting it into practice, right? And yeah, I built this thing. I watched some videos on YouTube. I built this rain machine. Sarah didn't want to get wet, so I sent her down to the dollar store to buy a cute umbrella, gave her some wine, and we were off to the races. Got some beautiful shots of my wife. I also got some shots of my good friend and mentor, Christian. His name is the same as mine, and he has been my mentor learning Zen Buddhism for almost 10 years now. And he was a master of Japanese medicine. He trained in Japan. He was a monk, and he was a martial artist. And so really interesting guy, good friend. And I always wanted to photograph him. And he always said no, he didn't want to be photographed. It wasn't his thing. But this time was different, because this time I was so passionate and I had such clarity of vision. And when I asked him, I said, listen, I know exactly how I want to do this. And I explained to him, and I shared the vision, and I shared my positivity. And this time he said yes. And I got all these amazing images of him. Really a fun shoot. And I think that it was transformational. It was transformational for me. It was transformational for him, because you know, being photographed in this way, it wasn't something he ever really wanted to do. And in the end, I think he was also really proud of these images we were able to capture. After that shoot, the synchronicity, I had this model from Europe that I knew that called me and said, hey, I'm in town, do you want to do a shoot? And so I had this chalk dust that I had bought a long time ago, and I thought, you know what, I have this set up outside already. I had my black background set up for the rain shoot. I said, sure, you know, come on out. And we did this really cool shoot. And it was just, I think she only had 2 hours. So we did all this in 2 hours, did some cool chalk stuff. And I photographed her with a bit of a fog machine with a white background to create a kind of an interesting look to that image, that portrait image. So I think you can see by now that I love photographing different types of photography. I love shooting landscapes and sports and commercial and wildlife, anything that comes at me. And I love training different types of photography to become a better overall photographer. And it's just like an Olympic athlete, right? Olympic athlete doesn't just show up at the Olympics. They practice, right? They're always practicing, they're always training. Or a jet fighter pilot, they are also always, they've been training their whole life so they can get up in one of these really expensive aircrafts and to be able to fly like that. So just like that, as photographers, we always want to be practicing, we always want to be training so we can get to that level of excellence that we want to be at. So when the right opportunity happens, we're ready for it. And here's a great example of that. And once you've mastered the 3 mindset steps, then it's time to learn to trust your intuition, right? Trust that inner voice inside you that says, I need to bring this lens, or I need to go out and shoot that. And you trust it. And this is a perfect example of that, photographing Jaws. So we booked a trip, my wife and I, and normally our trips end up becoming photo trips. And I promised her this time it'd be more of a vacation trip. So we agreed on the fact that I would only take 1 bag of gear. And luckily for me, I had my new Nikon mirrorless equipment, and they take up a lot less room because they're smaller and lighter weight. So I was able to fit 2 Z7s to Z6, so 500 PF, 24 to 70, 70 to 200, and probably 1 or 2 other lenses. So a substantial amount of gear I was able to still bring in my 1 pack. And we literally showed up in Maui, and the next morning we were at a coffee shop and we were watching the television, and this was happening. Jaws was going off, and Jaws happens at this break in Piahi that only is actually big enough to surf a couple days a year usually. And we happened to be there at that time. So of course I looked over at my wife, I said, honey, I need to shoot this. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you. And she said, sure, okay, let's do it. And we finished our coffees. I ran back to the house or the hotel that we had and grabbed my gear. We drove out to this location, and when we got there, it looked like this. So it's about an hour hike in through the mud just to get to where you can photograph. And everybody was coming back. And there was a police officer at the entrance, and he said, it's over, someone got hurt. The event is over. And I was like, what? And I was like, no, I've come so far, I have to go anyway. So in my head, I took a moment, I checked in with myself, and my intuition said, no, I've got to go anyway. So I had hiking boots on, I grabbed my gear, I left my wife who just had sandals to catch up, and I literally ran through the mud as fast as I could, trying not to fall. And like some of the people, there were people that literally I was passing that were trying to get there, and they were literally covered head to toe in mud because they had fallen in. So I was trying not to fall in with my gear, but also get there as quickly as possible so that I could see for myself if the event was actually still going on. And sure enough, it was. This was all photographed, or this is all filmed handheld. So one of the other cool things is I didn't plan to be shooting any video. And so I basically showed up there, I'm photographing this, and I'm filming this handheld, and this is without any stabilization, this is without any kind of color work or anything. All I've done is a little bit of speed ramping here, and you can see what I was able to capture, and it really is phenomenal. It's a game changer for me to be able to show up at something like this and shoot something like this with a 500mm lens handheld and have it look this stabilized and this good. And it's because you have that vibration reduction right on the sensor, which is helping you stabilize. Really, really cool. So synchronicity wise, this was 2 days later. I actually was at a beach and I was talking to this windsurfer guy, and this windsurfer guy said, hey, we're going back to Jaws tomorrow. And so I asked my wife again, I'm like, can I go and shoot this? And sure enough, she said yes. I dropped her off at the Maui Brewing Company for a few hours and went out and photographed some windsurfers. Had a ball doing it. So these images were some of the ones I got. One of the things I wanted to share is that often when you get to a an event or you're shooting something, you can sometimes, and it's this magnificent with these giant waves and there's so much to shoot, you often can just stay in the exact same spot and you just keep shooting the same thing. But having the awareness in that moment to say, you know what, I'm going to take a risk and I'm going to go move up on the embankment or move down on the embankment, move to a different location, try a different setting on my camera. I really encourage you to do that. Most of these images were shot at about 2,000th of a second. Again, hand holding. They're all pretty much shot with my 500 PF. Some of them were shot with a 500 PF plus a 1.4 times teleconverter. Yes, the subject was really far away. That break in PI happens quite far out. So you need a really long lens to get great shots like this. This particular image I'm really proud of. It's one of my favorites from the shoot, called the Eye of Jaws. It recently won top 10 in the world at the World Photographic Cup. And I was actually supposed to be at the award ceremony in Italy a few months ago, but of course it all got postponed. We're hoping to do it in September, October. We'll see what happens. But basically, I'm in the top 10 of the world, representing Canada for the gold medal. And we'll see what happens. I hope the image does well. And one of the cool things about shooting on the Z7 like this is you can zoom in and just look at the detail, right? You can zoom right into the surfer, which I think is pretty cool because it transcends just a sports image. It can become really big printed 40 by 60 inch wall art as well at that resolution. Here's another example of me moving around on the embankment that I was shooting from. I went down a little bit lower and you can see, there's no Photoshop here. This is the actual wave. And you can see that from a lower angle, that wave really looks impactful. Here are a couple windsurfer shots. I'm utilizing the rule of thirds here, offsetting the windsurfer a little bit. Got some beautiful blue in the waves. I love the way you're drawn in there. In this particular image, I've got some really nice diverging lines and some really incredible colors. And sometimes you get lucky. In this image, I have the sun coming through the sail and reflecting some colors onto the water, which is what I really love about that particular image. Getting kite surfers in crop is difficult because their kite is always flying around. And I really love trying to get my image in full frame. That's something that I really work hard on. I try not to have to crop my images at all later on. Sometimes when I'm shooting sports or things like this where you can get disorientated as you're moving around, I will turn virtual horizon on in my display. So in my overlay display, it shows virtual horizon. It shows me where I have my clean horizon line. And then my awareness is paying attention to what I'm photographing or filming, but also paying attention to ensuring that I have a straight horizon line right in camera. And here's an example of where I've climbed up higher and I've shot it from a higher angle. And it's the same wave height, but of course from a higher perspective, the wave looks less, but it's an interesting perspective with the helicopter in the shot, right? It tells the story. And that's what it's all about, having the ability to tell stories, having the ability to shoot some film, some video, as well as stills, as well as move around and tell this story, shoot it with a little wider lens maybe, or go a little closer. This image was photographed with the 500 millimeter plus the 1.4 times teleconverter, so 700 millimeters. And I just, love being able to capture the action that's so far away with a kit that I can fit all in one big low pro backpack. It's pretty cool. So raise your energy. Everything is energy. And one of the things that I love to do is celebrate new gear and explore new lenses when I get them. So instead of going out or getting new gear and then putting it on right away and taking some shots, usually what I'll do is I'll get the new gear, put it on my camera, and then wait for a beautiful sunrise, wait for an opportunity to test out that gear. And the reason why I do that is because when I have new gear, at least for me, I feel like a little kid again. I feel like so excited to test it out. And in that moment of excitement, my energy is elevated. And in that elevated energy, quite often, I will actually take a better image. And that's taught me that anytime I really need to perform, anytime I really need to capture and create amazing image, that I need to raise my energy. And that is something that I hope that I can inspire you to do, is when you go out and photograph, make sure you check in with yourself and like, am I excited about this photograph? You know, and utilize that excitement to create a better image. So this was my 500 PF right before we went to Maui. It just came in a box. It got shipped to me, and I set it all up, put it on the camera, put it in my bedroom, literally in my bedroom. And my intention was that I was going to wake up in the morning, check the weather, and see what kind of sunrise I was going to have. And sure enough, I woke up and this was the sunrise that I got. And lucky to live where I do, I was able to go out onto my front deck, and I was able to actually photograph this from my deck with a 500 millimeters. At that focal length, I was able to see past all the houses around me and actually just zoom in on this really amazing mountain, and it really was a spectacular sunrise. And I'm always practicing. Even if there's a squirrel in my backyard, I'm always changing my focus modes. I'm always trying out different things, and I'm always being ready so that when it comes to that opportunity, like photographing the surfers and windsurfers, that I'm ready and those images are of excellence. Here's another example where I just got my new 85 millimeter and I wanted to test it out. I'm a real 85 millimeter fan, and I wanted to see how this stacked up against my previous generation 85 millimeters. So this was the new Nikon Z S-Line 85 millimeter, and I was given a challenge by my wife to do a setup in 20 minutes. So I went into my studio, I found some bubble wrap in a box, I strung it up really quick, set up a few lights, and I did a little shoot with this Grey Goose bottle. It was the only bottle I had in the house that wasn't open, I guess, and so I just kind of used that as an example. And I shot some stuff with my studio light, and then I also did a 20-minute shoot with my wife, and here is what we came up with. So this is the picture of Sarah, and you can see at f1.8, it looks amazing. Incredibly sharp detail on her eyes and a beautiful soft background. And here is my Grey Goose bottle. And what I decided to do with that is I wanted to shoot it stop down. So this was with lots of depth of field. And you can see this is what it looks like and how sharp the type is. And then now I've opened it up to f1.8, and you can see, look how soft that bubble wrap is in the background, yet look how sharp the type is. So that's what I love about the new mirrorless system and the new Z mount, and that is that you can basically shoot at any aperture and you're going to get incredibly sharp, perfect results, and you're going to get a buttery, soft, beautiful bouquet like this. So here I'm shooting landscape images at f1.8. And I love that I can do that. I love the freedom that gives me. I shot all of these images with my 85 millimeter. I like doing that as well. I love getting a new lens and just only taking that lens out on a shoot and shooting everything with that lens for an entire day, just so I can get flexible with it, just so I can maybe shoot things or be forced to shoot things that normally I wouldn't, and practice with that. So I saw that red Camaro out on my drive, and on the same drive, I came across this beautiful grizzly bear. And I actually had the car stopped, and the grizzly bear passed me, and I photographed this right out my window. And you can see the incredible detail and the beautiful bouquet behind her. So make it happen. Stay positive and push through any obstacles. Inspire a subject with your excitement for your images you are creating, right? You always have that capability, right? You always have the opportunity to push through things, and just your excitement can be infectious, and it can really change the flow of how a shoot goes. So I was doing this shoot of this model, and I've got a cluster of SB 5000 flashes, and the shoot went fine, but it wasn't what I wanted. And so I convinced her with some hot chocolate and some blankets just to stick around a little longer. And I was trying to encourage her to stick around for this. I was really hoping, I saw the way the clouds were forming, and I thought, my intuition told me that this could be a spectacular sunset. And sure enough, it was. The sun reflected off the clouds. It got this beautiful red. My intuition paid off. I got reflection in the water. I used my flashes, my Nikon flashes, to illuminate the subject. Yeah, and it was exactly what I had in mind. And I got some other great shots with alpenglow and afterglow. So after the sun went down, I got some really nice images where I'm exposing for the available light, but I'm using my Nikon flashes to light the subject with some directional light. And I'm changing my white balance in camera to create that nice warm look on their face, which I think looks very, very pleasing. So we've talked a lot about flow and a lot about just sort of like, you know, being at the right place at the right time with the right gear and the right you. And now I want to chat about commercial photography, because clients are paying you to produce. And this is where visualization stage is very critical to make sure you bring the right gear to a shoot. Here I'm photographing, I've got my VW there, and I'm photographing this private jet. And I've got 6 studio strobes and a whole bunch of gear. And on that day I was filming and photographing, and everything had to be right? I mean, they had grounded this aircraft for the entire day for me to photograph it. So I had to get it right. If I forgot a trigger or a transmitter or an extension cord, or if I forgot anything in my kit, it could have been a bad day. And that's where you practice so that you always make sure you can visualize your shot before you go and do it, especially if you're traveling, and you always make sure you bring the right gear. And you're able to execute in the time allotted, and that's just taking these three mindsets, and really putting them into practice. So here are a few of the images I got of the interior of that shoot, and I made it look like we were flying the aircraft because I lit it from the outside in with a lot of light, and produced some really cool images. One of the things that I was able to do with this particular shoot was to create an air-to-air looking image by shooting it with a 500 millimeter. After the shoot was done, I asked the pilots, I said, hey, are you guys taking off anytime soon? They were, so I stuck around, and we used text to just confirm what runway they're taking off. I rushed like crazy to get the car to the right spot, and I was able to photograph this aircraft just as it took off, and then this is just as the landing gear folded up. I was able to get 1 or 2 shots off, and this is one of the ones that we ended up using for a cover for them. So allow your vision to be. Don't let negativity or fear get in the way. Often it's not the circumstances that get in the way of us achieving our vision. It's us, right? It's our limiting belief systems. And no matter what, sometimes when you're put into the pressure cooker, when the pressure's on, when it's more difficult, we fall back on these limiting belief systems, and we let fear sometimes get in the way even more. Here's an example where I was doing a shoot. I was a last minute asked to be part of the shoot. We were photographing all these BMWs, and I was working alongside a film crew. And I thought I'd have lots of time or ample time at least, with these cars. But I ended up only having 10 to 15 minutes per car, where the film crew had an hour and 15 minutes per car. They didn't want me shooting stills while they were doing the filming because they wanted me helping with the lighting. And we ended up using a lot of my lighting on this shoot. And so I helped them with the lighting, and then I had a very, very short amount of time with these beautiful cars. But I had to execute. And so I basically just relaxed myself, took a deep breath, and just went with the perspective that I just had to get one great shot of each car, right? And I just sort of focused, and I made it happen. One of the things that I love about the Nikon mirrorless system as well, which is a big game changer for me, is again the VR on the sensor, because what it enabled me to do in this high pressure situation is shoot without a tripod, move around very quickly. I was able to drag the shutter for a little longer exposures, probably for like a 15th or 30th of a second, to capture some of that atmosphere from the fog projector and the fog machine. And I was able to do that because I was able to use that VR on the sensor. It helped me stabilize, and I was able to get the shoot done fast, and I was able to hustle because of that. And it's things like that in the commercial environment that can be the difference between getting the shot of excellence and getting a shot that's just good enough for the client. In this situation, you know, these images far exceeded the client's expectations, and they were really excited, and you know, hopefully I'll be able to do more work for them as a result of it. So getting back to fear and these limiting beliefs, someone once told me that fear stands for false evidence appearing real. And this is a great image as a background. This is a guy on a slack line right up behind my house here. I was just on a hike and I saw this guy. They had set up a slack line and he was doing this crazy gap here. And this image always reminds me of this acronym, false evidence appearing real. And it's that we create the fear, right? We create it in our own minds. It's not necessarily there. And even in a situation like this, where I was photographing this grizzly bear, I was all by myself, and this grizzly bear was coming at me, and sure, I felt this feeling of fear. And I think the important way to deal with fear is notice it, notice that it's there, breathe into it, and release that fear, and breathe it out. And it's okay to acknowledge that you're afraid of it, or you acknowledge that there's a fear there, but it's important to be able to let it go in order to clear your pathway, in order to clear yourself for you to create that vision, right? And I was able to do that in this circumstance where, you know, I was able to let go of the fear of the grizzly bear coming at me so that I could focusing on her eyes and making sure that I had razor sharp focus. And, you know, I got the shots. And then after the mama bear came the cubs and got the shots. And then mama bear gave me a nice smile. I think that it's really important to have that communication with wildlife to make sure, you know, they know that, you know, you're there and you know that they're there, and you never ever want to make them feel threatened in any way. So I always kind of like make sure I get that sense that they're good. If they're exhibiting any kind of behavior that would let me think that they are feeling threatened, I will really back off and give them their space. I think that is really important. Really encourage you to do that if you're ever photographing wildlife. So the interesting thing about this shoot with the grizzly bears was that my intention that day was to go and photograph landscapes with the beautiful fall colors and the fresh snowfall that we had. And sure enough, I came across these grizzly bears. Luckily, I was prepared with my 500 PF and I was ready to photograph it, and it ended up getting some fantastic images, both landscapes and the bears and some other wildlife while I was at it. So let go of your expectations. Things don't always happen the way you plan for it, right? I was out shooting landscapes and I got some wildlife was my wonderful takeaway from that day. Practice seeing and photographing the moment for what it is instead of what you want it to be. How many of you have ever seen an Instagram photograph and then went out to that same location and it totally didn't look like what you thought it was going to look like, and it threw you off and it caused you to miss getting the shot the way that you wanted to get? Or you're expecting a sunny day and you got a cloudy day and it changed your perspective. So one thing that I always like to do is, if I'm having a bad day, I like to change my perspective. I will visualize clicking my lens off and clicking my lens back on, and I call it putting my awesome lens back on. I just change my perspective. Here's a great example of that. I had the 800 FL, an incredible wildlife lens, for one day to test out. So I decided I'm going to get up at 5:30 in the morning. I'm going to go out into the wilderness and I'm going to go look for wildlife. And from 8:30 in the morning till 2 that afternoon, I saw no wildlife whatsoever. I couldn't believe it. I was frustrated and I was ready to give up because I'm like, you know what? I've been at it all day. instead of giving up, I decided I was just going to reframe, and I wasn't going to give up. And I set a positive intention that I was going to come across some wildlife. Shortly afterwards, about 2:30, I came across this beautiful female coyote running in the Indian paintbrush, wildflowers. Spectacular. And that really changed my whole perspective. And then after that, I came across this grizzly bear with her cubs. And she gave me about 45 minutes just to watch and photograph her with her cubs. She didn't feel threatened. And it was just some magical time I had there with her. And then on the way home, I came across this osprey family, and I got an incredible photograph of the osprey. All in one day. All in a day that I almost gave up, but I didn't. I stuck through it, and I was able to get some great images. You know, change your perspective. Look up, look around, look, change your perspective, and it will change your reality. Okay, it'll change your reality. Here's another example of preparedness and trusting your intuition. I was out photographing with fellow Nikon ambassador Michelle Valberg, and she invited me to go photograph these wild horses with her. And we were both photographing with very long lenses all day. I believe I had the 600, she had the 800. It was raining out all day, but I also had my 70-200 FL slung on my shoulder with another camera body. And as we were walking back to the cars, these two stallions just came right by me and were like here and doing their thing. And I was able to switch to my 70 millimeters on the 70-200 and capture this image. So being prepared is always really, really important. Knowing your gear, having it turned on, having it ready to go, having it that you can react in a moment's notice. This image was captured coming home from a ski day with my wife, and it was just perfect light on Castle Mountain. It's one of my favorite mountains here in the Canadian Rockies. I've actually slept at the top of one of those spires, which was quite the climb up with lots of camera gear and quite the rappel down, but a whole lot of fun. And this image here, you know, it was such a still reflection in the water. And that was a rare thing, and I was able to capture it because I left my camera in the car. I had it ready, and I kind of purposely made sure that we were coming home at alpengo line time just in case. And so you kind of set again these intentions that, hey, I'm going to bring my camera today because on the way home there might be a beautiful alpenglow, there might be a beautiful sunset, and again, you trust your intuition and make it happen. This particular image was just the result of me carrying my camera with me. I was actually scouting a location for a photo walk I was going to do, but I brought my camera, one lens, and sure enough, I saw this beautiful lonely tree, and I was able to use the VR on the sensor to allow me to shoot handheld at 1/15 of a second and get this beautiful movement in the water behind the tree. These were examples of having my 500 PF in the car. And of course the moon looks huge because I'm shooting with such a long focal length. Hiking with my camera, I came across some puffins. And these days, what I've really been enjoying doing is not just photographing still images of some of the wildlife that I'm doing, but I've also been doing some slow motion video. Now, the new cameras have either a slow motion mode, which you can work with, or they actually have 120 frames per second or 60 frames per second, so you can dial in the frames per second. The slow motion works just fine. I prefer to set my frame rate. So in these circumstances, I've got my frame rate to 120 frames per second, and then I'm rendering that at either 24 frames per second or 30 frames per second. So I'm able to slow it down. And one of the cool things about doing that is you get to slow down yourself. You get to look at the world from a little slower perspective. And it's a really interesting thing to do and a really beautiful thing to be able to do, to be able to slow it down and look at it and share that with others. So it is important, in order to stay inspired, that you take time to photograph for you. Take time to find your inner child, to connect, to play, and to practice. Not when you have a deadline, not when you have an assignment, not when you have to, get the shot because someone's counting on you, but just time for you to connect to the energy around you and record that energy through the art of photography. So that means getting up early and photographing the sunrise, right? Photographing when it's cold outside and there's ice forming on the water. Photographing when you're ready to go to bed and you look out the window and there are these epic stars out there and it's late and the last thing you do is feel like doing is getting your gear and putting it all in the car. But once you get in the car and you start driving towards a dark area and you set up, it's just an event that is unforgettable, right? And you get some incredible images in the process. It might mean carrying your camera, even though it's a little bit heavy, skiing all day. So when the sky does an interesting thing and you see this cool rider going off the jump, doing a front flip, you're ready and you can get the shot. You can get it with excellence. All right? It's all about taking your camera with you wherever you go, whenever you can, so you can get the shot. Here's another example where I had to ride up with this rider, and so the mirrorless cameras really give me a lot more freedom because they weigh just a lot less. And in this shoot here, this was just a fun shoot, just a fun day, but I decided to bring my one camera, my Nikon Z7 with one lens so I could shoot some pan shots and a small drone. I was able to produce this all handheld, and I was able to carry my backpack, and I was able to ride up and ride down with this rider is riding, which is steep, right? So the less gear you have weighing you down, the less gear you have, the better, and the more fun you're gonna have in the process. And it doesn't always have to be a big production, right? Sometimes just going out and practicing and just going out and playing is what it's all about. And if you go out and play and have a great time photographing, doing your passion, and you end up producing something cool out of it, then great. And if it becomes a learning experience, then great. I think the important thing is that bring your camera with you, do what you can. This is me on the ski hill. This is me with the Nikon D6. I was really fortunate to have a little play with a new Nikon D6. It is absolutely spectacular. I know I talk a lot about the mirrorless camera systems, and I love the mirrorless camera system, but I also love my D5, and now I'm definitely gonna love the D6. I found that the D6 focused better than anything that I've ever used before. I literally could not miss a focus point, and I skied with it. I shot some World Cup speed skating with it, and I even got this shot out on the ski hill. I carried it all day skiing with me, and this was a kind of an interesting shot because we just got a dump of snowfall, and I decided I was going to wait for them to open. I was talking to some of the patrollers, and I was waiting for them to open this one area of the mountain that hadn't been skied in a couple days. I'd heard them avalanche bombing, and I knew that if I could catch and be one of the first people, this could be something great. And so I waited up there, and then when they opened it up, I rushed, tried to get ahead of everybody, just totally going as fast as I could. And I skied as fast as I could until this one little area that I knew there might be some really good powder pockets. And I saw this patroller up at the top, and he was just about to drop in. And I wasn't prepared yet, but I basically skied while pulling my pack off, opening it up, pulling the D6 out, and I was able to quickly adjust my exposure and bam, get the shot. And I got about a couple frames just as he skied through this powder pocket. And that's what it takes, right? It's about being ready at that moment so that you can nail it when that opportunity comes. And there's nothing more exciting than that, especially with sports photography, than nailing it when that opportunity presents itself and you know what? You have no time to get the shot, but you get it anyways. So ignite your passion with purpose. One of my favorite sayings is the bigger the why, the smaller the how. And I want to end today to telling you about a really cool opportunity that I had and sharing it with you. So I was given the opportunity to go to Rwanda, and I only had about 2 weeks to prep for this. And actually in that 2 weeks, I actually built that rig that you saw on my back. I was shot this whole thing with the D850s, which was another incredible camera system. And yeah, as you can see, I built this rig that attached to my low-pro backpack. And what I was able to do here is, through the film that I created that was shown at the World Economic Forum, and through the stills and some of the work that I did, I was able to help raise money for 600,000 cook stoves and water filters for the poorest Rwandans. And I was really proud to be able to do something that made a difference like that. I was proud to be able to connect with these people, put some smiles on their faces, give them some hope, and inspire them, and just show that, hey, the rest of the world cares. And the company that I was shooting for, they have water projects all over the world. And I've done several projects for them. And it feels so good to be able to put my art and have it matter, right? Have it make a difference in the world. And I think we all have that capacity. We all have that capacity to use our art to make others smile, to inspire them, to literally change the world, to shine a light on different areas of the world, to do different things. And again, in this situation, water, something that we are so used to in North America, just having clean water to drink, you know, being able to do something that can provide clean drinking water for people that don't have it was something that really was very fulfilling for me. So here are a couple of the still images I captured. There's my rig again. Here are a few of the beautiful photographs and the beautiful moments that I had from that trip. And this all happened because I said yes. So I'm going to leave you with this. Say yes to the moment and let your art matter. Thank you all so much. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I hope it inspired you. I hope it gave you some tools that you can apply to your creativity. I'm working on some stay-at-home challenges that I'm going to be putting on my website, so some more instructional stuff. If you want to check that out, it'll be on my website, my Instagram at Christian Bogner, and my YouTube channel. Thank you again so much, and I hope to see you all soon.